The Audiobook Project, a decentralized anti-authoritarian-based initiative focused on creating a library of audiobooks for truth seekers and free speech advocates. All content on this channel is free to download, share, and repost. Your support is much appreciated. Truth, audiobooks, for the people.
The Plot to Kill King, The Truth Behind the Assassination of Martin Luther King, Jr., written by Dr. William F. Pepper, Esquire, performed by Noah Michael Levine. Preface. It has been nearly a half-century since Martin Luther King, Jr. was taken from us. From the outset, 47 years ago, as set out in detail in the epilogue, one writer after another has attempted to disinform the citizens and create false history. Like most people, I accepted the official story about how Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr. was murdered. I believe this was the result of my naivete, or perhaps the desire to put the loss of a friend behind me. In any case, when Dr. Benjamin Spock, the pediatrician and anti-war activist, and I traveled to Memphis for the Memorial March on April 8, 1968, 4 days after the assassination, as far as I was concerned, it was in the hands of the police. In the following years, I heard about inconsistencies in the state's case and rumors of a conspiracy in which James Earl Ray was framed for Dr. King's murder. Then, in 1977 to 1978, following a conversation with the Reverend Ralph Abernathy, at his suggestion, I prepared for and conducted a 5-hour interview with James Earl Ray. Since that time, the mystery of Dr. King's assassination has dominated much of my life. In no small measure, I suppose, this is because of the responsibility I feel for having initially prompted him to oppose the Vietnam War. That stand was a major factor contributing to his death. The intervening years have only strengthened my belief that Dr. King's assassination constituted the greatest loss suffered by the Republic in the 20th century. To understand his death, it is essential to realize that, although he is popularly depicted and perceived as a civil rights leader, he was much more than that. A nonviolent revolutionary, he personified the most powerful force for the long overdue social, political, and economic reconstruction of the nation. Those in charge of the United States intelligence, military, and law enforcement machinery understood Dr. King's true significance. They perceived his active opposition to the war and his organizing of the poor as grave disruptions to the stability of a society already rife with unrest. FBI Director Hoover, in particular, took the position that Dr. King was under communist control. The last year of Dr. King's life was during one of the most turbulent times in the history of our nation. Much of the civil unrest took the form of nationwide urban riots and was clearly the result of racial tensions, frustrations, and anger at oppressive living conditions and the endemic hopelessness of inner-city life. However, one cannot consider these explosions without taking into account the pervasive presence of the war, its legitimization of violence, and its overall impact on the neighborhoods of the country. In the year running up to July 1967, the number of riots and other serious disruptions against public order had reached 93 in 19 states. In August, an additional 33 riots occurred in 32 cities in 22 states. Dr. King was at the center of it all. His unswerving opposition to the war and his commitment to bring hundreds of thousands of poor people to a Washington, D.C. encampment in the spring of 1968 to focus Congress's attention on the plight of the nation's poor turned the government's anxiety into utter panic. In retrospect, I believe that there was no way Dr. King was going to be allowed to lead this army of alienated poor to Washington to take up residence in the shadow of the Washington Memorial. When Army intelligence officers interviewed rioters in Detroit after the July 23, 1967 riot that left 19 dead, 800 injured, and $150 million of property damaged, they were amazed to learn that the leader most respected by those violent teenagers was not Stokely Carmichael nor H. Rap Brown, but Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr. 6 weeks after the Detroit riots, the National Conference for New Politics, NCNP, which I served as its executive director, scheduled a national convention over Labor Day weekend in Chicago. The gathering of 5,000 delegates from all around the country and from every walk of life was expected to support a third-party presidential ticket of Dr. King and Dr. Spock. We now know the shock this prospect caused at the highest levels of government. So caught up were we in the fight for social change that we didn't appreciate the strength and determination of the opposition. It has become clear to me that by 1967, a siege mentality had descended on the nation's establishment forces, including its federal law enforcement, intelligence, and military branches. At the best of times, official Washington and its appendages throughout the country are highly insular and protective. In 1967 to 1968, with the barbarians gathering just outside the gates of power, any move in defense of the system and its special economic interests would have been viewed as a patriotic duty. All significant organizations committed to ending the war, of fostering social or economic change, were infiltrated, subjected to surveillance, and/or subverted. NCNP was no exception. This final book has been in development since 1978 and reflects a long-term effort to uncover the truth about Dr. King's assassination. It does not cover the full scope of the investigation, since many leads were examined and discarded, and much information, however interesting, ultimately turned out to be superfluous to the central story. In 1988, having come to finally believe that he was an unknowing scapegoat, I agreed to represent James Earl Ray. By 1990, I had become convinced that the only way to end his wrongful imprisonment would be to solve the case. The investigation, on which the book is based, has been focused on that goal. In every way possible, I have sought to put evidence of James's innocence before a court. Frustrated at every turn over this long-term effort, I now turn to the court of last resort, the American people. This story has taken nearly 4 decades to unfold. The delay is largely the result of the creation and perpetration of a cover-up by government authorities at the local, state, and national levels, and the collaboration of the mainstream media, which is factually detailed in the epilogue. I have become convinced that had some of the honest, competent Memphis homicide detectives I have come to know over the years not met obstruction from within their own ranks, they could have ferreted out enough evidence to warrant indicting several Memphians on charges ranging from accessory before or after the fact to conspiracy to murder in the first degree. Among those indicted would have been some of their fellow officers. Even without official obfuscation, however, it's unlikely that these detectives could have traced the conspiracy further afield to the various well-insulated sources and individuals who were criminally involved. As will become increasingly clear, it was inevitable that such a local police investigation wouldn't be allowed, and that each and every politically sponsored official investigation since 1968 would misinform the public and cover up the truth. Years of investigation and a habeas corpus petition denial led to the unscripted television mock trial in 1993 that resulted in a not guilty verdict. In addition, a civil trial in 1999 held responsible officials of the federal, state, and local governments. My subsequent investigation over a further 15-year period has unearthed powerful new evidence. The story of several key witnesses, silent for decades, are revealed for the first time. Although we will never know each and every detail behind this most heinous crime, we now have enough hard facts to overwhelmingly support James Earl Ray's innocence. The body of new evidence, if formally considered, would compel any independent grand jury to bring to account those guilty parties whom we have identified. Ultimately, there are many victims in this case: Dr. King, James Earl Ray, their families, and the citizens of the United States. All have been victimized by the abject failure of their democratic institutions. The assassination of Martin Luther King, Jr. and its cover-up extends far and wide into all levels of government and public services. Through the extensive control of information and the failure of checks and balances, government has inevitably come to serve the needs of powerful special interests. As a result, the essence of democracy, government of, by, and for the people, has been terminally eroded and replaced, in my view, by a dominant oligarchic ruling system. Thus, what begins as a detective story ends as a tragedy of unimagined proportions, an American tragedy. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. is dead. James Earl Ray died in prison. Many of the guilty remain free, some even revered and honored. And our faith in what we thought we knew as the United States is shaken to the core. For me, this is a story rife with sadness, replete with massive accounts of personal and public deception and betrayal. Its revelations and experiences have produced in the writer a depression stemming from an unavoidable confrontation with the depths to which human beings, even those subject to professional codes of ethics, have fallen. In addition, there is an element of personal despair that has resulted from this long effort, which has made me even question the wisdom of undertaking this task. Far from being elated that the truth is now with us face to face, I feel consumed by a sadness that will be a lifelong emotional presence. One significant factor is facing the reality that one has misjudged the integrity and even the basic decency of individuals, some of whom have been friends or respected comrades over many years. It is a traumatic realization that the use of political assassinations has all too often been successful at removing uncontrollable leaders whose commitment to substantive change of their societies had threatened the ruling forces and thereby become so intolerable that physical removal remained the only option. This allowed for more compliant replacements and, in Dr. King's case, a void that could not be filled. Two other leaders on J. Edgar Hoover's prayer list, President John F. Kennedy and President-in-Waiting Robert F. Kennedy, were similarly removed. What has emerged is a perceptible change in public policies and civil society often serving the interests of the sponsoring ruling elite. In my view, Paul Craig Roberts, the former Assistant Treasury Secretary under Ronald Reagan, Professor Martin Gylens of Princeton University, and Professor Benjamin of Northwestern University, the latter two writing in the journal Perspectives on Politics, are correct in their assertion that representative democracy in America has, subsequent to the 1960s fulfillment of the Hoover-Tolson prayer list, yielded to an oligarchic system of government, and that this government is orchestrated by wealthy private interest groups and individuals, resulting in a U.S. government with a superficial resemblance to a functioning representative democracy. As discussed later on with regard to this particular case, a principal focus in the demise of democracy and an accountable government is the concentration of the media in a few hands, see the epilogue. A formerly diverse media with significant independence is today concentrated in 4 megacorporations. The selective issuance of broadcasting licenses ensures that the government will not be challenged on significant issues, particularly regarding political assassinations and false flag terrorist events. Such acts are the lifeblood of the American oligarchy and its rulers. It has been a source of great personal sadness that I have known 3 of the principal victims and represented as chief counsel 2 of the alleged assassins about whose innocence I have come to have no doubt. Having had the advantage of being able to keep an eye open for new information on the Dr. King case for nearly 4 decades, I have had the advantage of seeing evidence emerge from the ether. I believe we can now state with certainty that not only is this assassination conclusively explained, but in the process of completing the investigation, we now know more about this assassination than about any similar assassination in history. Whether the truth will make its way into the history books and thus into the minds of successive generations of American citizens is another story, and one of which I shall not be the author. To this end, my work and this final book complete my investigation of this American tragedy. It dramatically ties up those loose ends and fills in most of the remaining blanks leading up to and including the events on April 4, 1968. The most startling revelation is that although many players have since passed away at the time of this writing, Dr. King's primary, though not final assassin, is alive, and reasonably well along with the perpetuation of the institutional forces behind it all. in the context of one of the greatest injustices of the 20th century. It is this that festers: that while so many good and innocent men and women have gone, the corruption, the corrupt, and the shadowy ruling forces remain, seemingly stronger and more entrenched than ever. My work, which began 9 years after the assassination and has continued to the present, has resulted in 2 books, in 1995 and 2003, and now culminates in this final work. This book pulls all of the previous work together, leading up to a revelation of the most devastatingly depressive final act in the life of this much-loved man. Due to the absence of any courage by the mainstream/corporate media, the disinformers have largely been successful in keeping the truth buried. Even today, they persist. Tavis Smiley authored and published a book in 2014 entitled Death of the King: The Real Story of Martin Luther King Jr.'s Final Year. While ignoring the now extensively known facts surrounding the assassination, the television personality and host, Smiley, brings the reader up to the actual event, which is noted in the most cursory manner. There is no mention of James Earl Ray. Neither is my name or work mentioned in the text, the sources, bibliographies, or the index. Neither was I one of the people chosen to be interviewed. When asked about this omission by a colleague of my friend Jim Douglas, who has had a long-time interest in my work on this case, at a Birmingham, Alabama book gathering, Smiley's comment was that he had his limits. And so he did, resulting in yet another instance of disinforming the world about the loss of this great man. It is as though my, by then, 37-year effort to bring clarity and truth to this historic event, set out in 2 prior books, published in 1995 and 2003, a 1989 BBC documentary, a 1993 Thames Television HBO trial, and a 30-day civil trial in 1999 where I represented the King family, had never occurred. Is it conceivable that Smiley was unfamiliar with this work and these presentations? I think not, and therein lies the insult, not only to me, but to the King family, the memory of Dr. King, and to the truth and justice as well. Coincidentally, I only knew Dr. King during the last year of his life. As David Garrow acknowledges in his book Bearing the Cross, it was my Ramparts magazine article from January 1967, The Children of Vietnam, and the photographs it contained compiled during my time as a journalist in Vietnam in 1966 that caused Dr. King to weep in my presence when I opened the file. For him, from that time forward, there was no turning away from a commitment to oppose the war. Smiley fails to mention that at Dr. King's suggestion, before introducing him to a mass crowd in front of the United Nations on April 15, 1967, it was agreed that I would put forward the idea of the King-Spock independent presidential ticket to oppose the Johnson War presidency in 1968. Smiley's selective historical account also fails to mention that with Dr. King's approval, I became the executive director of the National Conference for New Politics, NCNP, an entity that focused on developing this ticket. As a part of this effort, we mounted a large independent convention with over 5,000 delegates from all over the country, representing every peace and freedom organization of the day, convening at the Palmer House in Chicago over Labor Day weekend in 1967. Smiley did not seem to be aware, in fairness, it was only many years later that we learned the facts, that the Black Caucus that disrupted and subverted the convention was organized by the Chicago Blackstone Rangers gang, among others, who were paid and sponsored by the Johnson administration and working with Mayor Richard Daley's organization. The Johnson administration was terrified about the possibility of a King-Spock ticket and mounted a heavy anti-Israel campaign, forcing through resolutions that alienated our liberal Jewish supporters such as Martin Peretz, thus depriving the efforts of necessary funds. The administration was successful, and we did not have a clue, only learning years later what had happened. These were turbulent times. It is important to remember that some 100 cities burned that year. This was the social, political, and cultural context that dominated the atmosphere of the convention. I introduced Martin Luther King Jr. as the keynote speaker. As he was speaking, a note was passed over my shoulder. "Get him out of here as soon as he is finished, or we will take him hostage and embarrass him before the world." We had no choice. Dr. King was a unifier. Without him, the convention fell apart. Bill Coffin, the chaplain of Yale and eventually pastor of Riverside Church, a longtime social activist, and I wept. As for his final minutes in Memphis Police Department surveillance notes recorded Billy Kyles knocking on Dr. King's hotel room door at 5:50 p.m. The door opened briefly and closed. Kyles walked to the balcony and stood with his hands on the railing about 60 feet away from the door of the room from which Dr. King exited. Kyles did not go down to get a car. Neither did he approach Dr. King, who was standing alone on the balcony. For years, this uncharacteristic action by Kyles puzzled me. That is no longer the case. Dr. King came out from the room around 6 p.m. Ralph Abernathy was still inside. Dr. King was shot about 4 minutes later. Tavis Smiley is the latest in a long list of authors and publishers to recount the time of the assassination itself. He, among others, have produced books and articles that have served to provide credibility to the official or establishment account of this seminal American historical event. For a complete summary analysis, listen to the epilogue. It matters little that Smiley's latest work not only ignores the event itself, but that his work is critically characterized by significant omissions. It is incredibly revealing that Smiley never reached out to interview me, but I suppose that the reason is obvious. He had his limits. They might have been breached. At this writing, I understand that the Discovery Channel will be airing a documentary. I have not been interviewed recently for this production. We will see if they also had their limits. Introduction. For what purpose? Is it all in vain, this tortuous quest, as misery ever deepens for mankind? I feel more like an unwelcome guest, earthly trapped, an inescapable bind. But nothing else this time around. The mission controls, the mission rules, allowing no escape from the mission bound, till the soul escapes these earthly pools. So, all it is for this solitary soul, the struggle, pain, success, and glory. For such a one, no other role. From start to finish, a continuing story. The historical summary. My relationship with Dr. King during the last year of his life may have hastened his demise by my pressing him to openly and forcefully oppose the war in Vietnam. This good man wept in my presence when he viewed the photographs I had taken of maimed and slaughtered Vietnamese children. My collaborative work with him and others in the movement precipitated my appointment as executive director of the National Conference for New Politics, NCNP, whose design proposed a King/Spock independent presidential ticket to oppose Lyndon Johnson and the war in 1968. Dr. Benjamin Spock and I became close friends living during the period of the development of NCNP. His book, Baby and Child Care, was at one time second only to the Bible in sales. A leader of the National Committee for a Sane Nuclear Policy, SANE, he became a leading anti-war advocate and was active in the movement, writing a supporting introduction for my article, The Children of Vietnam. A powerful anti-war activist, he was convicted, overturned on appeal, and was prepared to run with Dr. King on a third-party presidential ticket, which, as NCNP's executive director, it was my role to advance. In early 1967, I opened my files on the Vietnam War to Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr., who had been awarded the Nobel Peace Prize 3 years earlier. As a freelance journalist who witnessed firsthand the atrocities of the Vietnam War, I discussed the effects of the war on the civilian population and the ancient village road culture of the Vietnamese people with Dr. King, who was already inclined to formally announce his position on the war. He had previously voiced his growing concern about his country's ever greater role in what appeared to be an internal struggle for control of the nation by a nationalist movement seeking to overcome an oligarchic regime in the South, a regime previously beholden to Western economic interests. It occurs to me that he would likely react in much the same way today. Opposing American involvement in and support for its unilateral opposition around the world to nationalist revolutionary movements and regimes hostile to U.S. corporate interests, in a mythical war on terror, leaving in its way chaos, failed states, and human misery and suffering in Iraq, Libya, Afghanistan, Yemen, and Syria. These extraordinarily costly monolithic adventures have created the largest refugee population with rights under international law, though they continue to be termed migrants by mainstream media, since the Second World War. In the Museum of History in Hanoi, a plaque is displayed with the following words: "All men are created equal. They are endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights. Among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness," which the early Kabbalist fathers changed John Locke's call for the pursuit of property. It was with these words and pro-American spirit, which Ho Chi Minh said he took from the Declaration of Independence of the United States of America, that he proclaimed the Democratic Republic of Vietnam on September 2, 1945. It was not then clear to Dr. King that Ho Chi Minh's reverence for Jefferson, Lincoln, and American democracy, as he idolized it, made him the legitimate father of a unified Vietnam. But on April 4, 1967, in his speech at Riverside Church in Manhattan, Dr. King declared his formal opposition to the increasing American barbarities in Vietnam. By July 1967, against the disastrous backdrop of the Vietnam War, America began to burn, not only through successful enemy attacks in Vietnam, but from racial tensions and riots sparked by mounting anger over living conditions at home. At the spring mobilization anti-war demonstrations in New York on April 15 before 250,000 cheering and chanting citizens, and after I had advanced his name as an alternative presidential candidate to Lyndon Johnson, Dr. King called on the government to stop the bombing. He was already emerging as the key figurehead in a powerful coalition of the growing peace and civil rights movements, which were to form the basis of the New Politics. The National Conference for New Politics, NCNP, was established to catalyze people nationwide. From this platform, Dr. King planned to move into mainstream politics as a potential candidate on a presidential ticket with Dr. Benjamin Spock in order to highlight the anti-poverty and anti-war agenda. He called for conscientious objection, political activity, and a revolution in values to shift American society from materialism to humanism. As a result, he came under increasing attack. Therefore, in very early 1967, I confronted King after he reached out to me, having read the Ramparts article, which cataloged the devastating effects of napalm and white phosphorus bombing that had been unleashed on the young and old of Vietnam. His prodigious conscience compelled him not only to formally announce his opposition to the war, but to actively work and organize against it in every corner of America he visited. There was great concern in the halls of power in America that this most honored of Black Americans had decided to use the full force of his integrity, moral authority, and international prestige to challenge the might and moral bankruptcy of the leadership of the American state, which he freely characterized as the greatest purveyor of violence on earth. His formal announcement of opposition and condemnation of his government generated serious apprehension in the boardrooms of the select list of large American corporations that were receiving enormous profits from the conflict in Vietnam. These, of course, included the range of armament, aircraft, and chemical manufacturers, as well as favored construction companies, like Texas and Lyndon Johnson's own Brown & Root, the forerunner to Halliburton, which had multi-billion-dollar contracts, and the oil companies, again, including those owned by Texans Johnson and Edgar Hoover's friends, H.L. Hunt and Clint Murchison. It is hard to imagine oilmen and their industrial corporate comrades becoming more upset about this threat to public policy, which had benefited them since John F. Kennedy's death and the end of his commitment to end the 27.5% oil depletion allowance and the removal of American advisors for Vietnam beginning in December 1963. This list, of course, should not omit the powerful multinational banks who are the bankers of these corporations that arrange financing so that they themselves greatly profit from the loan syndications and leasing contracts, as well as the large law firms who advise and provide legal services on aspects of every deal, contract, lease, and sale. When one assesses the awesome array of privately established, non-governmental institutional power, it is eminently reasonable to consider those in government decision-making positions as being compelled to listen to, protect, and serve the unified interest of this corporate establishment. When business speaks with one voice, as it did in respect to the war or the purported extreme threat of war at the time when Dr. King set himself up in opposition, The relevant government agencies and their officials became mere foot soldiers for the mighty economic interests. Out in front during war are the armed forces and the intelligence and law enforcement communities. Not far behind are the executive, the legislative, and the judicial legitimizers, who sanction the necessary action. Following in line are the media conglomerates, who, as the publicists of government policy, though posing as independent voices of the people, vigorously support and defend the official policy in those serious national security instances of significant concern to the corporate establishment. Virtually unanimously, and with one voice, the mass media condemned Dr. King's opposition to the war. In the shadows, of course, were the forces they served. When one understands this context and those times more than 4 decades ago, it is understandable that when Dr. King began to crusade against the war, he would cast a long shadow over the ruling economic forces of America. It is little wonder they shuddered at the possibility that his efforts might result in turning off the tap to the free-flowing profits. Should the American people demand an end to the war, and should the war end, the losses were not something they could accept. Perhaps it was for this reason alone that Dr. King had to be stopped. If this was not reason enough, Dr. King gave these awesomely powerful forces another inducement to eliminate him. He had been wrestling with the problem of economic injustice for some time. It was, he said, in summary, one thing to gain the civil right to eat at a formerly segregated lunchroom counter, but quite another to be able to pay the bill. This was the next goal and, in the world's dominant capitalist society, an essential component of freedom and equality, and one that was the essence of the movement for social equality and the core of the movement for social justice. The war had made things worse. Not only were a disproportionate number of blacks being sent 10,000 miles from home to serve as cannon fodder, but the cost of the war increasingly required that essential social services and programs in their communities be curtailed. The poor knew better than anyone that President Johnson's commitment to guns and butter could not be fulfilled. In effect, there was an undeclared cessation of the war on poverty. For Dr. King, opposition to the war against the people of a poor, non-white ancient culture was in harmony with and a natural extension of the civil rights struggle against oppression and the denial of basic freedoms and essential services at home. By mid-1967, he began to formulate a strategy to address the widening gap between the rich and the poor. The failure of the success of this effort, at this writing in 2014 and 2015, has resulted in the greatest disparity of wealth in the Republic since 1929. This project gradually took the form not of simply a march, but of the extensive Poor People's Campaign and mobilization to culminate in an encampment in the shadow of the Washington Memorial. The projection was for the establishment of a tent city with 500,000 of the nation's poorest and most alienated citizens. They would remain as long as it took to get action from the Congress. If the wealthy, powerful interests across the nation would find intolerable Dr. King's escalating activity against the war, his planned mobilization of 500,000 poor people with the intention of laying siege to Congress could only engender outrage and fear. They knew that it was not going to be possible for Congress to satisfy the demands of the multitude of poor, alienated Americans led by Dr. King, and they believed that the growing frustration could well lead to violence. In such a situation, with the unavailability of sufficient troops to control the mass of people, the capital would be overrun. Similar events in France come to mind, with demonstrations and turbulence in cities throughout the country. But unlike de Gaulle, Lyndon Johnson did not have an André Malraux to counsel him. Nothing less than revolution might result. This possibility could not be allowed to materialize, and neither could Dr. King's crusade against the war and social economic deprivation be permitted to continue. When the NCNP convention was held on Labor Day weekend, many of us believed that nothing less than the nation's rebirth was on the agenda. But a small, aggressive group had urged each arriving black delegate to join an obviously planned black caucus that at one point threatened to take Dr. King hostage. This threat was passed over my shoulder as a note as he spoke. Dr. King made a spirited speech calling for unity and action, after which I had to arrange for him to leave quickly under guard for his own safety. Black caucus delegates voted en bloc. There were walkouts, hostilities, and splits. Though we didn't admit it at the time, the NCNP died as a political force that weekend. Reverend Bill Coffin, who would officiate at my marriage 6 years later at Yale, and I wept at that realization. We had not understood the power of the forces against us and their ability to divide the emerging coalition and to infiltrate and manipulate movement organizations. Dr. King, however, along with the shadow NCNP movement, stepped up his anti-war efforts and threw himself into developing the Poor People's Campaign, which was scheduled to bring hundreds of thousands of the nation's poor blacks, Hispanics, whites, and intellectuals to Washington in the spring of 1968. He would, of course, not live to see it. All of these efforts came to naught as a result of government infiltration and subversion, and ultimately with Dr. King's assassination. The country moved further to the right over the next 10 years, and as a result, I withdrew from active participation in national political activity. The assassination of Bobby Kennedy barely 2 months after Dr. King was cut down reinforced the dismay and cynicism of many, myself included. What was beyond our understanding at the time, and is discussed in detail later in this work, was the close association of powerful individuals and corporate interests with their foot soldiers in government and, in particular, the military and the intelligence establishments. Over 100 cities were burned or seriously disrupted in 1967 to 1968. The nation was on edge. A revolution was barely averted in France. Opposition to the war and growing economic disparity at home led to growing dissent, which in turn fed the peace and freedom movement. The Army's reserves were virtually depleted, and there was serious concern as to whether forces were available to put down a concerted rebellion on domestic shores. Dr. King was regarded, as the shooter has revealed to me, discussed later, as a shit-starter who must be removed. The unease of the military and intelligence forces and their liaison with each other during that last year reflects this fear. Chronological notes of significant meetings and events are included during this time, primarily of the military, but also referencing FBI and CIA participation. The degree of surveillance of Martin King and Robert Kennedy reveals the threat they posed. Not for a moment, however, during that turbulent time did I hesitate to believe that someone other than James Earl Ray and Sirhan Sirhan, in regards to the RFK assassination, had been responsible for the back-to-back assassinations. What a difference the evidence from over nearly 4 decades has made. The actual upending of my initial Dr. King assassination perceptions began with my conversation with Ralph Abernathy in 1977. This eventually led to my many months-long preparation for the interrogation of James Earl Ray at Brushy Mountain State Penitentiary that took place in August 1978 and changed everything. Calmly and quietly, James left us with a multitude of issues and unanswered questions. The 5-hour interrogation session was observed by body language specialist Dr. Howard Behrens. After the interrogation, Reverend Abernathy, Reverend Lawson, Dr. Behrens, and I agreed that regardless of what role James may have played, he was not the shooter. Thus began a personal investigation that only now, in the autumn of 2015, has been completed. The first book, while not a prerequisite to listening to this one, set out the details of that initial investigative work from 1978 through 1995 and my relationship with James. I agreed to represent him in 1988, 10 years after beginning to investigate the case, when I finally became convinced that he was an unknowing scapegoat. During those initial 17 years, I spent much time on the streets in the bowels of Memphis, Tennessee. The pressures on me and my family increased from all sides, including an instance in which my 4-year-old son picked up the phone to hear a threat on his father's life. It culminated with an offer from an undesirable source to buy our family home. Raising a young family under these circumstances was untenable. We moved to England in 1981, where I became a visiting scholar at Wolfson College, Cambridge University, and regularly commuted to the United States for the case. Formal habeas corpus proceedings, which I took on James's behalf through the 6th Court of Appeals and up to the Supreme Court, failed to get him a new trial or even an evidentiary hearing. Gradually, more and more issues arose concerning unasked and unanswered questions by the House of Representatives investigation. It also became abundantly clear that James's final lawyer, Percy Foreman, who initially pledged to go to trial and then abruptly pressed James to plead guilty, ignored a considerable volume of exculpatory evidence as well as significant indications of official governmental involvement not only in a cover-up, but of the assassination itself. Foreman went to the extreme by agreeing to give James's brother Jerry $500 in exchange for James's guilty plea in court without causing any unseemly conduct in court. With the failure of getting the case in court, I took advantage of an offer by Thames Television in the UK, in collaboration with HBO, to do an unscripted television mock trial of James. This trial resulted in an independent jury finding James not guilty, and this opened the floodgates through which new evidence poured. For example, James's shadowy handler and controller Raoul was identified and spoken to by one courageous witness, Glenda Grabo, in a 6-minute telephone conversation documented by her telephone bill. She knew Raoul well into the late 1960s while he was in and out of Houston, and she was in no doubt that it was the same person. I also spoke with him. When his daughter was shown the same U.S. immigration photograph of him, which had been independently identified by Glenda, her brother, her husband Roy, Lloyd Jowers, and James, the daughter unthinkingly said anyone could get that photograph of her father, confirming his identity. What was also to emerge were the direct roles of Lloyd Jowers, the owner of Jim's Grill, from the back lot of which the fatal shot was fired, and Frank Liberto, a local mafia lieutenant close to the New Orleans Southwestern organized crime family of Carlos Marcello. At the time, I knew nothing about the crucial Dixie Mafia connection to J. Edgar Hoover and his personal emissary, Clyde Tolson, and the assassination effort led by the family of Russell Atkins. This involvement would later surface with the information provided under oath by the Atkins family's youngest son, Ron Tyler Atkins. Someone claiming to be John Downey called my military contact on January 1, 1996, when the first book had been out for only a few months. He asserted that I was basically correct on the facts and offered to fill in the details. He said he had only followed orders and that he had not been given too much independent decision-making authority. He also said he was officially dead and had been given a new identity. The conversations continued for some 18 months, occasionally in Bermuda, where I would have a shadow presence well out of sight. The informant would never meet with me personally, since I was Ray's lawyer, but the intermediary, Steve Tompkins, carried the questions and answers back and forth as he had done with 2 former Special Forces members of the Alpha 184 backup sniper unit who fled to Mexico in the early 1970s after discovering that a cleanup operation was underway. I gradually realized that the informant was a clever disinformation agent whose mission was ultimately to redirect our investigation. A decade later, I would spend hours with one of the daughters of the real John Downey and, as a result of our conversation, developed an unexpected respect for this most unlikely recipient. Information relayed to me about his previous exchanges with President Johnson on the Vietnam War required an expanded assessment of his role. More on that later. My foray into the military involvement understandably engendered hostility, and it became clear that my investigation must be discredited. In one instance, Forrest Sawyer and ABC, in a program entitled Turning Point, interviewed me with Billy Ray Eidson, who I had named as the leader of the Alpha 184 backup sniper unit. I only named him because all of my investigations and investigators had told me he was dead. We dropped that ball. He was involved in a barroom murder, had killed a couple of people in Birmingham, and fled to Costa Rica, where he remarried and lived in obscurity. The Army, knowing he was alive, brought him onto the television program. It was a short, sharp hit, but had nothing to do with the primary allegations that he had led the backup sniper team. When I confronted Sawyer afterwards, telling him we could have had a meaningful discussion if he had told me Eidson was alive, in which I could have brought documentation to confront him, he shrugged his shoulders and turned away. Eidson and his National Guard General Henry Cobb, commander of the 20th Special Forces Group, who also participated in the ABC interview, denied any involvement in the assassination. Eidson, who in 1968 was a fireman in Birmingham, subsequently said he was off duty on the day of the assassination, April 4, 1968, building a house for a friend a good distance away from Birmingham. Some time later, in a BBC interview, General Cobb separately stated that he knew Eidson could not have been involved in the assassination because he had seen him that day around the firehouse in Birmingham a number of times. They had obviously not coordinated their Eidson alibi story. Similar problems arose during our efforts to obtain copies of the photographs taken by the PSYOPs team from the roof of the fire stations. These photographs showed, according to the few who saw them, the shooter lowering his rifle, and he was not James. My colleague, Steve Tompkins, was tailed and photographed by FBI agents as he went to a meeting with one of the PSYOPs officers. He made the mistake of traveling under his own name. His office, in the Georgia State Capitol no less, was broken into one night before he was to meet with me and turn over a sensitive file. When I arrived that morning, the file was missing. When I made a similar error of registering in my own name in a Birmingham, Alabama Holiday Inn, my room was entered in my absence and my daybook and telephone list, left behind in haste, were taken. Those were tumultuous times. It was one thing for the Mafia to carry out a contract killing of Dr. King, but quite another to learn that a super-secret military intelligence group housed in the Pentagon under the ultimate command of the Assistant Chief of Staff for Intelligence, with close working liaison with the FBI, played a significant role. These revelations only worsened when we learned that the 902nd MIG was involved in a clandestine joint venture operation with Carlos Marcello's Mafia family, whereby stolen weapons for U.S. military bases, camps, and arsenals were delivered to Marcello's property, loaded onto barges, and shipped to the Gulf of Houston, where they were offloaded, repackaged, and sold to right-wing forces in Latin and South America. The profits were split 50-50 between the 902nd and the mob, with the 902nd using the profits to fund further black operations. This particular operation, the assassination of Dr. King, was not only confirmed by two members of the Alpha 184 sniper team who were themselves drivers at various times, but also independently corroborated by Glenda Grabo, who was a friend of the Houston operatives and present at some of the unloading activity led by Raul. Thus, she personally observed the Houston side of the enterprise. A further link, beyond any credible notion of coincidence, emerged from the 902nd's working relationship with the Canadian facility of the Union Carbide Corporation. The manager of the facility's warehouse with National Security Agency clearance was one Eric S. Galt. This was the identity given to James by someone he believed was trying to help him. With an NSA-cleared identity, should the escaped con ever be stopped or picked up, he would immediately have been let go and not returned to prison. I obtained a 902nd document that revealed that one of Colonel Downey's subordinates met with the real Eric Galt in August 1967, only days before we believe that James was given this identity. A photograph of the real Galt was given to me at one point. The resemblance to James was striking. But there was more. Two other sources, along with Steve Tompkins, one of whom I have called Herbert, and the other, whose name was Jack Terrell, but was also known as Carson prior to his death, confirmed separate aspects of the Dr. King backup sniper operation. Herbert was a longtime official and quasi-official military/CIA operative and mercenary who boasted about his role in the overthrow of Jacobo Arbenz, the Guatemalan president who was ousted in 1954. As early as 1978, 17 years before Tompkins, he offered to take me to meet with the very same members of the backup sniper unit whom Tompkins knew and with whom he met in 1995. At that very early stage in my work, the price was too high and the level of trust too low. As for Jack Terrell, I sought him out after reading his book Disposable Patriot, in which he referred to a member of the 30th Special Forces Group from Mississippi named J.D. Hill. According to Terrell, whose name was also on a list of Alpha 184 participants provided to me by Tompkins, Hill had participated in the Memphis operation and had begun to talk about the assignment. He had allegedly been killed by his diminutive wife, who fired 5 bullets from a .357 Magnum, carving a circle in his chest. He was dead before he hit the ground. Jack thought it very unlikely that she could handle such a weapon. Terrell was blocked by the widow's protector/boyfriend from talking to her. She was never prosecuted or charged with what appeared to be an act of murder. The case was closed. Even with this type of independent corroboration of Steve Tompkins's information and documentation, I knew it was likely that he would feel enormous pressure to recant his work on my behalf. Therefore, being continually prodded to do so by my extraordinary assistant, Gene Obrey, I asked him to read the military chapters and confirm the accuracy of the details. He did so under oath in the form of an affidavit. This section of Orders to Kill was too hot for Rupert Murdoch's News Corporation's publisher HarperCollins, which had won the auction for the book and life story rights. At the last minute, they demanded that I exclude the military chapters on the basis that, since it had been a mafia and not a military killing, the truth would be confirmed. At the same time, the corporate interests and the bottom line would be protected. Military intelligence, the army, and the mafia were too intertwined, in my view, for this approach. We rejected the ultimatum, and the book went to a small house that published it intact. It would, however, not be reviewed in the mainstream media, with one New York Times reviewer confiding, after he had a review ready, that this was the first time in 25 years that he had been told not to publish a review of a book. That was in November 1995. The story of the following 6 years is referenced in this book. The alleged murder weapon was tested, and the results were inconclusive. Ordinarily, if a weapon cannot be matched to the death slug, that is the end of the story. There is no murder weapon. In this case, however, the state and the media reversed the burden. We were expected to conclusively eliminate the rifle that had been thrown down. In fact, we would learn that the throwdown possibly took place nearly 10 minutes before the fatal shot rang out. By not ruling and reserving judgment, Judge Joe Brown denied the state of opportunity to appeal. As this matter was pending before him, however, he was curiously approached with a very lucrative offer to become a television court judge, an offer he eventually accepted. In the meantime, the state eventually moved to recuse him, saying he had become prejudiced toward the petitioner. When Judge Joe Brown refused, the state appealed, and without allowing any argument, the appellate court removed him and remanded the case to the administrative judge. We knew that there was no hope in such a system. During all of this time, James saw his hopes rise and fall as his health deteriorated. His liver disease had progressed to such a level that only a transplant would save his life. I traveled to the University of Pittsburgh's renowned Thomas E. Starzl Transplant Clinic and met with Dr. John Fung, head of the Division for Transplantation. Eventually, subject to an extensive examination and with the confirmation that James could not receive an organ in Tennessee, he agreed to accept him as a patient. We traveled to Tennessee to conduct a preliminary workup, and the Pittsburgh doctors agreed to admit him at the University of Pittsburgh Hospital and provide him with an available organ. I was elated. I prepared an application to the court seeking an order for the Department of Corrections requiring them to cooperate in facilitating this surgery. We offered to cover the cost of transportation and security. The hospital would absorb the medical and care costs. It would therefore cost the state of Tennessee nothing. The Department of Corrections opposed the motion, saying that there was no legislative authority for them to administratively grant such permission. After an emotional appeal and argument, the judge reserved his decision only to come back hours later and again deny our application. I was devastated. This, of course, was a death sentence. Any appeal would have been useless. It was clear that, once and for all, they wanted James dead. Former mob associate Arthur Wayne Baldwin had long ago told me that the Memphis godfather, Gene Lucchese, Marcello's man in Memphis, had tried to have James killed in prison on more than one occasion, in one instance using Baldwin himself to coordinate the attempted hit. Now was their chance, and his death would be by natural causes. But this was not enough. They still wanted him to confess. They sent an intelligence officer to offer him an opportunity to die outside of prison if he would only confess to the assassination and close the story. James was incredulous. I was appalled at their audacity. He had not protested his innocence for all those years, suffering an unjust incarceration for decades, to fold on his deathbed and give his persecutors, his executioners, their sordid victory. Without the liver transplant, James died, and the King family and I arrived at what appeared to be the end of the road. However, I propose that we use the vehicle of a civil trial as a means of putting our evidence before a court and testing it under oath. We had hard evidence against Lloyd Jowers, some of which only emerged from Jowers's own admissions in interviews with Dexter King and me within the statute of limitations. In such a civil trial, the family and heirs of Dr. King would be able to sue him, and it would enable us to finally expose much of the evidence we had gathered. So, in the autumn of 1999, we went to trial in Judge James Swearingen's Memphis courtroom. it would be the black judge's last case. Some 70 witnesses, and 30 days later, a jury took 59 minutes to find for the King family and against Lloyd Jowers and agents of the government of the United States, the state of Tennessee, and the city of Memphis. Jowers' liability was assessed at 30%, while the government's liability was put at 70%. The extraordinary array of verbal testimonial and documentary evidence is set out in detail in my second book, An Act of State. Suffice it to say, the roles and links between the mafia, the military, local law enforcement, and government officials became crystal clear. Raoul's existence, identity, and role was established, as were the extraordinary efforts made by federal agents to protect him, including visiting him and his family and advising them on what to say and do while wiring their telephone. These were extraordinarily personal protective services for a retired, alleged automobile plant assembly line worker. This extensive government involvement was revealed to us by a Portuguese journalist who was proudly told about it by Raoul's wife, whom she interviewed. Members of Dr. King's own organization were implicated, and the long-standing lie of a local pastor who claimed to have been with him during his last half hour on Earth was revealed. A local official investigator who headed up a reinvestigation effort admitted on the stand that he had not interviewed or even known about 24 of the 25 key witnesses from whom the jury had already heard. That 1999 trial led to the opening of the final act of this American tragedy. It is another matter entirely that the corporate mainstream media has ignored the jury's verdict, and that the majority of citizens remain prey to the official story, manipulated by the media and their masters. The chapters that follow will set out the extraordinarily detailed and conclusive evidence as to how this horrible event in American history came about and who was responsible. Witnesses, now nearing their graves, who have long since held vital information, have come forward and revealed what they know about aspects of the events leading up to and including the assassination itself. The evidence presented will once and for all uncover the crucial role of FBI Director J. Edgar Hoover, his deputy Clyde Tolson, the ultimate assassins, the medical officials at St. Joseph's Hospital, and finally, the identification of the shooter, including my interview with the primary assassin of Martin Luther King, Jr. Since much of the evidence is provided under oath and is against the penal interests of the declarant, it has significant credibility. Ultimately, however, that is for the listener and history to judge. Can we at last defy the history of previous human civilizations and the existential reality of our species and move to another level, not for us, the living, but as trustees for future generations yet unborn? Can we finally listen to their silent pleas? To attempt this feat is to imagine the unimaginable, to dream by day of a world that has never been, and ask, why not? So, let us begin this journey using one of the most significant events in the history of our world as a springboard for a consideration of what is the human condition in the second decade of the 21st century. When one is confronted with the assassination of a major leader who personifies the most treasured values of the species, and it becomes clear that those responsible for the murder are officials of his own government acting with the sanction of those in the shadows who actually rule, surely one should strive to understand what that means now and for the future. In other words, when the removal of a leader who has offended powerful forces and special interests in the Republic takes on the status of an act of state, citizens must contemplate what this reveals about their culture and its civil and political systems, their freedom, the quality and status of the rule of law, and their entire way of life. Accordingly, in an ever more integrated and mutually dependent world, our brothers and sisters, fellow human beings, wherever located, should be concerned. Concern, however, must inevitably be preceded by an understanding of the factual events to which this 37-year investigation has been devoted, and also to the dynamics and reality of underlying power and how it impacts public policy. Any void in this process may result in a deficient analysis and inevitably lead to a superficial assessment. In other words, to see government agents carrying out a scenario in collaboration with private contractors, the mafia, and viewed this team effort as an understandable alliance that affords plausible deniability to the state officials, while accurate, does not go to the next and most important level of operative power. This deeper level analysis requires one to view the involved state agents as more than governmental officials acting on behalf of the state, following the orders of their superiors. In fact, these officials and their superiors function in such instances as messengers for and agents of those entities and individuals who wield the real hidden power. Decisions are taken by these corporate/financial masters and implemented by the appropriate governmental bodies by way of law enforcement, intelligence, and defense/security apparatus. All of this will come as no surprise to many listeners, but it will to others because of the degree of deception used by those in authority from the very outset. Yukio Mishima makes the salient point in his The Decay of the Angel that when deception is used at the starting point by authority, the authority will only be able to sustain itself by continuing and spreading deception like a given culture. More insidious is the effect on the citizen, whereby the external deception is believed to the extent that he or she engages in self-deception, which itself becomes integrated into the individual's self-image. For many people, a subsequent rejection of their previously perceived truths amounts to a denial of self. As much as I reject Cicero's enlarged adoration of the protection of private property, above all in Rome, I am compelled to agree with his belief that the frailty of man's character, if unrestrained by the rule of law, will lead to tyranny. In another era, Lord Acton saw the human lust for power and the corrupting effects of too much as leading to absolute corruption and an unjust government, one that rules in the interest of a few rather than the common good. The driving force in this process is, of course, money, profit in all its attendant forms, and the control of access to it as well as control over any use of it, and through its use, in controlling others. The use of power is inextricably linked to and essential for any understanding of the acquisition of wealth, since, throughout history, the road to power is paved with money or numbers. Any movement or leader who denies or defies the established values and priorities optimized by corporate consumer capitalism, such as Martin Luther King Jr., and who has the potential to mobilize large numbers, indeed masses, of the body politic, must be ultimately discredited or physically removed. Such a person is out of place, such as Ruskin, Gandhi's mentor, who believed that the most precious jewels in any family are the children produced, and that the quality of a good soul is far more valuable than manufactured wealth. Dr. King was such an inconvenient person for the corporate/financial power interests. Let us look at the reasons. His commitment and energy of leadership was against war and toward the establishment of a public domestic and foreign policy dedicated to living in peace with cooperation as an all-embracing ethic. He saw all of mankind as related and sincerely believed that death and destruction imposed on another people, no matter where they were located, was an injury and insult to all other human beings. He was a man of peace in his deepest being. For him, truth and peace were inseparable. Like Gandhi, he equated personal truth with the personal readiness to suffer for it. Gandhi also embraced this principle. It constitutes the only dogma in Gandhian philosophy that the only real test of truth is action based upon a refusal to do harm. One should be prepared to get hurt in defense of the truth, but not to hurt. Dr. King traveled along this Gandhian pathway and combined a commitment to nonviolence with self-suffering. As for the war being fiercely waged at the time, he was committed not only to ending it when his leadership was at its most influential, but to the total disarmament of nations and the gradual elimination of the forces and implements of war. If anyone epitomized the vision of turning weapons into plowshares, it was Dr. King. Instead of spending hundreds of billions of dollars on more efficient killing machines, he advocated converting those huge resources to address social and economic needs and long-standing injustices and massive poverty in the United States as well as throughout the world. I believe that it is fair to say that at the end of his life he began to realize that the civil and political rights for which he had long fought were seen as secondary to the long-ignored social, economic, and cultural international human rights that were anathema to his capitalist homeland. In many ways, the focus on the highly manipulable political civil rights provided a drug-like distraction from the real human deprivation resulting from the ever-increasing disparity in wealth and income between the privileged few and the struggling masses. This reality today is indeed much worse, overwhelmingly so. In this realization, he was in the company of Franklin Roosevelt, whose last State of the Union speech addressed this great national issue. His widow, Eleanor, represented the United States from 1947 to 1951 and drafted parts of the covenant language for the UN International Covenant of Civil and Political Rights, which focused on the social, economic, and cultural rights. The United States has never subscribed to that commitment, only ratifying the Civil and Political Rights Covenant in 1992. These values and this proposed redirection of American public policy were in direct conflict with the Cold War garrison state and corporate profiteering engine that had driven America during the last 25 years of King's life. The ever-increasing devotion of the Republic's resources to keeping American society on a war footing and the consolidation of the military/industrial/political complex that dominated American life and public policy, and that was feared by Dwight Eisenhower, himself a product of that culture, could not have been more opposite to the orientation advocated by Dr. King. Bombastic, chauvinistic corporate propaganda aside, where the slaughter of innocents is and always was justified in the name of patriotism and national security, it has always and ever been about money. Corporate and financial leaders trusted with the keys to the Republic's treasure moved from boardrooms to senior government positions and back again. Construction, oil and gas, defense industry, and pharmaceutical corporations, their bankers, brokers, and executives, thrive in a war economy. Fortunes are made and dynasties created and perpetuated, and a cooperating elite permeates an entire society and ultimately contaminates the world in its drive for national resources wherever they are. This American militaristic ethic held sway before Dr. King was born, with the seizure of massive land areas belonging to Mexico, the subjugation of Hawaii, the Philippines, and Cuba. In Dr. King's lifetime after World War II, American corporate/military power overthrew governments in Iran, Guatemala, and Brazil, to name only a few, and even brought to power a young, ambitious assassin in Iraq named Saddam Hussein. If this commitment to militarism had a focus in King's life, it was the brutal war against the ancient, beautiful people and culture of Vietnam. He would have shed equal tears had he been alive to witness what his beloved nation has been doing to the impoverished masses, not only of Iraq, but against Afghanistan, Libya, Yemen, and Syria, resulting in the creation of the greatest number of refugees since the Second World War. In his time, Vietnam was his Rubicon, and it was here that he and I joined forces. Once he appreciated the extent of his beloved country's barbarism, he was not for turning his back, not for shying away from his defining struggle. Here, as never before, would he seriously challenge the interests of the power elite. Those interests all came down to money. The listener should keep in mind President Lyndon Johnson's outburst at his CIA Vietnam briefer, Colonel John Downey, who in 1966 regularly urged him to get out of Vietnam. Finally, in their ultimate session, a frustrated LBJ pounded the table and exclaimed, "I cannot get out of Vietnam, John. My friends are making too much money." For me, that says it all. Part 1. Chapter 1. The Road to Memphis. The elite say you are what you do, there is no other way. Discard illusions that you woo. Pick up the trash, do not complain about the petty cash, and then ignore the rain. Beginning in February 1968, Dr. King had received regular reports from his friend, Memphis clergyman James Lawson, pastor of the Centenary Methodist Church, about the sanitation workers' dispute in the city. 90% of the 1,300 sanitation workers in Memphis were black. They had no organization, union or otherwise, to defend their interests, and no effective means to air grievances or to seek redress. However, to most of the citizens of Memphis, black and white, a strike against the city was nothing less than rebellion. In a bitter and frustrating setback for the black community, Henry Loeb, who had been the mayor from 1960 to 1963, returned and defeated incumbent William Ingram, who was regarded as friendly to black Memphians, in the mayoral election. Considering the new mayor's history and reputation, there was no reason for black workers to hope that their working conditions or salaries might improve. The grievances were many. Salaries were at rock bottom, with no chance of increase. Men were often sent home arbitrarily, losing pay. Much of the equipment was antiquated and poorly maintained. In early 1968, two workers, 35-year-old Ecole Cole and 29-year-old Robert Walker, were literally swallowed by a malfunctioning garbage packer truck. We would later learn this was a planned murder by the Dixie Mafia family of Russell Atkins, in coordination with Memphis Police Department Director of Police and Fire Frank Holloman, in order to compel Dr. King to return to support the strikers. There was no workman's compensation, and neither man had life insurance. The city gave each of the families a month's pay and $500 toward funeral expenses. Mayor Loeb said that this was a moral but not a legal necessity. After the deaths of Cole and Walker, talk of a strike was widespread. Maynard Stiles, who was second in command at the Memphis Public Works Department, told me years after the event that T.O. Jones, the head of the local union, called him the night before the strike with what Stiles regarded as a very reasonable list of demands. Stiles said that Jones wanted him to go to the union meeting scheduled for that night and announce the city's agreement with the terms. An elated Stiles called Loeb to advise him that a settlement was at hand on very reasonable terms. Loeb ordered him not to dignify any such meeting with his presence and insisted that no terms be accepted under any circumstances. The union meeting went ahead that evening without Stiles. The next day, the strike was on. The National Office of the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees, AFSCME, sent in professional staff to handle the negotiations, which the mayor insisted on conducting in public, giving neither side any opportunity to change position. With no solution in sight, an interdenominational group of clergy intervened but made no progress. The deadlock led to a protest march on February 23, which got out of control in the face of heavy police provocation. Ultimately, the police used mace on men, women, and children marchers and bystanders. Afterward, a strike strategy committee was formed, with the Reverend James Lawson as its chairman. Reverend Lawson had been one of the founders of the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, SCLC, and had worked with the organization for a decade. Dr. King regarded him highly, and he was Dr. King's best friend in Memphis. Meanwhile, Dr. King was closing a leadership conference in Miami. While knowing that most of his audience disagreed with the Poor People's Campaign, he insisted that the nation had to be awakened to the issues of poverty and hunger. The shanty town he planned to erect in Washington would ensure that the plight of the American poor would be foremost in the consciousness of the people of the nation, even the world. "We are Christian ministers, and we are God's sanitation workers, working to clear up the snow of despair and poverty and hatred," he told them. In Memphis, a city injunction against the strike intensified the black community's support for the sanitation workers, and consumer boycotts and daily marches through the downtown areas were organized. The director of the Memphis Police and Fire Departments, Frank Holloman, who had agreed that he would allow the marches if they were peaceful, withdrew many of the visible uniformed police. Holloman had been a special agent of the FBI for 25 years. For 7 of those years, 1952 to 1959, he had been in charge of Director Hoover's Washington office. In Memphis, he had no support from the black leaders. Internally, he relied heavily on his chief, J.C. McDonald, who in 1968 was close to retirement, a group of 7 assistant chiefs, and Inspector Sam Evans, who was in charge of all special services, and Lieutenant Eli H. Arkin of the Police Department's Intelligence Bureau. The growing involvement of young blacks, particularly high school students who were being organized by the invaders and their parallel organization, the Black Organizing Project, BOP, brought increased volatility to the strike. During a boycott of the local merchants, these young people harassed blacks who made purchases in downtown stores. The militants made themselves heard throughout the dispute. Various invaders were arrested for disorderly conduct, for trying to persuade students to leave school, and for blocking traffic. In retrospect, The invaders' actions seemed mild in comparison with those of black power groups in other parts of the country. I interviewed each of the members of the invaders. Community on the Move for Equality, COME, a coalition of labor and civil rights groups spearheaded by an internal committee of local clergy that was now running the strike, sought national as well as local publicity, scheduling nationally prominent leaders to speak in Memphis in support of the workers. The local NAACP chapter asked Roy Wilkins to come. The local union sought to bring in longtime civil rights leader Bayard Rustin, and Reverend Lawson raised the possibility of bringing Dr. King to Memphis. Wilkins and Rustin finally agreed to come on March 14. Lawson, who had been keeping Dr. King abreast of developments, approached him in late February when the civil rights leader was close to physical exhaustion. It was around this time that his doctor had ordered complete rest. At first, Dr. King had been reluctant to become directly involved. He had delivered speeches in Memphis but had never headed any civil rights activity there, aside from leading the so-called March Against Fear, which was organized in response to the Mississippi shooting of James Meredith, the first black to enroll at the University of Mississippi. But even though some SCLC executive staff wanted to stay away from the strike, Dr. King came to see it as being directly relevant to the national campaign. What group could be more illustrative of the exploitation he sought to dramatize than these lowliest non-union workers who daily removed the garbage from the city's homes? Dr. King's involvement was potentially a high-profile activity, though with some risks, that would lead naturally into the Washington Poor People's Campaign. Because Memphis contained a small militant black organizing group, the Invaders, as well as the more conservative Southern black congregations, it was in his view a microcosm of the nation, with all of the attendant problems and obstacles to the development of a successful coalition. How could he turn his back on the real current struggle of the Memphis sanitation workers? In early March, Reverend Lawson made the announcement that the city had been waiting for. The SCLC had transferred a March 18 staff meeting scheduled for Clarksdale, Mississippi, to Memphis, and on that evening, Dr. King would address a gathering of strike supporters. Although Dr. King had experienced problems and setbacks, particularly concerning his position against the war, no one approached his signature on the national scene as a spokesman of the black and poor of America. His involvement would inevitably focus national attention on the strike, its issues, and its nonviolent tactics. When Dr. King advocated a general work stoppage in Memphis, the temple from where he was addressing nearly burst into pandemonium. He sat down to tumultuous applause and then received a note, initialed by Andy Young and Ralph Abernathy, suggesting that he return to lead a march on the day scheduled for the work stoppage. Dr. King returned to the microphone and said that perhaps the Poor People's Campaign could begin in Memphis. If the people wanted him to, he would lead such a march to City Hall. The response was predictable. The date was set for March 22, 4 days later. Organizers began to spread the word that Dr. King would return to Memphis to lead a march on Friday from Claiborne Temple to City Hall. 10,000 marchers were expected. White apprehension rose. Hate literature was circulated throughout the city. Incredibly, the day before the march, the city, whose average annual snowfall was only 5.6 inches, was buried by a blizzard that dumped 16.2 inches of snow, the second largest snowfall ever recorded in Memphis. The city was virtually shut down, and the march had to be postponed until Thursday, March 28. Early on the morning of the march, Dr. King left New York City for Memphis. Organizers began to intercept students on the way to school or even at the school gates, urging them to join the march. A confrontation between police and students at Hamilton High School resulted in a student being injured. Word spread that the police had killed a girl at the school, and young people's anger grew. It was not an auspicious start for Dr. King's nonviolent march. The Memphis Police Department, MPD, was completely mobilized that morning, with over 300 officers supplemented by 50 sheriff's deputies committed to the general march area. Emergency mobile TACT units run by Inspector Sam Evans were also standing by. Each unit consisted of 12 sheriff's deputies and MPD officers with 3 cars and 4 men to each car. This was the first use of a TAC squad in Memphis. Since there weren't enough shotguns to go around, a number of officers carried personal weapons. The police were anxious. Riot training had been virtually non-existent in Memphis except for a special elite group. Their own constantly circling helicopter only added to the uneasiness. Dr. King was late, and the crowd became increasingly restless. Some leaders, such as the Reverend Samuel Billy Kiles, wanted to start the march without Dr. King, but Reverend Lawson insisted on waiting. For a long time, Lawson had tried to involve Kiles in the strike support planning sessions, but finally agreed with the others that it was a waste of time. Kiles never showed up, although he frequently attended the public meetings. Dr. King and Ralph Abernathy finally arrived at the march site just before 11 a.m., having been driven directly from the airport. They led the march, linking arms with local ministers, but signs of unrest were everywhere. Trouble began in short order as the march line proceeded up Beale Street to Main Street. The sounds of glass breaking, isolated at first, became louder and more frequent. Youth ran alongside the march line, ignoring the marshal's instructions. Chaos descended, and Dr. King was persuaded to leave the area. A car was flagged down, and he was taken to the Rivermont Hotel at the direction of the police, being escorted by Motorcycle Officer Lieutenant Marion Nichols. Lodging was provided even though he had no reservation at the hotel, rooms having been reserved at the Peabody Hotel. After Dr. King had been spirited away, Lawson moved through the march line with a bullhorn, urging everyone to return to the starting point, the church. As thousands began to turn around, the sounds of breaking glass continued. Youth darted from one store to another, shattering windows. Some began looting, but eyewitnesses maintained that they were followed by older, more experienced hands who quickly and efficiently took advantage of the window breaking, entered the stores, and came away with goods. The police moved in behind the disorganized crowd and fired mace and tear gas. Around 11:30 a.m., Frank Holloman and Mayor Loeb called Governor Buford Ellington and requested the Tennessee National Guard. By noon, a contingent of the State Highway Patrol was on the way to Memphis, and the 1st National Guard units were assembling. The police and the sheriff's officers randomly clubbed a number of onlookers and customers of stores, pool halls, restaurants, and lounges, which, under the order of Inspector Sam Evans, were forcibly closed. A 16-year-old boy, Larry Payne, was shot and killed by the police, who claimed he was a looter and, when cornered, had pulled a knife. An eyewitness said that Payne had his hands up when shot. A knife was allegedly found at the scene, but no fingerprints were on it. That evening, a curfew was put in place, and guardsmen from all over western Tennessee, accompanied by 8 armored personnel carriers, descended on the city. By Friday morning, 282 persons had been arrested and held without bond. 64 persons were treated in hospital emergency rooms by midnight Thursday, with another 10 coming in over the weekend. Dr. King was savagely attacked by the media and the Washington establishment. Congressmen tripped over each other in their haste to condemn him and to demand that on the basis of the Memphis experience, the Poor People's Campaign in Washington be called off. Dr. King's SCLC aides, who had no hand in planning the march, believed that local incompetence had set up this disaster. Reverend Lawson believed that the young militants, who hadn't been involved in planning the march either, would have to be brought in with the SCLC. Dr. King met, against Abernathy's advice, with 3 leaders of the invaders who would be fully involved in the planning and development of strategy for the next one. Though depressed over the violence, Dr. King was buoyed by the meeting. At an afternoon press conference, he expressed confidence in the new working relationship. He also confirmed that he would take time out from his schedule to prepare for the Washington campaign and once again return to Memphis to lead a large, nonviolent march. This time, the SCLC would assist in the planning. Meanwhile, the boycott and local marches would continue. Nonviolence was still seen as the only viable strategy. The following Saturday, March 30, SCLC staff and some board members met in Atlanta to discuss whether to continue in Memphis. Ralph Abernathy told me that Dr. King privately had made the decision to march again in Memphis, but understandably, he wanted the SCLC support. Finally, Dr. King obtained the support he wanted. The decision to return became official on Saturday afternoon, March 30, 1968. On March 31, in an act that I long regarded as unrelated to the events of this story, Lyndon Johnson announced before a nationwide radio and television audience that he wouldn't seek re-election. 15 days earlier, Robert Kennedy had announced his intention to challenge Johnson for the presidency. I would learn years later that FBI Director Hoover had informed Johnson around that time that Kennedy had been attempting to reach Dr. King to advise him of his decision. Kennedy was seeking Dr. King's support and participation in what promised to be a difficult and bitter campaign. SCLC organizers, including James Bevel, James Orange, and Jesse Jackson, went ahead to Memphis to take over the arrangements for the march, the date of which was firmly set for April 5. 6,000 Union members from all over the country were to come to Memphis. One after another, labor and civil rights groups announced their support. On Monday, April 1, Mayor Loeb announced an end of the curfew, and units of the National Guard slowly began to leave, ready to be called up quickly if needed for the next march. The funeral for Larry Payne, the 16-year-old casualty of the first march, was held at the Claiborne Temple the next day, followed by a speech by Ralph Abernathy that evening to an overflowing crowd. He checked in at the Peabody that evening, but the next day would transfer to the Lorraine Motel when Dr. King arrived. Wednesday morning, City Attorney Frank Giannotti appeared in U.S. District Court before Judge Bailey Brown and requested a temporary restraining order against certain named out-of-state residents: King, Abernathy, Hosea Williams, the chief community organizer, James Bevel, James Orange, and Dr. King's bodyguard Bernard Lee, to prevent them from organizing in or engaging in a nuisance parade or march in the city of Memphis. Judge Brown issued the restraining order, but set it down for a hearing the next morning. Dr. King's flight arrived in Memphis at 10:30 a.m., having been delayed by a bomb threat. His party was picked up and taken straight to the Lorraine Motel. After checking in, they went to the Reverend Lawson's church to meet with clergy and union leaders and with a set of lawyers. They adjourned to the Lorraine Motel to eat in the restaurant and meet with the Bob Group around 4 p.m. At the meeting, Dr. King agreed to assist in the funding of a black cooperative and a liberation school. The Lorraine, today the National Civil Rights Museum, is a 2-story building at 406 Mulberry Street, located in a rundown warehouse and rooming house area of the city, 5 blocks south of Beale Street and a block east of South Main Street. It had been black-owned and operated from its beginning. Walter and Lorraine Lurley Bailey took it over in 1955 when it was a 14-room structure. By 1965, it had nearly 50 new units and a swimming pool. It was a family-run motel, with Bailey and his wife doing most of the work and cooking. Checking in with the SCLC advance staff on April 2 were James Lau of the Justice Department's Community Relations Service, Room 308, and photographer Joseph Lowe, who had been traveling with Dr. King while working on a documentary about the Poor People's Campaign, Room 309. Dr. King, initially scheduled to occupy the secure Room 201, was scheduled to address a mass meeting at the Masonic Temple, and, in spite of a storm, several thousand people were expected. Ralph Abernathy told me that Dr. King was tired and wanted to stay at the motel and meet and talk to a few people. As he had done the night before, he asked Ralph Abernathy to stand in for him and address the group. Abernathy remembered entering the side door of the temple, drawing applause as he was recognized. The applause subsided when the crowd failed to see Dr. King behind him. He didn't even attempt to speak, but instead went around the side of the hall to a telephone from which he called Dr. King and told him, "Your people are here tonight, and you ought to come and talk to them. This isn't my crowd, it's your crowd. I can look at them and tell you that they didn't come tonight to hear Abernathy. They come tonight in this storm to hear King." King came. Tornado warnings had been issued. The storms swept out of Arkansas and across Tennessee and Kentucky, leveling houses, barns, utility lines, and trees. 12 people were left dead and more than 100 were injured. The wail of civil defense sirens sounded across the city, adding to the eerie and expectant atmosphere inside the Masonic Temple. Dr. King arrived around 9 p.m. to rapturous applause. Dr. King's speech, his last, was one of his most famous and certainly his most prophetic ending. Like anybody, I would like to live a long life. Longevity has its place. But I'm not concerned about that now. I just want to do God's will. And He's allowed me to go up to the mountain, and I've looked over, and I've seen the promised land. I may not get there with you, but I want you to know tonight that we, as people, will get to the promised land. So I'm happy tonight. I'm not worried about anything. I'm not fearing any man. Mine eyes have seen the glory of the coming of the Lord. Chapter 2. Deathly Support. Is it really worthwhile to take on this fight when those who rule embody guile and always employ formidable might? Is the assertion of personal essence enough when the larger goal is gone, and the world is ever more cruel and rough with no one able to atone? To think it came to this, was there no other way? Why a bullet and not a kiss, on or before that fateful day? Thursday, April 4, was the 53rd day of the strike. While Dr. King slept, Judge Bailey Brown began to hear arguments on whether the temporary restraining order should be made permanent, thus making it illegal for the march that had been rescheduled for April 8 to proceed. The legal team representing Dr. King and his colleagues requested a dismissal or a modification for the existing order and proposed a series of restrictions on the march acceptable to Dr. King. Around 4 p.m., Judge Brown announced that he was going to let the march proceed, subject to those restrictions. Late morning, Dr. King met with some of the invaders and then met with Abernathy over lunch in their room, 306. Abernathy recalled that after the meal, Dr. King and his younger brother, Alfred Daniel A.D. King, who had arrived unexpectedly, joked with their mother on the telephone. Shortly afterward, the executive staff meeting began in room 306. Hosea Williams told me that at the meeting, Dr. King took him to task for attempting to put some of the invaders on the SCLC staff. Hosea was always a keen strategist, and he saw the usefulness of co-opting some of the invaders' leadership to their side. Dr. King said that he couldn't appreciate anyone who hadn't learned to accept nonviolence, at least as a tactic in the struggle if not in one's way of life. He said he didn't want the SCLC to employ anyone who didn't totally accept nonviolence. The meeting was in full swing when Andy Young returned from court to give his report. He was later than expected and had also neglected to call in to give a report on how the proceedings were going, as Dr. King had asked him to do. Hosea remembers Dr. King tussling with him in the room, saying, "I'll show you who the leader is." Just about the time that the staff meeting was heating up in the motel, less than 300 feet away, a man calling himself John Willard was registering for a room in the rear of the South Main Street rooming house whose back faced the Lorraine. Also at this time, one of the SCLC's senior field organizers, Reverend James Orange, left to do some shopping, driven by Invaders member Merrill McCullough. On the way back to the motel, they picked up James Bevel at the Claiborne Temple. About 2 hours later, J. Edgar Hoover was about to have the first of his pre-dinner martinis at his usual table at Harvey's restaurant in Washington. The fact that he attended Harvey's for dinner as usual would be cited by defenders of the FBI as showing a lack of knowledge of the events that were to take place in the next half hour. Reverend Kyle stated, and has maintained over the last 36 years, that he arrived at the motel around 3 p.m. and went from room to room for a period of time visiting with various people. Clearly, Kyle's role was to get Dr. King onto the balcony at 6 p.m., where a clear shot would be possible. Dr. King and about 14 other aides were to go to Kyle's house for a buffet dinner organized by his wife, Gwen. In At the River I Stand, John Bafus records in detail Kyle's comments on his activity during the last hour of Dr. King's life, which have now become accepted as fact. In light of what I learned later, I believe it is useful to quote verbatim from her transcription of Kyle's story. Ralph was dressed when I got in to room 306, and Martin was still dressing. Ralph said, "All right now, Billy. I don't want you fooling me tonight. Are we going to have soul food? Now, if we go over there and get some filet mignon or T-bone, you're going to flunk." Dr. King says, "Yeah, we don't want it to be like that preacher's house we went to in Atlanta, that great big house. We had some ham, a ham bone, and there wasn't no meat on it. We had Kool-Aid, and it wasn't even sweet." I said, "You just get ready, you're late." I had told them 5 o'clock, and I told my wife 6 o'clock. I said, "Hurry up, let's go." He was in a real good mood. It may have been from what they accomplished in the staff meeting. When Dr. King's relaxed, he's relaxed. He'd put his shirt on. He couldn't find his tie, and he thought that the staff was playing games with him, but we did find it in the drawer. When he put the shirt on, it was too tight, and I said, "Oh, doctor, you're getting fat." He said, "Yeah, I am doing that." I called to Ralph to come on. They were getting ready to load up. I said, "I'll come down. Wait a minute. Somebody can ride with me." As I turned and got maybe 5 steps away, this noise sounded, like a firecracker. As discussed elsewhere, based upon the surveillance notes from the police intelligence investigator, this account was a bold-faced lie, used by Kyles to disguise the role he was instructed to play, to get Dr. King on the balcony at 6 p.m., a clean target, as Kyles had walked about 60 feet north out of the way where he waited. Originally, we believed the photograph that was taken by Joseph Liu minutes after the shot. The picture flashed around the world and showed a group of SCLC staff, including Andy Young, standing on the balcony pointing toward the back of the rooming house. In the photograph, a person is kneeling by the feet of the others, apparently checking Dr. King for life signs. At the time, no one seemed to know who this person was. The first call for help to the police department's dispatcher was recorded at 6:03 p.m. Calls went out from Police Dispatch and Fire Station Number 2, diagonally opposite the Lorraine, where Police Officer Willie B. Richmond had sounded the alert. Lieutenant Judson E. Gormley of the Shelby County Sheriff's Department commanded TAC Unit 10, TAC 10, that afternoon. They were in place with 3 cars at Fire Station Number 2 on South Main Street and Butler Street. The TAC units each consisted of 12 officers from the MPD and the Shelby County Sheriff's Department. Except for Officer Emmett Douglas, who was sitting in the unit station wagon monitoring the radio, the others were inside the fire station drinking coffee, playing ping pong, making phone calls, or talking. Emmett would confirm that his station wagon, identified as the car that the fleeing James Earl Ray saw, caused him to panic and drop a bundle in Canopy's amusement company doorway near the second Mustang. In fact, the police station wagon was not pulled up to the curb in Ray's sight, but in front of the side door of the firehouse, well out of Ray's vision. When the shot rang out and Richmond called out, "Dr. King has been shot," all of the officers ran out the north exit of the station and around to the rear of the building. Gormley said he stopped at the concrete wall at the rear of the fire station, turned around, ran back to the front of the station, and headed north up South Main Street toward the rooming house, arriving in front of the recessed doorway of the Canopy Amusement Company at 424 South Main Street within 2 minutes of the shot. There, he found a bundle that contained a gun and several other items, including 9 .30-06 unfired rifle bullets inside a cardboard box. One of the 2 customers in the Canopy Amusement Company and Canopy himself described hearing a thump as the bundle was dropped, and said that they noticed a young man pass by and a white Mustang parked south of the shop pull away. Sheriff's Deputy Vernon Dollahite apparently arrived shortly after Gormley from the opposite direction, having continued from the motel around the block up to South Main Street. He entered Jim's Grill, located directly beneath the rooming house where John Willard had rented a room. Dollahite ordered Lloyd Jowers, the owner and manager of the grill, to lock the door and let no one in or out. According to those present, Dr. King was lifted onto a stretcher and carried down the stairs to a waiting ambulance. Ralph Abernathy rode with him to St. Joseph's Hospital. Bernard Lee, Andy Young, and Chauncey Eskridge, Dr. King's personal lawyer, followed behind in a car driven by Solomon Jones, a driver for the R.S. Lewis & Sons funeral home who had been provided to Dr. King as his chauffeur when he was in Memphis. Around 6:30 p.m., a police dispatcher, William Tucker, received a call from a patrol car that supposedly was chasing a white Mustang across the northern part of the city. Upon hearing about the shooting, Lorraine Bailey had screamed, exclaiming, "What have we done?" ran to her room, and collapsed on her bed. She suffered a cerebral hemorrhage and was rushed to St. Joseph's Hospital. She never regained consciousness and died the following Tuesday, just as the funeral for Dr. King began in Atlanta. Reverend A.D. King had been in the shower when the shooting occurred. He was dressing when the ambulance left, and he remained at the motel, waiting for word from the hospital and keeping in touch with his parents in Atlanta. At St. Joseph's, Dr. King was worked on feverishly by a team of 5 or 6 doctors in the emergency room, while police sealed off the hospital. Early on, it became apparent to the medical team that the high-velocity bullet had entered the right lower facial area around the chin, penetrated downward, and severed the spinal cord in the lower neck, upper chest, and back regions. Andy Young and Chauncey Eskridge waited in a small anteroom. Ralph Abernathy and Bernard Lee stood against the wall of the small emergency room, waiting while the doctors worked until they were ordered out of the room. Finally, neurosurgeon Frederick Joya approached Abernathy and told him that there was no hope. The only life function that remained was Dr. King's heartbeat. His breathing was facilitated by a catheter in his throat. Finally, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. was pronounced dead at 7:05 p.m. The hospital chaplain, Faith Coleman Burgard, reached the emergency room shortly afterward. While Dr. King's aides prayed in the anteroom, Burgard bent over the body, prayed, and closed the dead man's eyes. Having heard about the shooting, Dr. King's wife, Coretta, was on her way to board a plane for Memphis when the news of his death reached her. She returned home to be with their 4 children. Around this time, I was pulling into the driveway of my parents' home in Yonkers, New York. A bulletin announcing Dr. King's shooting came over the radio. Stunned, I sat immobile for several minutes. For one bright moment back in the late 1960s, we actually believed that we could change our country. We had identified the enemy, we saw it up close, we had its measure, and we were very hopeful that we would prevail. The enemy was hollow where we had substance. All of that substance was destroyed by an assassin's bullet. Shortly afterward, I called Ben Spock. We arranged to travel together to Memphis for the Memorial March the following Monday, and then on to Atlanta for the funeral. Fear and uncertainty prevailed in Memphis that evening. Telephone communications broke down in the central city. Though a curfew had been imposed and the meeting at the Masonic Temple at which Dr. King was to speak had been called off, masses of blacks, some unknowingly, some in defiance, converged on the temple. By 8:15 p.m., window breaking and rock-throwing incidents were increasing. By 9 p.m., sniper fire was reported in northern Memphis, and by 10 p.m., a building supplies company north of downtown was the scene of a major fire. Rioting and looting became rampant, with liquor stores the main target. The first contingent of a 4,000-strong National Guard force moved into the streets, joining the police, sheriff's deputies, state highway patrol, and 50 Arkansas highway patrolmen. Eventually, Ralph Abernathy, Andy Young, Hosea Williams, and the other SCLC staff members regrouped at the motel and met into the early hours of Friday, April 5. All pledged loyalty to Ralph Abernathy as Dr. King's appointed successor. By Friday morning, the autopsy by Shelby County's medical examiner, Dr. Francisco, had been completed at John Gaston Hospital. Dr. King's body was then taken to R.S. Lewis & Sons Funeral Home, where people came to pay their respects. Coretta King was on her way from Atlanta to escort the body home. The SCLC staff gathered at the funeral home to take the body to the airport when she arrived. She and her children never left the private jet that Senator Robert Kennedy had chartered for her. Attorney General Ramsey Clark visited her on board and publicly announced, "All of our evidence at this time indicates that it was a single person who committed this criminal act." A lie that would prevail until now, when the truth is finally being told in this book. On the morning of Friday, April 5, President Johnson met with 21 civil rights leaders called to Washington from across the country. He then went to the Washington National Cathedral and attended a memorial service for Dr. King in the midst of the ongoing insurrection and civil disorder in the Capitol. Compared with the spontaneous violence of the night before, Friday in Memphis was relatively calm, as though the city had spent all of its anger in one short burst. The situation across the country was very different. By evening, at least 40 cities were in trouble. States of emergency were declared in Washington, D.C., Chicago, Detroit, Pittsburgh, Baltimore, Wilmington, Delaware, and Newark. Within 24 hours of the killing, the .30-06 Remington 760 Game Master rifle found in the bundle near the scene was traced by its serial number to the Aero Marine Supply Company in Birmingham, Alabama. The manager, Donald Wood, told investigators that a person named Harvey Lohmeyer had first bought a .243 Winchester on March 29 and then, strangely enough, exchanged it for the Remington the next day. On the rifle was a Redfield 2x7 telescope sight, which had been mounted at Lohmeyer's request. A pair of binoculars also found in the bundle in front of the Canopy Amusement Company was traced by Memphis police to the York Arms Company, located a few blocks north of the rooming house on South Main Street. The rifle was packed in a Browning rifle box, along with a Remington Peters cartridge box containing 9 .30-06 cartridges, 4 military type and 5 Remington Peters soft points. The rifle box had been wrapped in a bedspread along with a zippered plastic overnight bag containing toiletries, a pair of pliers, a tack hammer, a portable radio, 2 cans of beer, and a section of the April 4 edition of the Memphis Commercial Appeal. In the rifle was an unejected cartridge case. The Memphis City Council passed a resolution expressing condolences to Dr. King's family and issued a reward of $50,000 for information leading to the capture and conviction of the assassin. Since the Commercial Appeal and the Memphis Press Scimitar had also each pledged $25,000, the total reward offer came to $100,000. The march, scheduled for Monday, April 8, was to proceed as a memorial to Dr. King with a rally in front of City Hall, subject to the restrictions previously agreed upon and handed down by Judge Bailey Brown. On that cloudy Monday, Dr. Spock and I joined some 40,000 people, mostly local blacks, and slowly marched between the ranks of the 5,000 National Guardsmen who lined the route from Hernando Street to City Hall. Eventually, Dr. Spock and I mounted the specially erected platform and joined the family, Ralph Abernathy, and others who would address the large outpouring of mourners. We were particularly impressed with the commitment expressed by Harry Belafonte, but in succeeding years, as we struggled against the government on behalf of the truth, Harry was usually not available. This did not sit well with either the family or me. Years later, at his daughter's request, I agreed to be interviewed by him in a documentary he was developing on his life. The session took several hours. Not a minute of my interview was included as being acceptable to the image being put forward. None of this is to deny his earlier closeness to Dr. King and the support and comfort he provided at critical times. I thought that the family members who elected to exclude him from their inner circle, particularly after Coretta's death, may have been unduly unfair, but that was their decision. We went to Atlanta the next day for the funeral. There were about 100,000 mourners, including Vice President Hubert Humphrey, walking slowly behind a mule-drawn carriage to the Morehouse College campus for a service and then onto the burial in Southview Cemetery. Prominent individuals who had increasingly turned their backs on Dr. King during his last year, when he most needed them, turned up at his funeral. The hypocrisy sickened me. That evening, Robert Kennedy invited a number of us to a gathering in his hotel suite. I did not go. I regarded the senator's politically motivated actions as distasteful. I had long ago come to expect that from the Kennedys, as a result of my previous experience as Robert Kennedy's Westchester County, New York Citizens Chairman during his senatorial campaign in 1964. We would learn years later that in the early 1960s, a less mature Attorney General Kennedy had given in to FBI Director Hoover's pressure to permit the wiretapping of Dr. King. Having said that, I have subsequently come to appreciate that the Robert Kennedy who I knew in 1964 was not the same man who was running for president in 1968. The latter Bobby Kennedy had become aware of the disparity in wealth and the suffering of millions of his fellow citizens who were barely able to survive. He never knew that American children were sleeping on dirt floors and going shoeless to school until he traveled to West Virginia and Appalachia. He was, I was told, moved to tears. I have regrets that I did not know this formidable human being as he emerged, and now am left with the task of unearthing the truth of how he, too, was taken from us. I am seeking as lead counsel a full evidentiary hearing of the man falsely accused of his assassination. Back to the Dr. King assassination and Memphis. Negotiations aimed at settling the Memphis sanitation workers' strike would soon resume under intense presidential pressure for a settlement. An agreement was reached on April 16. The union was recognized and a pay raise was agreed to, as were the procedures for a dues checkoff through the Public Works Federal Credit Union. The strike had lasted for 65 days. On April 10, Mrs. John Riley in apartment 492 of the Capitol Homes housing project in Atlanta telephoned the local FBI field office to report that a Mustang had been left in a small parking space near her building. She described it as white with a 1968 Alabama plate in the back and 2 Mexican tourist stickers on the windshield. She had heard that the police were looking for a man driving a white Mustang in connection with the killing of Dr. King. The Mustang, she reported, had been parked in that space since April 5. A quick check showed that the car was registered in the name of Eric S. Galt, 2608 South Highland Avenue, Birmingham. The ashtray was overflowing with cigarette butts and ashes. On April 12, the Miami FBI office issued and then immediately withdrew a statewide police bulletin calling for the location, though not the apprehension, of one Eric Starvo Galt. A handwriting comparison indicated that Galt was also the man calling himself Harvey Lohmeyer, the man who bought the rifle at the Aero Marine Supply Company in Birmingham. An analysis of fibers found in the trunk of the Mustang matched those on the pillow and sheets in room 5B of the rooming house rented by John Willard on April 4. From interviews with acquaintances of Galt, the FBI learned that he had attended the International School of Bartending on Sunset Boulevard in Los Angeles. Tomas Reyes Lau, its director, provided a photograph of the man. Money orders cashed in the Los Angeles area found to have been purchased at the Bank of America by Eric S. Galt were made out to the Locksmithing Institute in Bloomfield, New Jersey. The records of that institute showed that Galt had been receiving lessons in Montreal by mail beginning on July 17, 1967, with the latest lesson sent to 113 14th Street in Atlanta. Local FBI agents descended on those premises on April 16. Learning that Galt still had his ground floor room number 2, they established a physical surveillance for 24 hours. Author Gerald Frank maintained that when no one appeared, 2 agents acting under instructions from Carther DeLoach, the FBI's assistant director in Washington, disguised themselves as hippies and rented a room from landlord James Garner, adjoining room number 2. The connecting door was padlocked from the other side, so, according to Gerald Frank, DeLoach gave instructions to remove the door from its hinges in order to get in. DeLoach has denied this. Thus, they obtained, possibly illegally because no warrant had been issued, a variety of items from the room, including a map of Atlanta with a clear left thumbprint. Someone, apparently J. Edgar Hoover himself, suggested that the available fingerprints be compared against the prints of white men under 50 wanted by the police, the fugitive file. Reportedly 53,000 sets of prints were in this category. On April 17, the Birmingham FBI office sought a federal fugitive warrant for Eric Starvo Galt pursuant to an indictment charging a conspiracy to violate Dr. King's civil rights. Beginning on the morning of April 18, FBI specialists undertook the task of fingerprint comparison. By the next morning, the 700th card matched. It belonged to a fugitive from a Missouri penitentiary. His name was James Earl Ray. It was clear Galt and Ray, escaped convict, were the same man. Chapter 3. The Patsy Ritual. Patsy hunted, Patsy found, now remains a trial or plea. Then with lawyers round and round, a guilt arranged for all to see. With the death of Dr. King, the media quite naturally turned their attention to the FBI-led search for the killer. The manhunt officially started on April 17 with the Birmingham indictment, beginning with the FBI, the Bureau, purporting to mount an all-out campaign to search for Dr. King's murderer. During this time, the Bureau selectively leaked information to the media. One such leak was noted very early on by Martin Waldron of the New York Times. In his article entitled The Search, published on April 20, 1968, he stated, "Earlier, there had been information leaks from the FBI that the fingerprints found on the rifle dropped on the Memphis street had been tested and had been found to be those of Ray." On May 1, the San Francisco Chronicle, quoting certain unimpeachable sources of the Los Angeles Times, said that the FBI had found or obtained a map of Atlanta with the area of Dr. Martin Luther King's residence and church circled and linked to accused assassin James Earl Ray. The article went on to state that the map tends to support a theory by some investigators that Ray stalked Dr. King for some time before fatally shooting him on April 4. On May 22, the Scripps Howard newspaper chain carried the same story across the nation. So, shortly after being identified, a leak clearly from the Bureau portrayed Ray in the national media as a killer who consciously stalked his prey and left behind tangible evidence. Praise for the Bureau manhunt also appeared in print, It was widespread and appeared to have first been declared by nationally syndicated columnist and Hoover friend Drew Pearson in a column written with Jack Anderson that appeared on May 6, 1968. We have checked into the operations of the FBI in this respect and are convinced that it is conducting perhaps the most painstaking, exhaustive manhunt ever before undertaken in the United States. Its G-men have checked every bar ever patronized by James Earl Ray, every flophouse he ever stopped at, every cantina in Mexico he ever visited. It had collected an amazing array of evidence, all linking Ray with the murder. In early May, as a matter of routine, the FBI asked the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, RCMP, to examine its files to assess whether anyone resembling the fugitive James Earl Ray might have applied for a passport recently. A similar exercise underway in the United States had been unproductive. A task force of constables compared Ray's photographs with passport applications from April 23, 1967, the day of Ray's escape from prison where he had been sentenced for armed robbery. On May 20, a young constable found a photograph that looked like Ray. It was attached to the application of one Ramon George Snide, a 35-year-old native of Toronto. The passport had been issued on April 24, 1968, and sent on that date to Snide, care of the Kennedy Travel Bureau in Toronto. Mr. Snide turned out to be a Toronto policeman who was clearly not the man in the photograph accompanying the passport application. Snide said that around the 1st of May, he received a call from someone who claimed to be with the Passport Division inquiring whether he had lost his passport. When he said that he had never had a passport, the caller apologized, saying that it must have been a mistake, and hung up. The RCMP forwarded the passport application to the FBI laboratory in Washington for a handwriting comparison with the Galt signature. They matched. Backtracking Ray's movements, the RCMP discovered he had apparently arrived in Toronto on April 8 and explored using not one but two new identities, Snide and Paul Edward Bridgman, a 35-year-old man who had some resemblance to Ray. Bridgman had also received a telephone call asking if he had lost his passport. He had had one 8 years earlier. The RCMP also discovered that there was a Toronto citizen named Eric St. Vincent Galt, who was the only Eric Galt listed in the Canadian telephone directories in 1968. He worked for Union Carbide, the U.S. defense manufacturer. The RCMP quickly learned from the Kennedy Travel Bureau that Ray, as Snide, had left for London on a British Overseas Airways Corporation (BOAC) flight on May 6. Scotland Yard was contacted and every port of entry into the United Kingdom was alerted. The official reason was that Ramon George Snide, traveling on a Canadian passport, had violated the Alien Immigration Act. If apprehended, he was to be held for questioning. Later that same day, Ray flew to London and then to Portugal, where he obtained a new passport from the Canadian Embassy that corrected a misspelling in the last name from Snaya to Snide. He flew back to London on May 17. Meanwhile, in the United States, the media continued their coverage of the case. In a May 20 Time magazine article, acquaintances reportedly referred to Ray as an obsessive racial bigot, an abrasive patron who belted screwdrivers, dozed on the bar stool, and bickered with anyone around. A May 20 Newsweek article cited the FBI's comments on an ad placed by Ray and another ad that he answered by sending a Polaroid photograph in which his face appeared to be puffed up. Newsweek reported that Bureau insider said he was taking amphetamines off and on and his weight might well have fluctuated sharply as a result. The article noted that the Bureau had released another photograph of Ray taken with a prostitute in Mexico, but she was clipped out. The article continued, "Still, the fact of her presence, plus Galt/Ray's pathetic try for mail-order romance, yielded telling insights, and thus helped fill out his emerging portrait as an ingrown, emotionally stunted loner. The more investigators find out about their man, in fact, the less they see him as the conspiratorial type. You take 5 guys who don't know each other and put them in a room," said one. 4 of them would start talking small talk to each other. Ray would sit by himself. He picked up the suspect's mugshot. "This is our man," he said. "He killed King." Hence, in this one leak to Newsweek, the Bureau conveyed to the American public, 2 weeks before Ray's capture, that the man being sought for the killing of Dr. King was a vice-ridden loner and was certainly guilty. Jeremiah O'Leary, a frequent mouthpiece for the Bureau, in an article in the Washington Star, quoted unnamed convicts interviewed by unnamed investigators, who could only have been FBI agents tracking Ray, as saying that Ray was a racist and a habitual user of amphetamines while in prison. O'Leary also maintained that some of his fellow prisoners described him as an anti-Negro loner who spent much of his time in jail reading sex books and girly magazines. Other wire service syndicated pieces were equally damning. For example, one story under the leader, "Ray Talked of Bounty on King, Friend," put out by UPI, quoted a convict named Raymond Curtis, allegedly a friend of Ray's, as saying that Ray told him that if there was a bounty on Dr. King, he would collect it if he got out. Curtis also alleged that Ray used dope, bragged about picking up lots of women, and was a loner. It is difficult to imagine more damaging depictions of an accused person who hadn't yet even been apprehended, much less given a chance to tell his story. On Saturday, June 8, Ray, wearing a beige raincoat and shell-rimmed glasses, presented his Canadian passport at the desk at Heathrow Airport at approximately 11:15 a.m. He had been scheduled to fly on a British European Airways flight to Brussels at 11:50 a.m. Immigration officer Kenneth Heumann noticed a second passport when Ray pulled the first from his jacket and asked to see that one as well. It was identical, except that it had been issued in Ottawa on April 4, and the last name was Snaya. Ray explained about the misspelling and stated that he'd had no time to get it corrected before leaving Canada, requiring him to take care of it in Lisbon. Ray was approached by Detective Sergeant Philip Birch of Scotland Yard, who asked to see the passports. He took Ray, as snide, to a nearby room and telephoned Scotland Yard. Detective Chief Superintendent Thomas Butler and Chief Inspector Kenneth Thompson were notified and headed toward Heathrow. Ray was searched by Sergeant Birch. The officer extracted a .38 revolver from his back right pocket, the handle of which was wrapped in black electrical tape. The 6-chamber gun was loaded with 5 rounds. Ray explained that he was going to Rhodesia and thought the gun might be needed because of the unrest there. Birch informed him that he was committing an offense for which he could be arrested. Shortly after 1 p.m., Butler and Thompson arrived and Ray was placed under arrest for possessing a gun without a permit and was taken to Cannon Row Police Station, fingerprinted, and placed in a cell. Later, Butler and Thompson told him that they had reason to believe he was not, in fact, a Canadian citizen, but an American wanted in the United States for various offenses, including murder with a firearm. Solicitor Michael Eugene was appointed to represent Ray. Extradition was routinely opposed. Ray wrote to U.S. Attorneys F. Lee Bailey of Massachusetts and Arthur J. Haynes of Birmingham, indicating that he was interested in seeking legal services in the event of his return to Memphis to stand trial on a murder charge. Bailey, who had been friendly with Dr. King, wasn't willing to act, but Arthur Haynes and his son, Arthur Jr., were interested and went to England in an effort to visit their new client. During their first trip in June 1968, they were denied access, but soon afterward they were allowed to see Ray. The extradition requests from the state of Tennessee and Missouri were based largely on the affidavit of one Charles Quitman Stevens, a resident of the South Main Street rooming house, who had emerged as the state's chief witness. He had provided a tentative eyewitness identification of Ray as a person he allegedly saw in the hallway of the rooming house around the time of the killing. Extradition was granted. Ray appealed. Subsequently, on the advice of his new lawyer, Arthur Haynes Sr., Ray dropped the appeal. While the extradition proceedings were in process, an entire cell block in the Shelby County Jail in Memphis was prepared for Ray in consultation with the federal government. When Ray was formally extradited to the United States on July 19, 1968, he was placed in the specially arranged facilities. The Drew Pearson and Jack Anderson column on July 22, 1968, stated that Ray was a lone gunman. It began, "It now looks as if the FBI has exploded the generally prevalent theory that the murder of the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King involved a conspiracy." The column went on to confirm that the FBI had found a robbery where Ray probably got his money. It continued, "The FBI has been checking very carefully, and one of the robbers answers the description of James Earl Ray. He had the same long hair, the same height, and the same physical makeup." Thus surfaced, for the first time, the Alton, Illinois bank robbery story. This claim enabled the Bureau in 1968 to explain how James covered his living expenses during his period as a fugitive. If he had obtained funds from this source, it could be contended that he had no help from anyone else. Years later, we would learn that not only had Ray nothing to do with this robbery, but that there were other prime suspects. The Haynes father and son team, aided by local private investigator Renfro Hayes, began to prepare for trial. Then a surprising thing happened. On November 10, just 2 days before the trial and after a visit from Texas attorney Percy Foreman, Ray dismissed Haynes and retained Foreman. On November 12, Foreman obtained an extension based on his late arrival into the case. On December 18, concerned by Foreman's irregular attendance because of his poor health, the court appointed public defenders Hugh Stanton Sr. and Hugh Stanton Jr. to assist Foreman and ordered them to be ready to try the case if Foreman wasn't available. On January 17, the next court date set after the appointment of the Stantons, Foreman was indeed absent because of illness. The judge said that if Foreman was unable to handle the case, the Stantons would have to try it. The date was confirmed for March 3. The Stantons assigned 2 investigators, George King and George Getz, to interview witnesses and work on the case. Foreman was sick for part of January, and the Stantons were obviously concerned about whether he would be able to carry on. They advised the court that they wouldn't be ready to go to trial on March 3. The trial was put off for another month. Ultimately, the case never came to trial because James Earl Ray entered a plea of guilty on Monday, March 10, 1969. The matter was heard before Judge Preston Battle. Judge Battle asked Ray if he understood that the charge of murder in the first degree was being levied against him in this case. Because you killed Dr. Martin Luther King under such circumstances that it would make you legally guilty of murder in the first degree under the law as explained to you by your lawyers. Ray responded, "Yes, legally yes." After Ray affirmed that the plea of guilty was made freely and voluntarily with full understanding of its meaning and consequence, 12 names were called from the jury pool. After the seating of the jury, Phil M. Connolly, Jr., the District Attorney General of Shelby County, introduced himself, his executive assistant, Robert Dwyer, and his Assistant Attorney General, James Beasley. His presentation to the court recommended punishment of a term of 99 years. Connolly indicated that even though the defendant had consented to the plea, accepted the stipulations, and verified the free and voluntary nature of his undertaking in the voir dire, the state was still obliged to provide fundamental proof to the judge and jury. He concluded by saying that the investigation had been conducted by local police, national police organizations, and international law enforcement agents, and that his office had examined over 300 items of physical evidence. His chief investigator had traveled thousands of miles throughout the United States and to foreign countries and found no evidence that any conspiracy was involved in this killing, no proof that Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. was killed by anyone other than or in addition to James Earl Ray. Connolly pledged that if any evidence was ever presented that showed there was a conspiracy, he would take prompt and vigorous actions in searching out and asking that an indictment be returned if there were other people or if it should ever develop that other people were involved. Percy Foreman then addressed the jury and said it had taken him a month to convince himself that there was no conspiracy. He maintained that he talked with his client for more than 50 hours and estimated that most of the time was spent in cross-examination, checking each hour and minute and expenditure of money down to 75 cents. After his presentation, Foreman asked each juror whether he was willing to subscribe to the verdict of 99 years. Each juror answered, "Yes, sir." At the end of the polling, the jury was officially sworn in and witnesses were called. Testimony was then taken from Reverend Kiles, Dr. King's personal lawyer Chauncey Eskridge, coroner Dr. Jerry Francisco, Homicide Chief N.E. Zachary, and FBI Special Agent in Charge Robert G. Jensen. After a recess, Assistant Attorney General Beasley set forth the agreed-upon stipulation of facts that the state would prove, in addition to the testimony previously heard. Beasley summarized the state's interpretation of the actual killing and the details of the flight of James Earl Ray, his trip overseas, his apprehension, and his return. Judge Battle asked the jury to raise their hands if they accepted the compromise and settlement on a guilty plea and a punishment of 99 years. The jury was unanimous, and the verdict was signed. Ray was sentenced to 99 years in the state penitentiary. On the face of it, it was difficult to imagine how Ray could have so clearly admitted guilt if, in fact, he didn't commit the crime. Only many years later would I learn about the extraordinary circumstances surrounding the guilty plea. At one point early in the proceedings, he appeared to object to what was being said and done. After both sides accepted the jury, he interrupted the proceedings by saying, "Your Honor, I would like to say something. I don't want to change anything that I have said, but I just want to enter one other thing. The only thing that I have to say is that I can't agree with Mr. Clark." "Mr. who?" asked the judge. "Mr. J. Edgar Hoover. I agree with all these stipulations, and I am not trying to change anything." "You don't agree with whose theories?" "Mr. Canale's, Mr. Clark's, and Mr. J. Edgar Hoover's about the conspiracy. I don't want to add something on that I haven't agreed to in the past." Mr. Foreman said, "I think that what he said is that he doesn't agree that Ramsey Clark is right or that J. Edgar Hoover is right. I didn't argue that as evidence in this case. I simply stated that, underlining the statement of Attorney General Canale, that they made the same statement. You are not required to agree with it all." Though the general public was made well aware of the guilty plea, Ray's equivocation at the hearing was largely unnoticed. It was all over by lunchtime. Within 3 days of arriving at the penitentiary, Ray had written to the court requesting that his plea of guilty be set aside and that he be given a trial. 3 days after Ray's letter to the court on March 16, the Washington Post led a front-page national news section with the heading, "Ray Alone Still Talks of a Plot." After quoting Memphis prosecutors who had access to the massive investigative files of the FBI and who see Ray as a man who had a general hatred of Negroes and at best an unspecific and unstructured desire to harm King, the article went on to assert that Ray remained the only person associated with the case who believed that there was a conspiracy. The fact that many others, including Dr. King's widow, Ralph Abernathy, and other associates, believed in the existence of a conspiracy, was ignored. Chapter 4. Questions Abound. Questions abound. Truth is elusive. The dark glass prohibits sight. Clouds of hatred even more assertive, compelling truth to embrace flight. During the next 9 years, I had virtually nothing to do with the civil rights or anti-war movements, having walked away after Dr. King's funeral. I had no hope that the nation could be reconstructed without Dr. King's singular leadership. There quite simply was no one else. Ralph Abernathy and I had only sporadic contact during those 9 years. I had completed doctoral degree studies in education and law and written 2 books. Ralph had taken on, and then been forced to give up with some bitterness, the leadership of the SCLC. In late 1977, during a telephone conversation, Ralph told me he wasn't satisfied by the official explanation of Dr. King's murder and wanted to have a face-to-face meeting with the alleged assassin of his old friend. He said he would welcome an opportunity to hear Ray's story and assess it directly for himself. Would I arrange such a meeting and accompany him? Ray's lawyer at the time, Mark Lane, was receptive to the idea. Ralph's renewed interest in the case was clearly motivated by the House Select Committee on Assassinations, HSCA. HSCA investigations into the murders of President Kennedy and Dr. King were in progress at the time. The HSCA had been formed in 1976 in response to a growing public disbelief in the conclusions of the report of the Warren Commission on the assassination of President Kennedy. Public confidence in government had been shaken early on by the allegations of New Orleans District Attorney Jim Garrison, the Watergate scandal, and the 1973 Senate Judiciary Subcommittee report detailing the widespread surveillance of American citizens by Army intelligence. This was followed by the Rockefeller Commission report issued in June 1975 detailing CIA domestic activities against American civilians, and the findings of the 1975 House Judiciary Committee detailing the FBI's counterintelligence program, COINTELPRO. Confidence in the government sank even further, if possible, as a result of the 1976 Church Committee report, which contained 100 pages devoted to FBI and other government agency harassment and surveillance of Dr. King, and the 1976 House Intelligence Committee report covering the domestic activities of the CIA. Walter Fauntleroy, a former colleague of Abernathy and King, was chairman of the HSCA subcommittee investigating King's assassination. Although I was skeptical of such committees, having experienced congressional investigations of the anti-war movement a decade earlier, there was a general air of expectation that perhaps, at last, some of the hitherto unanswered questions would be addressed. It occurs to me now that Abernathy may well have been looking for a way to make his presence felt in this process. To properly assist Ralph, I knew I had to do a considerable amount of preparation. I agreed to help him as long as no meeting would take place until I believed we were ready. I wasn't going to become involved in any way that would embarrass King's memory or allow Ralph to be used by a clever lawyer of Ray's. I believed we were likely to have one opportunity to put some serious questions to Ray, and I wanted us to make the most of it. It was clear that Ralph would be interviewed by the press at the end of our session, and any position he took would have to be based on solid information. If this were not the case, his renewed interest in the case could well prove to be an embarrassment to himself and a disservice to Ray's latest effort to obtain a trial. Ray had been trying to get a trial for nearly 10 years. If the man was innocent, I certainly didn't want to hurt his chances for release. Ralph agreed to these ground rules, as did Mark Lane. I read everything I could find about the killing, but not a great deal was available. One of the earliest and most prominent works was Gerald Frank's An American Death, which became the official account of the case. Years later, I came across an internal FBI document dated March 11, 1969, the day after Ray's guilty plea hearing. This memo to Hoover's number 2 and closest confidant, Clyde Tolson, came from Assistant Director Cartha DeLoach. Specifically, he wrote, "Now that Ray has been convicted and is serving a 99-year sentence, I would like to suggest that the director allow us to choose a friendly, capable author, or the Reader's Digest, and proceed with a book based on this case. A carefully written factual book would do much to preserve the true history of this case. While it will not dispel or put down future rumors, it would certainly help to have a book of this nature on college and high school library shelves so that the future would be protected." Underneath this is handwritten the words, "Whom do you suggest?" I would also like to suggest that consideration be given to advising a friendly newspaper contact on a strictly confidential basis that Coretta King and Reverend Abernathy are deliberately plotting to keep King's assassination in the news by pulling the ruse of maintaining that King's murder was definitely a conspiracy and not committed by one man. This, of course, is obviously a rank trick in order to keep the money coming in to Mrs. King, Abernathy, and the Southern Christian Leadership Conference. We can do this without any attribution to the FBI and without anyone knowing that the information came from a wiretap. Respectfully, C.D. DeLoach. The very next day, DeLoach transmitted an addendum in which he stated the following: "If the director approves, we have in mind considering cooperating in the preparation of a book with either the Reader's Digest or author Gerald Frank. Frank is a well-known author whose most recent book is The Boston Strangler. Frank is already working on a book on the Ray case and has asked the Bureau's cooperation in the preparation of the book on a number of occasions. We have nothing derogatory on him in our files, and our relationship with him has been excellent." At the bottom of this addendum is handwritten the word OK and initialed H. Also at the bottom of DeLoach's letter to Tolson is a handwritten reference to author George E. McMillan, which apparently refers to the Bureau passing certain documentation to the author. McMillan had well-known intelligence connections and published a book on the Ray case, The Making of an Assassin, which was allegedly a psychological profile of Ray, and very much supported the Bureau's lone assassin theory. Gerald Frank brought to light a few issues of interest. He revealed the presence of Memphis police detectives monitoring activity in the fire station across the street at the Lorraine, and the withdrawal on the afternoon of April 4 of one of them, Ed Reddit, ostensibly for his own safety after there had apparently been a threat on his life. He also mentioned the absence of an all-points bulletin, a general alert describing the suspect, and a suspicious citizens band broadcast that drew police attention away from the downtown area where the shooting took place. He attributed the broadcast to a teenage hoaxer. Frank also disclosed a rumor that an 11-year-old boy had seen the shooting and run into the fire station. William Bradford Huey's book, He Slew the Dreamer, published in 1968, was compromised from the outset because the author had entered into contracts with two of Ray's lawyers, agreeing to pay them in exchange for information and leads that the defendant would provide in response to written questions carried to him by the lawyers. Initially, Huey accepted the existence of a conspiracy, even stating that the state's main witness, Charlie Stevens, was too drunk to be transported by cab driver James McGraw around the time of the shooting. Huey abruptly switched positions, however, to contend that Ray was a lone assassin. During the early years after the killing, these books and the mass media gave prominent voice to significant aspects of the state's case. The prosecution scenario was put out to the world as the final word. The state's case. The accused assassin was described as a racist, whose motives for the crime were a hatred of blacks, Dr. King in particular, and a desire to achieve the recognition that responsibility for such a crime provided. The state rejected the existence of a shadowy figure named Raoul, who James Earl Ray claims set him up and directed his movements from the moment of their first meeting in August 1967 until the afternoon of the killing. James never learned how the man actually spelled his name and spelled it differently at various times, eventually adopting the spelling R-A-O-U-L. Although the more prevalent is the Latin spelling R-A-U-L, which I have elected to use throughout. The state claimed that Ray had allegedly stalked Dr. King for some time, beginning the weekend of March 17, 1968, when Dr. King arrived in Los Angeles. Around March 22, Ray was in Selma, Alabama, near where Dr. King was scheduled to organize for his Poor People's Campaign. He was in Atlanta during the last week in March, leaving on March 30 to purchase the rifle. The state alleged that on March 31, he returned to Atlanta, where he left clothes at a local laundry on April 1. The Atlanta map discovered with Ray's belongings left behind in the Atlanta rooming house allegedly had markings around the locations of Dr. King's house, church, and office. Carrying the murder weapon with him, Ray arrived in Memphis on April 3, the same day on which Dr. King began his final visit to that city. On April 4, Ray drove to the downtown area and rented a room under the alias John Willard in the seedy rooming house at 422.5 South Main Street. While being shown around by landlady Bessie Brewer, he would reject one housekeeping room in the rear of the north wing. This room had a view of the Lorraine Motel, where, allegedly, Dr. King always stayed when he was in Memphis. The old rooming house had separate entrances for each wing. The room chosen by Ray, 5B, which adjoined the room of two long-term residents, Charles Quitman Stevens and Grace Walden, was at the end of a hall and near a rear-facing bathroom overlooking the motel balcony where Dr. King was standing when he was killed. At one point during that fateful afternoon, Ray bought a pair of binoculars at the York Arms Store on South Main Street, allegedly driving there, and, on his return, parked his car in front of the Canopy Amusement Company, just south of Jim's Grill. He then returned to his room, where he allegedly moved furniture around, placing a chair near the window so that he could better surveil the motel. Later on, he allegedly entered the bathroom at the end of the hall and locked the door. He knocked down a screen from the window to the backyard area behind the rooming house. This overgrown yard ended at an 8-foot wall that rose up from Mulberry Street directly opposite the balcony. Standing in the bathtub, where scuff marks were left, and waiting for the right moment, he rested the rifle on the windowsill. At 6:01 p.m., he fired a single shot, the recoil from which dented the windowsill, and in his haste, he neglected to eject the spent cartridge. The shot traveled just over 200 feet, striking Dr. King in the lower right side of his face, traveling downward and breaking his jaw, damaging his upper spine, and coming to rest just under the skin below the left shoulder blade. Immediately after the shooting, Ray allegedly ran to his room, gathered his few belongings into a bundle, and ran down the front stairs, being viewed, as he ran, by Charles Stevens. Another tenant, Willie Anschutz, also saw a man, whom he couldn't identify, run from room 5B down the hall, carrying some sort of package. The state would say that once on the street, Ray saw a police car parked facing the street near the sidewalk in the driveway of the fire station that caused him to panic and drop the bedspread-wrapped bundle in the recessed doorway of the Canopy Amusement Company. He then jumped into his white Mustang just south of Canopy's and drove to Atlanta, where he abandoned the Mustang. Ray then made his way to Canada and eventually to England as Ramon George Snide, in whose name he was able to obtain a passport. The state contended that in his determination to get as far away as possible, and in line with his racist inclinations, he explored the possibility of going to Rhodesia. When he was unable to arrange this during a trip to Portugal, he returned to England, where he robbed a bank. He was finally apprehended at Heathrow Airport while on his way to Brussels, where he had intended to explore other African emigration possibilities. As to the funds he needed to live on during his fugitive period beginning on April 23, 1967, the state contended that he committed various robberies, first in Canada and later in the United States. No evidence whatsoever existed of Ray receiving assistance from anybody, except perhaps members of his own family. The picture of James Earl Ray that emerged then, as put out by the authorities from the time he was first identified on April 19, 1968, until he entered a plea of guilty on March 10, 1969, and ever after, was that of a dangerous career criminal who was also a bitter racist and a loner. The Dissent. The only substantial dissenting voice in print in the early years after the assassination was that of investigative writer Harold Weisberg, who relied heavily on the findings of journalist Matt Herron, who was on the scene, news reports, articles, and telephone interviews. Weisberg's book, Frame Up, published in 1971, raised a number of new issues. They included the following: eyewitness evidence of chauffeur Solomon Jones seeing someone in the brush immediately after the shot, a last-minute change of Dr. King's hotel from the Rivermont to the Lorraine and a change of his originally assigned room at the Lorraine, the presence of another white Mustang parked in front of Jim's Grill within 100 feet of the Mustang parked in front of Canopy Amusement Company, the inability of the FBI laboratory to conclusively match the death slug to the alleged murder weapon, the absence of any fingerprints of Ray in the rooming house, the transfer of black firemen from the fire station near the scene the evening before the killing, and the CB hoax broadcast that took place moments after the shooting that Weisberg found indicative of the existence of a conspiracy. Weisberg drew attention to the potential conflict of interest arising out of the literary contract signed by Ray, his successive lawyers, and author William Bradford Huey. He also discussed at length the hostility of Hoover and the FBI toward Dr. King and the harassment he suffered at their hands. He developed early on a case for a conspiracy, with Ray as a pawn manipulated by a man named Raoul. Mark Lane and Dick Gregory's book, codenamed Zorro, published in 1977, provided other information pointing to leads and discrepancies in the state's case. Lane referred to the fact that a screen of bushes behind the rooming house had been cut down some time after the shooting. He disputed the official reason given by the MPD that the order to remove Detective Reddit from his post shortly before the shooting was a result of a threat on Reddit's life. Reddit also told him that the invaders were infiltrated by a black undercover cop, Merrill McCullough, who was a military intelligence agent assigned to the MPD as a provocateur for information, violence, and illegal activity. Reddit met him years later when the agent, who was undercover, pleaded for his cover not to be blown, saying that he was currently working for the CIA. Lane's account further disputed the official story by contending that Dr. King had never previously stayed at the Lorraine. He quoted Memphis reporter Kay Black, who had covered some of Dr. King's earlier visits. She said that she remembered him staying at the Claridge Hotel, and before his last visit, she didn't even know where the Lorraine Motel was located. Lane also questioned what had happened to the rooming house's register, which had long since disappeared. Clearly, only the secondary press attempted to raise the issues of the case and generate discussion about Ray's guilt or innocence. Quietly and behind the scenes, as other commitments allowed, I began to take an interest. When I became aware that on September 10, 1976, the MPD burned all the files of its intelligence bureau, despite an effort by the American Civil Liberties Union, ACLU, to prevent their destruction, I realized that a reconstruction of the events leading up to the assassination was going to be that much more difficult. I turned with new interest to the activity of the HSCA. The first year of its work had been turbulent. Its first chief counsel, former Pennsylvania prosecutor Richard Sprague, a tough, honest professional, had been summarily replaced by Cornell University law professor G. Robert Blakey in early 1977. following Sprague's removal in the wake of concerted personal attacks against him by the press, it was evident that the scope of the subcommittee inquiry on Dr. King's death had become restricted solely to James Earl Ray and his brothers John and Jerry. In an interview with Sprague shortly after his dismissal, he told me he had taken the job because he was promised a free hand by the 95th Congress, yet hardly had the committee been organized when House Speaker Tip O'Neill demanded, in order to justify additional funds, that it prove to the Congress a conspiracy. Sprague maintained that after he left, the committee's approach changed drastically. Whereas he had been committed to an open-ended formal investigation for as long as it took and regardless of where it led, the new chief counsel clearly favored an approach that Sprague termed evaluative, as opposed to investigative, which focused on closing rather than opening doors. Articles, books, and stories were evaluated individually without cross-referencing, so they couldn't be used as resources for new information. Sprague was cynically resigned to the fact that the public didn't care. He believed that Congress and the executive branch were, at best, never interested in a real investigation and, at worst, committed to covering up the truth. Chief Deputy Counsel Robert Leonard eventually resigned, disagreeing with Blakey's decision to limit the investigation to the Ray brothers. During the HSCA investigation, the media again turned their focus on Ray. Time magazine set the tone in its January 26, 1976 issue, with an article variously referring to James Earl Ray as a narcotics addict and a narcotics peddler, based on George McMillan's book. Missouri Corrections Department Chief George M. Camp tried to contact McMillan for details about the allegation in his book that Ray financed the killing of Dr. King by selling drugs as an inmate. Camp stated publicly that McMillan's charges were totally unsubstantiated and that he wanted McMillan to either put up or shut up. Aside from the coverage from the St. Louis Post-Dispatch, Camp's refutation was ignored around the country. A UPI wire service release on January 25, 1978, at the beginning of the last year of the investigation, also variously referred to Ray as having gone insane 1963 to 1964, sending an obscene letter to the post office 1967 to 1968, being involved with drug traffic, and even having cheated fellow prisoners in crooked card games. Robert Blakey was a purported expert on organized crime who had taught at both Notre Dame and Cornell law schools. At Cornell, he was the director of its Institute of Organized Crime, and previously he served as a special attorney with the Organized Crime and Racketeering section of the U.S. Department of Justice under Robert Kennedy. As my investigation proceeded during these early days, I reviewed a copy of a most unusual affidavit executed by Blakey on February 4, 1976. It was prepared and submitted to the court in a civil action brought by Cleveland-Las Vegas crime syndicate leader Morris Moe Dalitz against Penthouse magazine, as a result of an article that alleged the involvement of organized crime in the development of Rancho La Costa, California resort. The allegation of criminal involvement was tied to Dalitz's involvement with the project. Blakey, as an expert witness, contended that Moe Dalitz had no connection with organized crime. This was extraordinary because it was by then a well-established fact that Dalitz was a long-time major syndicate operator. Subsequently, on September 10, 1979, the Wall Street Journal noted that Dalitz had long been identified by federal authorities as an ongoing senior advisor to organized crime. Because the murder of Dr. King could well have involved elements of organized crime, I was concerned that the counsel steering the investigation would take such a position for only a short time before he took over control of the HSCA. Blakey's expert opinion was ultimately not accepted, and Penthouse's defense of the piece was successful. I was also very uneasy with the new chief counsel's apparently cozy relationship with the CIA and the FBI, which moved him to give the intelligence agencies influence over the staff's request for files, documents, and records. Other factors were unsettling as well. The early removal of 28 staffers, the insistence on secrecy, even the requirement that all staff sign non-disclosure agreements with harsh penalties for violation. The instruction to staff members that they were to have no contact with critics without Blakey's personal authorizations, and the absence of accountability of committee leadership. I was thus led to conclude early on that the reconstituted committee leadership had no intention of conducting an independent investigation. My misgivings about the HSCA were reinforced when, in the summer of 1978, I learned about a clandestine assignment given to previous FBI informer and HSCA undercover agent Oliver Patterson to establish a relationship with Ray's brother Jerry and to provide as much information as possible from these contacts. He was instructed to obtain hair samples from Jerry and to go through his personal things from time to time looking for anything that might be of interest, including correspondence. In August 1978, Patterson was instructed to publicly discredit Mark Lane, who was James Earl Ray's lawyer at the time. In a sworn statement dated August 14, 1978, Patterson stated that his HSCA handlers instructed him to give a private interview to New York Times reporter Anthony J. Morrow on Monday, August 7, 1978, in which he was told to accuse Mark Lane of being gay, state that Lane had told him that he knew there was no person named Raoul, and further allege that his, Patterson's own undercover work, had confirmed James Earl Ray's guilt. When Lane, tipped off by Susan Wadsworth, a friend of Patterson's, uncovered the plot and confronted Patterson, Patterson agreed to cooperate with him. Consequently, when Morrow arrived at noon at the designated St. Louis hotel, he found himself in a room filled with news cameras and reporters. He ran from the room with Lane behind him, asking whether he wanted the truth. Lane then addressed a press conference and, with Patterson and Wadsworth present, revealed the history of the HSCA's illicit use of Oliver Patterson. Affidavits setting out details about this matter were executed by Wadsworth and another friend of Patterson, Tina De Niro. Chief Counsel Blakey subsequently issued a statement in which he said that a complete investigation of Patterson's allegations would be made, but, on the basis of a preliminary investigation, the committee categorically denies each and every allegation of wrongdoing. It states with assurance that no federal, state, or local law or any rule of the House or of the committee has been violated by the investigator or by any other member of the committee staff. Patterson never repudiated his allegations against the committee. Chapter 5. The Prison Interview. Who knew then what would emerge from the quiet calm in a small space? Slowly, questions and truth would surge from a quiet voice and placid face. He was not the man we expected to see. The media concealed it well. Though unlikely he would ever be free, our opinion of justice slowly fell. By mid-October 1978, pursuant to Ralph Abernathy's request several months earlier, I was finally ready to meet Ray at the Brushy Mountain Prison in Tennessee. Mark Lane agreed to arrange for as long a session as we wished, which we could record in any way we chose. Our group was to include Ralph Abernathy, psychiatrist Howard Behrens of Boston, who specialized in interpreting body language, and 2 photographers. I had learned as much as possible about our subject's life. James Earl Ray was born on March 10, 1928, in Alton, Illinois. He and his family, which included his 2 brothers, Jerry and John, moved some 6 years later to Ewing, Missouri, where his father gave the family the name of Raines, to avoid an association with some of James's uncle's petty criminal activities. Ray's first alias was provided to him by his own father when he was 6. Ray finished elementary school, 8th grade, and promptly dropped out. He moved back to Alton, and at age 16 he worked at the International Shoe Tannery in East Hartford, Illinois. He enlisted in the Army in January 1946. Eventually, he was stationed in West Germany. In December 1948, he received a general discharge, which cited his inaptness and lack of adaptability to military service. He returned to Alton and soon began drifting from job to job. In September 1949, he left Chicago for California, and in October he was arrested for a minor burglary, a charge he has always denied. He was sentenced to 90 days in prison. After returning to Illinois in 1950, he worked in supermarkets and factories and attempted to earn his high school diploma by going to night school. In May 1952, he robbed a cab driver of $11. He was sent to the state penitentiary at Joliet and later transferred to the state prison farm in Pontiac, where he remained until he was released on March 12, 1954. Though he stayed out of trouble for a while, at a bar he met Walter Reif, who persuaded him to sell U.S. postal money orders Reif had stolen. They were caught, and on July 1, 1955, Ray was sentenced to 45 months at the federal penitentiary at Leavenworth, Kansas. It is interesting to note that Reif, who apparently turned informer, received a lesser sentence even though he had actually stolen the money orders. Question. Now we are talking about Leavenworth, the federal prison. Answer. The federal prison. I was inside the walls and they offered. I could go outside and work in the dormitories, and one of the other prisoners told me that people had been getting drug charges out there. I think the procedures was, if you were arrested, if there was marijuana, if you were arrested, you could get 2 years if you entered a guilty plea. If you went to trial, you got 10 years. And their position was that, it seemed to me, the general consensus was most of the blacks smoked marijuana and whites were drinking alcohol. So I didn't want to go out there under those conditions where everyone was mixed up in the same dormitory room. So I didn't go out there. Question. You turned it down? Answer. Yes, it had nothing to do with any race issue. Deposition of James Earl Ray. Transcript of Proceedings, December 6, 1999. Volume 12, pages 1746 to 1747. In a subsequent interview, March 12, 1979, Ray would reflect philosophically on the issue of informing, saying that he didn't want to end up like Joe Valachi, the mob informant. He felt that if someone else wanted to inform, that was their business, but he would neither inform nor assist in the prosecution of anyone. Over the years, I've become impressed with the strength of this commitment. For Ray, this was more than a way to stay alive in prison. He believed it was wrong and would not relent. In this respect, Ray was an old-fashioned con, respected wherever he had done time. He was paroled from Leavenworth in early 1959 only to be tried and convicted for a grocery store robbery in St. Louis in December 1959. In March of 1960, he began serving a 20-year sentence at the Missouri State Penitentiary. He was always on the lookout for ways to escape. After 2 unsuccessful attempts, he succeeded on April 23, 1967, when he began the odyssey that was to end over a year later with his extradition from the United Kingdom. As discussed later, we would eventually learn that after being profiled for use as a scapegoat, his escape was arranged by the warden, who was paid $25,000 that was delivered from Hoover by Clyde Tolson and taken to the prison by their Dixie Mafia collaborator Russell Atkins Sr. Ray would never become aware of this high-level plot. After being convicted and eventually incarcerated at Brushy Mountain, Ray again tried to escape. His second attempt was successful. On June 10, 1977, he went over the wall but was caught and returned in just over 2 days. At that time, it had become clear that the HSCA, the future of which had been in doubt, was going to continue. I was uneasy when I learned that a large number of FBI agents appeared extraordinarily quickly on the scene, and were only dispersed when the governor, at the request of the HSCA chairman Stokes, went quickly to the prison and ordered them to leave. On October 16, the day before our meeting was to take place, the members of our small group gathered at a hotel on the outskirts of Knoxville. Later that evening, we were joined by Mark Lane and one of his assistants, Barbara Rabito. For several hours that evening, Ralph and I went over questions I had drafted, preparing for the next day's interview. The next morning, we were joined by Ray's wife, Anna. She had been an NBC courtroom artist, sketching scenes at the trial following Ray's escape attempt in 1976, apparently was smitten with him, and began to visit him regularly. They eventually were married by Dr. King's old friend Jim Lawson, who shared Mark Lane's belief that Ray was not the killer. In March 1993, James and Anna divorced acrimoniously. Around 10 that morning, we set out for Petros, the remote home of Brushy Mountain State Penitentiary. Mark Lane, Ralph Abernathy, Dr. Howard Barons, and I visited with James in a small interview room outside the maximum security area. From what I had read about him, I was prepared to meet a racist, a hardened criminal whose tendency for violence lay not far below the surface. I was very surprised. He seemed serious and shy, almost diffident, and shook hands weakly. He was trim but exceedingly pale, for he had been doing much of his time in solitary for his own safety as a result of an escape attempt. By that time, he had been in prison for 8 years and 7 months. He sat at the head of a small table, and after Dr. Behrens and I arranged the tape recorders, Abernathy began the session with a prayer. Ralph's prayer did little to ease the tension that had been building from the moment we passed through the prison gate. As a result of my research, I leaned toward the belief that Ray had not killed Dr. King. I hoped that he would be able to convince us of his innocence. I suppose that this hope stemmed, at least in part, from an unwillingness to accept that such a singular life and work as Dr. King's could be snuffed out so unceremoniously by a lone nut who was by all appearances a non-entity. I knew, however, that if Ray's answers didn't measure up and we came to believe he was guilty, then Ralph would have to declare as much in his statement to the media. To do or say anything else would be like spitting on Dr. King's grave. The story we got from James Earl Ray that day, confirmed by him over the years, is significantly different from the one that would be embodied in the conclusions of the HSCA. When Ray escaped from Missouri State Penitentiary in Jefferson in 1967, he had escaped by concealing himself in a bread box, being taken out with the delivery to the prison farm. When he left, he had approximately $1,250 in cash, a small transistor radio, and a Social Security number in the name of John L. Raines that his brother John had given him. No one at the trial had a clue that his escape had been arranged. As previously noted, we would eventually learn that FBI Director Hoover's number 2 would deliver the funds to Russell Atkins Sr., who paid the warden in December 1966 to arrange the escape, which took place in April of 1967. Ray eventually made his way to Chicago, where he found a job working at the Indian Trail restaurant in Winnetka. Under the Raines name, he obtained some identification papers, bought an old car, and acquired a temporary driver's license. During this period, he was in contact with his brother Jerry. Concerned about staying too long in the area, Ray left the job after approximately 6 weeks and decided to go to Canada to get a false passport and then leave the country. He got a pistol from an ex-con he knew, sold his car, bought another, and drove to Montreal. Upon arriving in Canada, Ray began using the name Eric S. Galt. He wasn't clear as to how he came to choose the name. In Montreal, he robbed a brothel of $1,700. Soon after, he called a travel agency to find out what documents were necessary to get a Canadian passport. He was told he had to have someone vouch for him who had known him for 2 years, which he later found not to be true. He intended to travel to a country in Africa or South America from which he could not be extradited. He also started hanging out around the docks and local bars, seeking passage out of Canada on a freighter or perhaps hoping to find some drunken sailor from whom he might steal merchant marine documents. One of these waterside taverns was the Neptune Bar at 121 West Commissioner Street. Here, in August 1967, he met the shadowy character Raoul, who Ray insists coordinated and directed his activity from that day through April 4, 1968. The meeting at the Neptune was the first of 8 or 10. Eventually, Ray told Raoul that he needed identification and passage out of the country. Raoul replied that he might be able to help if Ray would help with some smuggling schemes at the U.S. border. Ray had no way of contacting Raoul at this time. They simply made arrangements to get together, usually at the Neptune. Over the years, Ray's description of Raoul has varied slightly, but he has basically described him as being of Latin extraction, weighing between 145 and 150 pounds, about 5 feet 9 inches tall, and having dark hair with reddish tint. Eventually discarding the idea of finding a guarantor, Ray resumed meeting with Raoul and tentatively agreed to help smuggle some unspecified contraband across the border from Windsor to Detroit. Raoul promised him travel papers and money for this service. Ray said he expected to receive only a small payment for the operation, but he never negotiated or even asked about his fee. This was typical of Ray's behavior throughout. He didn't believe he was in a position to ask questions. He was being paid to follow instructions. Ray was told by Raoul that if he decided to become further involved, he would have to move to Alabama, where Raoul would buy him a car, pay his living expenses, and give him a fee. In return, Ray would be expected to help Raoul in another smuggling operation, this time across the Mexican border. Shortly afterward, he met Raoul at Windsor and in 2 separate trips smuggled 2 sets of packages across the border to Detroit. He thought the first trip was a dry run to test him. On the second trip, He was stopped at customs, but the inspector was interrupted by his superior and sent elsewhere. The second official discontinued the search and simply had him pay the $4.50 duty for a television set he had declared. When he got to Detroit, Raoul nervously asked why he had been delayed. Ray showed him the receipt from the customs officer. Raoul gave him about $1,500 and a New Orleans telephone number where a message could be left. He told Ray that if he would continue to cooperate, he would eventually obtain not only travel documents but more money as well. Raoul told Ray to get rid of his old car and go to Mobile, Alabama, where they would meet at a place yet to be decided. Ray said that he convinced Raoul to go to Birmingham instead because it was a larger city, and Ray thought he'd be more anonymous there. Raoul said that he would send a general delivery letter to Birmingham with instructions on where and when to meet. Sometime after his arrival in Birmingham, Ray picked up a general delivery letter from Raoul that instructed him to go to the Starlight Lounge the same evening. There, Raoul reminded Ray that he was going to need a reliable car. Ray saw an advertisement in the paper for a used Mustang, and Raoul gave him $2,000 in cash to buy it. Raoul instructed him to buy some photography equipment. He also gave Ray a new number in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, which he could call for instructions as a backup to the New Orleans number. Raoul gave him $1,000 for the photography equipment and his living expenses, and at Raoul's request, Ray gave him a set of keys to the Mustang. He ordered the photography equipment by mail from a Chicago firm, but didn't understand why Raoul wanted it. Ray had previously received his driver's license and a set of Alabama tags under the name of Eric S. Galt. He kept the old Rains license in a rented safe deposit box at a local bank, along with some of the cash Raoul had given him and a pistol he had bought through a classified ad 2 or 3 weeks after he arrived in Birmingham. Sometime in late September or early October, Ray received a general delivery letter from Raoul asking him to call New Orleans, which he did. This would be the first of several such calls he would make. Raoul himself never got on the phone, but Ray instead always talked with a man who knew where Raoul was and relayed instructions. Ray never met the man he spoke to on the phone and didn't think he could now identify his voice, but he had the impression that the contact kept tabs on persons other than Raoul. Ray was told to drive to Baton Rouge and make another call to receive instructions for a rendezvous in Mexico. When Ray got to Baton Rouge, Raoul was gone, having left instructions for Ray to go directly to a motel in Nuevo Laredo, Mexico, just across the border. Ray checked in there on October 7. Raoul joined him, and they went back across the border to the United States carrying some kind of contraband inside the spare tire. Ray surmised that it was drugs or jewelry. Raoul gave him $2,000 and assured him that he would get the travel documents next time, along with enough money for Ray to go into business in another country. Raoul gave him a second New Orleans number to replace the first and told him that his next operation would involve transporting guns and accessories. Raoul said he would contact him again when the time came through general delivery. After traveling in Mexico for some time, Ray headed for the California border. Before crossing over, however, he went through the car to see if there was anything that might make customs agents suspicious. Down the left side of the front passenger seat, he found a cigarette pack with a business card slipped into it. On the front of the card was printed a name that had been inked out, the name of a city, a 2-word name that appeared to be New Orleans, and Leaa. Written on the back was the name Randy Rosen. There were some additional letters from Rosen that James couldn't identify. He later came to believe that the name was Rosenson and an address 1189 Northwest River Drive, Miami. Ray wasn't certain how the card got in the car, but believed that somehow it was connected to Raoul. Perhaps the cigarette pack had slipped out of Raoul's pocket. Ray only threw it away in Los Angeles after copying the information. Subsequently, Ray's brother Jerry and others spent a fair amount of time and energy trying to find Rosenson. Ray arrived in Los Angeles on or about November 19, believing he was through with Raoul. He had given up hope that Raoul would get him the travel documents, and he was determined to try to get Merchant Seaman's papers on his own. He lived for a while in an apartment on North Serrano Street. He began looking for papers and a job, and he even placed a classified ad in the Los Angeles Times advertising himself as available for culinary help. He didn't have a Social Security card, and because Seaman's papers required fingerprints, he was worried that his efforts would result in his exposure as a fugitive. He enrolled in a bartending course, took dancing lessons, and had psychological and hypnotic counseling for a period of time, spending about $800 on these activities. He also contacted a number of organizations he thought might help him to emigrate. He sent out photographs that weren't good likenesses, his face appeared fatter than it was, which later would be used by the media to accuse him of being on amphetamines. He also had plastic surgery on his nose to alter his appearance. Ray said he became frustrated and uneasy about being kept in Los Angeles for all this time. He said that he did not have a clue about this delay, but was just waiting for instructions from Raul through the contact he was given. By early December, Ray was short of cash. He called the New Orleans number, and the contact suggested he go to New Orleans. Marie Martin, a barmaid at the Sultan Club in the St. Francis Hotel, hooked him up with her cousin, Charles Stein, who wanted a ride to New Orleans and back. Before leaving Los Angeles, Ray dropped Marie Martin and Charles and Rita Stein off at the local George Wallace Independent Presidential Campaign headquarters so they could register to vote. Soon after, Ray and the Steins set off. Ray described Stein as a sort of hippie type. In New Orleans, Ray checked into the Provincial Hotel in the Latin Quarter at Stein's suggestion. He met Raul at Le Bunny Lounge. Raul told him they would be running guns into Mexico and that Ray could end up in Cuba. There he could book himself passage to anywhere in the world. Raul gave him $500 and said he would contact him in Los Angeles in a few months. After returning to Los Angeles with Charles Stein around the middle of January, Ray moved into the St. Francis Hotel. On March 17, following instructions from Raul, he left for New Orleans, arriving a day later. He found that Raul had gone to Birmingham, leaving word that he would meet him at the Starlight Lounge the next day. Somehow, Ray got lost on the way to Birmingham and wound up in Selma. Since it was dark by that time, he spent the night there. Ray arrived in Birmingham on the following day, March 23, once again running somewhat behind schedule, and went straight to the Starlight, where he met Raul. Raul seemed to be in a hurry to get to Atlanta, though he didn't say why. They set out immediately. Upon arriving in Atlanta, they drove to the Peachtree Avenue and 14th Street area, where Ray rented a room from the very drunk landlord, James Garner. After a meal at a local diner, Raul left, saying he'd be back in the morning. The next morning, Ray took the room for a week. He was able to get his room free because he convinced Garner that he had paid him in advance the night before. Later, on the telephone, Raul told Ray not to go too far away in case he needed him quickly. He might be required to drive to Miami in a few days. Raul wanted to be able to come and go freely from his Confederate's room without being seen by the landlord or anyone else. Ray was unable to duplicate a door key for him, though he had taken a locksmithing course, so he agreed to leave the side door open. This didn't work too well, however, because the landlord's sister kept locking it. Raul apparently left town, telling Ray he'd be back in a couple of days. 6 days later, he returned, saying he was now ready to put the gun-running operation into full gear. He instructed Ray to get a large-bore deer rifle fitted with a scope plus ammunition and to check on the price of cheap foreign rifles. Raul originally wanted the gun to be bought in Atlanta, but Ray suggested that he could buy a rifle in Alabama more easily, since he had an Alabama ID. Raul agreed. With that part of the operation set, Ray packed up some of his belongings. He left some things behind at the rooming house, his pistol, some clothes, a television set, and a typewriter. He fully expected to return. Raul and Ray drove together to Birmingham, where Ray rented a room in a Travelodge motel. There, Raul briefed him further on the gun purchase and gave him money. They went to a tavern, probably the Starlight Lounge, where Raul told him to go to Aero Marine Supply to buy the rifle. At Aero Marine Supply, Ray told the clerk he was going hunting with his brother-in-law, looked at a number of rifles, and finally selected one and asked to have a scope mounted on it. He asked the salesman to throw in some ammunition. Ray purchased the gun under the alias Harvey Lohmeyer, the name of a former criminal associate in Quincy, Illinois. At the last minute, he believed he would be safer to buy the gun under another alias. If the clerk requested identification, he would go elsewhere to purchase the rifle under his verifiable alias, Eric S. Galt. He purchased the rifle and took it back to the motel and showed it to Raul. To Ray's surprise, Raul said it wouldn't do. Ray had picked up some brochures in the store, so Raul marked the rifle he wanted and told Ray to try to make an exchange. Ray called Aero Marine Supply, said that his brother-in-law didn't like the rifle and asked if he might exchange it for another. The store said the rifle could be exchanged, but he would have to wait until the next day. The next morning, March 30, Ray picked up the new rifle, which we know was a Remington 760 Game Master. The salesman threw in some ammunition free of charge. Raoul approved. At the time of our interview, Ray appeared to be genuinely ignorant about the brand, type, and make of the gun bought on the 29th, as well as the one obtained in exchange on the 30th. Even now, long after the details have been publicly revealed, Ray seems not to recall these details. Before leaving the motel, Raoul instructed him to check into the New Rebel Motel on Lamar Avenue in Memphis on April 3 and to bring the gun with him. Ray's significant ignorance about the rifles led me to seriously question his guilt concerning the shooting. Purchasing the wrong gun and having to return and exchange it clearly established for me the involvement of another who was giving instructions. In deposition, Ray described the scene. Answer: I can't remember all the details. He probably showed me something about it. He probably figured I had sense enough to load the rifle. Question: Tell us about the rifle. What kind? Did it have a lever on it? I don't have no idea what it was. He showed it to me, and it looked like a rifle, so I said, wrap it up. When you first saw it, did it have a scope on it? I don't know if it did or not. You didn't look through the scope to see what kind of sighting or bearing it had? No. And did the scope have some little rubber tips on the ends, on each end, to keep from getting scratched up? Do you remember that? No, I don't remember any of that. Was it in a box, or did he just have it behind the counter, or was it on the glass counter, or where did he have the rifle? I can't recall. He just brought it out and showed me. He said, "How is this?" And I said, "Okay, wrap it up." So, you walked in and didn't tell him what kind of rifle you wanted, what brand, what caliber, what anything. You just said, "I want a deer rifle." Yes. I told him I was going to hunt deer with my brother-in-law, and I would like to look at some rifles, and he said, "This is what you want. This is probably the best thing out." He said words to that effect. I said, "Okay, that's what I want." And he never showed you how it had to be loaded, or what you'd do to load it, or anything. He may have, but I don't recall it if he did. Did you specify you wanted one with a scope on it? Yes. You did? Uh-huh. All right. And why did you do that? What was the reason for wanting one with a scope on it? Well, Raoul, had asked me to get one with a scope on it. He had told you that? Yes. How many guns did Raoul tell you to get? He asked me to get one as a display to some buyers, and he asked me to check on the prices and quantity of some foreign-made rifles. Okay. Well, Mr. Ray, did you ever ask Raoul why he wanted you to purchase these in Atlanta or Birmingham? Why you didn't purchase them in New Orleans? No, I didn't make no inquiries like that. Okay. You got back to the motel. Was he waiting for you? Yes. Anyone with him? No. Okay. Did you take the gun in? Yes. What did he say about it? Well, he just said it was... He looked at it briefly, and he said it was the wrong kind then. What did he mean by that? Well, I don't know what he meant. He just said it was the wrong kind of rifle. The wrong caliber, wrong brand, wrong what? I think he just said it was just the wrong type. Okay. That was his words. Yeah. Okay. Did you ask him what he meant by that, or what he really wanted? No, I didn't. I had a brochure. The salesman gave me a brochure, so I just handed him the brochure and told him to pick out what he wanted, and I would go back and... You mean a brochure of several rifles? Yes. Okay. Had you asked him for that? The salesman? Yes. I think he just gave it to me. Okay. Well, had he given you this brochure before you bought this rifle? No. I think he gave it to me after, when I got ready to leave. He probably just handed it to me. All right. I gather Raoul took the gun out of the box when you got back to the motel. Yes. Did he look down the scope on it? If he did, I didn't notice it. He seemed just to look at it and checked it out briefly and said it was the wrong type. I think it was the wrong caliber. Did he put any guns in the clip to see if they fit? No. He didn't anything with it, no. He didn't pull the trigger to see if anything would work on it? No? Okay. What did he want you to do then? Well, he wanted me to exchange it, and I told him, to pick out what he wanted. So he picked out one and went down and made a phone call to Arrow Marine and told them that I had purchased the wrong type of rifle, and they told me, well, bring it back and they would exchange it. So what did you tell them was wrong with it? I don't think I said anything right then. I just told them I think it was the wrong caliber or something. And they told you to bring it back? Yes. And you had this brochure, and Raoul had picked out another type rifle he wanted you to exchange it for? Yes. All right. Did he give you any more money? No. Okay. Did you go back then to exchange it? Yes. That same day? I went back to exchange it the same day, and the salesman, he may have told me on the phone, he said that he couldn't do it that day, but he could get to me, he could fix it. He didn't have time the next day, next morning, and... End of transcript. Ray set out from Birmingham and proceeded as instructed toward Memphis at a leisurely pace, spending the night at a motel in Decatur. On the 31st, he stayed at another motel in the Tuscumbia, Florence area. On April 1, he spent the night in a motel in Corinth, Mississippi, which he subsequently identified as the Southern Motel. He spent the night of April 2 in the DeSoto Motel in Mississippi, just south of Memphis. Harold Weisberg told me some years later that in 1974, while working for attorneys Bub Fensterwald and James Lasar in preparation for an evidentiary hearing for Ray, he spoke to the manager and some cleaning staff who confirmed that Ray was at the DeSoto Motel as he claimed. The manager claimed that the records had been turned over to FBI agents when they visited shortly after the assassination. On April 3, Ray drove across the Mississippi-Tennessee state line and checked into the New Rebel Motel in Memphis. Late in the evening, Raoul appeared at the doorway wearing a raincoat, and Ray let him in. Ray didn't know where he came from or how he got there. Raoul told him they were going to rent a room near the river. There they would work the first stage of the gun-running deal. At the time, Ray figured that Raoul wanted the room in a run-down part of Memphis because they'd be less conspicuous. As usual, he didn't ask Raoul any questions. Raoul wanted Ray to rent the room using the Galt alias, but Ray was uncomfortable with this and suggested using an alias he had used previously, John Willard. Raoul then wrote out the address of a tavern named Jim's Grill and instructed Ray to meet him there at 3 o'clock the next afternoon. Earlier in the day, Ray had brought the rifle in its box into the room wrapped in a sheet or bedspread. Just before Raoul left, Ray gave him the gun, and Raoul left with it under his coat. He had no idea why Raoul wanted to take the gun. James Earl Ray has remained adamant that, after turning the gun over to Raoul at the New Rebel Motel on the evening of April 3, he never saw it again. After checking out of the New Rebel Motel on April 4, Ray stalled for some time, did some shopping, changed a slowly leaking tire, and then drove downtown. He left the car in a parking lot and proceeded on foot to look for Jim's Grill. He first went into a tavern on Main Street called Jim's Club and noticed a fellow in the tavern who looked at him kind of funny, then eventually located Jim's Grill down the street at 418 South Main Street. Not seeing Raoul inside, he retrieved the car and parked it at the curb just outside the grill around 3:30 p.m. By then, Raoul had arrived. Ray remembers Raoul asking him where the car was. Ray pointed to it. Ray rented a room in the rooming house above the grill for a week, using the name John Willard. There, Raoul told him to get a pair of infrared binoculars. The people who were buying the guns wanted them too, he said. When Ray asked for them at the York Arms store on South Main Street, he was told they could only be bought at an Army surplus store, so instead he bought a pair of regular binoculars. When he returned, he noticed that the man whom he had first seen at Jim's Club was inside the grill. He apparently didn't notice Ray, who didn't go inside, but went up to the room where Raoul was waiting. Ray tried to tell Raul about the man downstairs, but Raul ignored him and told him he was going to meet a very important gun runner and that they were going to the outskirts of town to try out the rifle. Raul told him to bring his stuff upstairs, so Ray got his bag out of the Mustang. He also brought a bedspread up in case he had to spend the night there, because he didn't want to sleep on the one in the room. Raul gave him $200 and told him to go to the movies and come back in 2 or 3 hours. Ray was instructed to leave the Mustang where it was because Raul said he would probably use it. Ray went downstairs for the last time around 5:20 p.m. He had talked to Raul for about 45 minutes. Back in the street, he looked in at Jim's grill and didn't see the man he suspected had been following him. He remembered that the Mustang had a flat spare tire and decided to have it fixed so that Raul wouldn't have any trouble if he used the car later. Ray said he was uneasy about the man who he thought had followed him and concluded that he was either a federal narcotics agent or the international gun runner Raul had mentioned. He drove to a gas station to have the tire repaired, arriving sometime between 5:50 and 6 p.m. Since there were a lot of customers, he simply waited because he was in no hurry. Finally, an attendant came over and told him that he didn't have the time to change his tire. Ray remembered that an ambulance raced by with its siren blaring. Driving back, he was confronted by a policeman who had blocked off the street about a block away from the rooming house. The policeman motioned to him to turn around. The policeman's presence told him that something was wrong, and his inclination, as always in such circumstances, was to get out. So he drove south toward Mississippi, intending at first to get to a telephone and call the New Orleans number. It wasn't until he had almost reached Grenada, Mississippi, that he heard on the radio that Martin Luther King Jr. had been killed. It was when he heard that the police were looking for a white man in a white Mustang that he realized he might have been involved with a man or men who had conspired to kill Dr. King. He took back roads rather than the interstate highway because he was afraid he might be the object of a search. He stopped and threw away the photography equipment and drove straight to Atlanta, where he abandoned the car. Ray made his way by bus out of the United States into Canada, reaching Toronto on April 6. He went to a local newspaper to check birth announcements of people who would have been slightly younger than him, since he thought he looked younger than he was. He picked out some names, including Ramon George Snade and Paul E. Bridgman. He called each to find out whether either had applied for a passport, pretending that it was an official inquiry. Snade hadn't applied for a passport, but Bridgman had, so Ray decided not to use Bridgman's name for the passport, only for local use. On April 8, he registered as Paul Bridgman at a rooming house on Ossington Street. He would leave the house every morning at 8:30, returning each evening around 5:30. He subsequently stated that he took another room in a second rooming house on Dundas Street, where he would spend most of the day pretending that he had a night job. He registered there under the Snade name. Ray flew to England on May 8, and from there he made a quick trip to Portugal to try to get to one of the Portuguese overseas territories, Angola or Mozambique. Unsuccessful, he returned to England, planning to go eventually to Belgium to explore the possibilities of taking another route. As we know, he was apprehended at Heathrow Airport on June 8, 1968, and extradited to the United States on July 19, 1968. We asked Ray why he had pleaded guilty. He insisted that he had been greatly pressured and coerced. I would later learn the details of the extent of the pressure on him and the history of his extraordinary legal representation that even involved his lawyer paying him to take a plea. This is more fully discussed in Chapter 17. We finished our session with Ray around 4 p.m., some 5 hours after we began. Dr. Behrens and I agreed that during the interview, Ray displayed a vagueness and apprehensive equivocation relating to any connection with persons or places in Louisiana. There was also a curious general change in tone and manner when we began to probe about why he went for psychological and hypnotic counseling. Only during this experience did he use his real name, for fear it coming out during hypnosis. He has dismissed that experience as a kind of extracurricular preoccupation that he undertook while awaiting instructions from Raul. The possibility of Ray being subjected to mind control occurred to me. As for Raul, the extensive details that Ray provided convinced us that such a person did indeed exist, despite the authorities' consistent public statements to the contrary. Though Ray did not mention it during our interview, I subsequently learned that in early 1978, he said that his brother Jerry had anonymously been sent a photograph of an individual whom Ray positively identified as Raul. This identification was reported by the local media at the time. On the back of the photograph was written the name Carlos Hernandez Rumbo. James said that he sent the photograph to his brother John in St. Louis and asked him to check it against picture archives at the main library. In particular, he asked him to compare it with photographs of alleged drug dealers. John made a copy of the photo and sent the original back in a package with other materials. Ray said that when he opened the package, the photo was missing. A few days later, federal marshals arrested John Ray on a parole violation. When he was released, he found that his home had been rifled and numerous things taken, including the photograph. Years later, I would learn that Rumbo was an asset of the Drug Enforcement Administration, DEA, and that he had also been implicated in drug dealing. I obtained his photograph. It was clear that Rumbo was not the man whom James had identified in 1978 as Raul. In hindsight, it appeared possible that by putting his name on the back of the real Raul's picture, someone could have been trying to set James up to wrongly identify Rumbo as Raul. Abernathy and I later agreed with Dr. Barron's assessment that Ray was basically telling the truth. However, I believe that James Earl Ray never revealed all that he knew. He had been the target of at least one murder attempt in prison and has probably decided that to say more was dangerous. We didn't know what, if any, role he had played, but we thought he was an unlikely candidate for the assassination. Ralph Abernathy felt that Ray didn't show any signs of the compulsive hatred of blacks common in the South. Ralph was, like the rest of us, I believe, genuinely surprised at this. We had all heard and read the mass media's reports about Ray's motivation for the murder. As we left the prison, a phalanx of television and print journalists was waiting. Ralph's statement left no doubt as to his conclusions following the interrogation. James Earl Ray's answers to my questions convinced me more than ever that it was a conspiracy that took the life of Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr., and that James Earl Ray should get a new trial. The session left me intrigued and troubled. The James Earl Ray I had read and heard about was not the man I saw in that tiny room. The man I saw was not a nut, nor was he a flaming racist. In fact, there was gentleness about him that I didn't think could have been feigned. Could an innocent man have spent nearly 9 years in prison with the truth never having been revealed? I decided to continue my investigation. Part 2. Chapter 6. The Deepening Plot. To see through a glass, though darkly, reveals an image which becomes magnetic. Eyes to truth, ever so starkly, compels commitment no less frenetic. Beginning in 1978, as time and my legal practice allowed, I gradually became immersed in the case. In early 1978, as a result of a Freedom of Information Act lawsuit brought by Morton Halperin of the Center for National Security Studies in Washington, I discovered the interest that the CIA's little-known Office of Security, OS, had in Dr. King during the 1960s. Some of the agency's most covert operations were mounted from the OS. Through an elaborate network of assets, independent contract agents whose acts may be officially denied, it coordinated a wide range of operations including assassination efforts, the most infamous being the collaboration with organized crime through Sam Giancana and John Rosselli in attempts to assassinate Fidel Castro in the early 1960s. I learned that some of the key personnel of the OS were former FBI agents, and that J. Edgar Hoover and the FBI had a good networking relationship with the OS. Incredibly, OS consultant Lee Pennington prepared Hoover's personal income tax returns. Also, the OS had run a little-known program called Project Resistance, which, along with Operation Choa, mounted in 1967 at President Johnson's request, was responsible for domestic surveillance and intelligence gathering on thousands of Americans who opposed the Vietnam War. During this period, CIA agents were also infiltrating protest and anti-war groups and were providing training programs, services, and equipment to local police departments in exchange for surveillance and break-ins on the agency's behalf. Throughout the 1960s and early 1970s, the OS coordinated this activity, often in conjunction with the FBI and Army intelligence, which had similar operations. Documents reflected the agency's fear that Dr. King was influenced by a Peking line of communist thinking, and it was considering how derogatory information could be used to discredit him. Dr. King had been under Operation Chaos, Project Resistance, and other agency surveillance programs for a number of years. The agency had also recruited assets in the 1960s to infiltrate, spy on, and subvert civil rights groups. One such infiltrator was Informant A, mentioned often in memos issued by OS Director Howard Osborne and OS Security Research Staff SRS Chief Paul Gaynor. Informant A was subsequently identified as J. Richard Kennedy, who referred to Dr. King as a Maoist. In a memo dated October 5, 1967, released to the public on March 13, 1978, Kennedy also referred to the National Conference New Politics, NCNP. In a gross misinterpretation of the events, he reported that the Black Caucus and the Communist Party virtually wrecked the convention, but failed to get support for a King-Spock presidential ticket. The government's reliance on such an out-of-touch informant is frightening. In a memorandum for the SRS chief dated November 29, 1975, the following disclaimer was put on the record. A thorough review of cited Office of Security files disclosed no evidence that the Office of Security has ever conducted any investigation, including wiretaps, surveillance, mail cover, or field investigations, regarding listed subjects, one of whom was Dr. King. No inquiry was made outside the Office of Security, and no DoD records were reviewed or checked. DoD, Domestic Operations Division, coordinates the agency's operations inside the United States. In fact, the OS intercepted Dr. King's mail and probably entered his hotel rooms illegally to obtain photocopies of credit card receipts, business cards, and telephone messages, which were included in the documents released. Even though Operation Chaos was supposedly begun in 1967, many of the Freedom of Information Act documents on Dr. King were dated in the spring and summer of 1965, and purloined receipts and telephone messages were dated from the spring of 1966. Finally, from the memos that the OS sent the FBI, it's obvious that at least during the last year of Dr. King's life, they worked jointly against him. An OS memo dated March 15, 1968, issued within 3 weeks of Dr. King's assassination, closed with the statement, FBI liaison has been most cooperative and effective in providing the office with timely information about the various domestic militants and protest groups. Throughout the 1960s, and in particular for the 2 years following the appointment of Richard Helms as CIA Director in June 30, 1966, the congressional and executive branches of government, supported on national security grounds by the Supreme Court whenever necessary, following the 1959 5-4 decision in the case of Barr v. Mateo, generally abdicated their responsibility to check the agency and effectively gave the green light for its conduct of covert special operations, SOG activity inside the United States. As a result of the agency's interest in and surveillance of Dr. King in the mid-1960s, I was interested in learning as much as possible about its domestic activity during the critical period leading up to the assassination. Much of the history was well known and fairly widely published, since there had been in previous years the occasional exposure of covert domestic activity. The agency was established by the National Security Act passed on September 18, 1947. In proposing the creation of the CIA, President Harry Truman emphasized the nation's unawareness leading up to the raid on Pearl Harbor, which he thought illustrated the need for a central intelligence entity capable of providing prompt and effective warning about any such enemy attack. Administration witnesses continually stressed the position that the CIA was to be strictly limited to overseas operations. To meet certain congressional apprehension, the bill was amended to provide that the agency shall have no police, subpoena, law enforcement powers, or internal security functions. Nevertheless, in the 1960s, the agency became increasingly involved in domestic affairs. The list of distinguished persons and entities that came to be used in covert activities reads like a roster of the American establishment. More than one analyst has noted that the coalition of lawyers, businessmen, and financiers, which constituted the establishment during those years, consolidated silent power over the course of U.S. public policy. Though the nation was publicly assured, and it was commonly believed, that CIA activities were confined to international operations, by 1964 its domestic activity had become so extensive that a special section, the Domestic Operations Division, was secretly created to handle it. Its office at 1750 Pennsylvania Avenue was 1 block from the White House. The division's purpose, as reflected by its very name, belied the official line that the agency was not engaged in any domestic activity. As this growth developed, former President Truman, who sponsored the original establishment of the agency, declared in 1963, "I never had any thought when I set up the CIA that it would be injected into peacetime cloak-and-dagger operations. Some of the complications and embarrassment that I think we have experienced are, in part, attributable to the fact that this quiet intelligence arm of the President has been so removed from its intended role. I would like to see the CIA be restored to its original assignment as the intelligence arm of the President, and whatever else it can properly perform in that special field, and that its operational duties be terminated or properly used elsewhere. We have grown up as a nation respected for our free society. There is something about the way the CIA has been functioning that is casting a shadow over our historic position, and I feel that we need to correct it." As happened with President Eisenhower's final warning about the danger to American democracy of the burgeoning military-industrial complex, Harry Truman's words went unheeded. On June 30, 1966, Richard McGarrah Helms, a career intelligence professional, was appointed director of the CIA by Lyndon Johnson. As director, he succeeded Vice Admiral William P. Red Rayborn, who had previously been vice president for project management at the defense industry contractor Aerojet General Corporation of California. By 1967, the CIA had offices and installations all over America. It even publicly listed them in New York City, Chicago, Los Angeles, Detroit, Philadelphia, San Francisco, Miami, Pittsburgh, Houston, St. Louis, New Orleans, Denver, and Minneapolis. Many others existed under front companies and names. Gradually, a number of domestic activities and operations began to surface, and American taxpayers became aware of the range of activities that they had been unwittingly financing. In February 1967, the month following my piece on Vietnam, Ramparts published an article by Mike Wood, who later became NCNP's on-site convention coordinator in Chicago, that revealed the extensive relationship between the CIA and the American academic community through a plethora of contracts and grant arrangements with American colleges, universities, and research institutes. Wood's article focused on the infiltration of the National Student Association, but that liaison was only the tip of the iceberg, which extended to faculty members and departments in dozens of institutions. Peripheral to these revelations was the occasional reference to even more deeply covert Army involvement in such activity. After Wood's disclosures, it gradually emerged that during this period the agency was involved in virtually every segment of U.S. domestic life: business and labor, local, state, and national law enforcement and government, universities, charities, the print and press media, lawyers, teachers, artists, women's organizations, and cultural groups. The publicly known list alone was staggeringly extensive. Grants were given, projects were funded, covers were provided, studies were commissioned, projects were mounted, training programs were run, and books were published. The arrangements were wide and varied. In its 1976 report, the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence Activities said that by 1967, the agency had sponsored, subsidized, or produced over 1,000 books, with 200 being turned out in 1967 alone. Analysts have noted the practice whereby one CIA operative or asset would write a book and others review it for selected newspapers and magazines. By 1967, the CIA was spending $1.5 billion a year without any effective fiscal control over individual expenditures on operations. Covert domestic activities and operations were paid for by unvouchered funds, expenditures without purchase orders or receipts. As a result of the 1949 Central Intelligence Act, Director Helms had the authority to spend money without regard to the provisions of law and regulations relating to the expenditure of government funds. Helms's signature on any check, no matter how large, drawn on any CIA bank account, was deemed to be sufficient. Interagency cooperation, particularly with the Army and/or the State Department, was frequently necessary, and this was accomplished through the establishment of Special Operations Groups, SOG, created for particular projects or missions. SOG activity inside the United States against Willie, blacks and dissidents, was not publicized or known. On October 17, 1978, just before we had left Knoxville to interview Ray, Mark Lane had given me a copy of an affidavit issued by Daniel Ellsberg, the man who leaked the Pentagon Papers, and thus revealed to the American public some harsh truths about the war in Vietnam. The affidavit detailed a conversation Ellsberg had had 4 months earlier with Brady Tyson, then an aide to UN Ambassador Andrew Young. On June 16, 1978, while at the United Nations to talk with members and staff of the UN Special Assembly on disarmament, Ellsberg became quite friendly with Tyson. As they left Tyson's office one day, the subject of King's assassination came up. In the affidavit, Ellsberg stated, "I asked Tyson whether he thought there had been a conspiracy and who he thought might have done it. He said very flatly to me, 'We know there was a conspiracy, and we know who did it.' I asked him who it was, if he would feel free to say, and he said again in a way that was very surprising to me in its lack of equivocation or reservation. It was a group of off-duty and retired FBI officers working under the personal direction of J. Edgar Hoover. He said further that this was a group working secretly and known to almost no one else in the FBI. This group, Tyson said, included a sharpshooter who had actually done the shooting." Ellsberg was startled. He pressed Tyson to tell him his source. Reluctantly, Tyson said, "That has turned up in Walter Fauntroy's HSCA investigation, and he's told us." "Us," Ellsberg emphasized, included Ambassador Young, another aide, Stony Cooks, and Tyson himself. The affidavit continued. "I got the impression from things he subsequently said that Ambassador Young and his associates had actually gone over a good deal of the evidence directly and had not simply been told this in general terms." He quoted Tyson as saying, "We are 80% sure that we know who they are. We're 80% sure that we know the names of all the people who were involved, and it's all circumstantial, but very detailed." Tyson said he didn't know what was going to be done because we don't have courtroom proof of this, of the names. Ellsberg was struck by Tyson's lack of caution. Tyson himself did not at any time caution me either to be silent about this or even so much as show discretion by what I did with it. I even inferred to some degree that he might want me to pass it along, using discretion, to people who in my judgment ought to know it. Tyson's, actual position impressed me. His closeness to Young, to King, his concern for the subject, and the fact that he was an official of the U.S. government, the first friendly one I had seen in some years. A story that would have been a run-of-the-mill assertion in the mouths of the myriad of conspiracy theorists had enormous weight coming from him. Tyson left Ellsberg with the impression that they all hoped it would come out in the hearings. Tyson also said that when the HSCA was being formed, Fauntroy informed Carl Albert, then Speaker of the House of Representatives, that he wanted to be on a subcommittee to investigate Dr. King's death or even, if possible, to head the committee. Albert said to him, "Walter, you don't want that job." To which Fauntroy replied, "But I do want it. Why not?" Albert whispered, "Walter, they will kill you. The FBI." When the facts revealed to Ellsberg failed to come out in the 1978 summer hearings and the committee began to move in a different direction, Ellsberg decided to make his information known to James Earl Ray's lawyer. Hence, the affidavit. After the Ray interview, I spoke with Ellsberg, who confirmed the statement. Jim Lawson, who had a long-established relationship with Andy Young, Stony Cooks, and Brady Tyson, agreed to seek confirmation from them. When he telephoned Stony Cooks about the allegations, Cooks said, "Andy and I had hoped that the House Select Committee would release these matters and open them up." As I listened to him, Lawson told me, I realized that he was confirming Ellsberg's affidavit. He clearly indicated that there were names not released, information related to the death that the public did not know, and that was not consistent with the theory that James Earl Ray was the lone assassin. Lawson had no doubt that this information had privately been relayed to Andy Young and his staff aides by Walter Fauntleroy. When Jim Lawson subsequently asked Tyson about Ellsberg's statements, Tyson replied that he didn't remember all that he had told Ellsberg, but that he believed that he was an honest and significant witness. He even suggested that Ellsberg was unimpeachable. As we reviewed this series of events, Lawson also recalled that many months earlier, Dr. Joseph Lowery, Abernathy's successor as president of the SCLC, had described to him a discussion with Fauntleroy that appeared to confirm the Ellsberg account. At a subsequent meeting in Los Angeles, Lowery repeated the story with both Lawson and Mark Lane present. Later that fall, in a telephone conversation primarily concerned with my upcoming address at SCLC's National Convention, Lowery also confirmed to me that Lawson was telling the truth. He said that he still hoped that the HSCA would eventually uncover all the facts. I became convinced that there was enough basic substantiation for the Ellsberg affidavit to warrant submitting it to the HSCA. In retrospect, I suppose we couldn't have expected the committee to confirm Ellsberg's allegations, but we were curious as to how they would explain them away. So, on the morning of October 27, Abernathy, Reverend Lawson, activist/comedian Dick Gregory, and I joined Mark Lane for a private session in Walter Fauntleroy's office to present the new information to the committee leadership and senior staff. As we arrived, we saw, to our surprise, an assemblage of reporters and photographers standing just outside the doorway of his office suite. We were never sure how the media had found out about the meeting. It wouldn't serve the committee's purpose to publicize it in any way. It was also contrary to Counsel Robert Blakey's style. He always preferred simply to disclose carefully prepared information. Although he never acknowledged it, we intuited that Mark Lane had tipped off the media. I felt this was unfortunate. The untimely public disclosure of information could close some doors that had partially opened for us. We were ushered into Fauntleroy's inner office. Chairman Stokes, Blakely, and 2 members were waiting for us. In his introductory statement, Lane tore into the committee, its staff, and its leadership. He accused them of not following up leads and ignoring significant facts, and then he attacked Blakey personally and professionally. Blakey angrily objected and left the meeting, not returning until he was certain that Lane had finished. As the Ellsberg revelations were set out for the committee, I noticed Fauntleroy squirming in his chair. He denied ever having expressed any of the opinions attributed to him by any of the people mentioned. Fauntleroy said he couldn't understand how Tyson and Cooks, nor surely Andy Young, could ever attribute the statements in question to him. He said that it was his job to investigate every fact and allegation brought before the committee, and that he was determined to do this to the best of his ability. He said that because of his admiration for Dr. King and all the years they had served together in the struggle for civil rights, he could never participate in anything but a full and complete investigation. Fauntleroy was clearly stressed. He said he had no idea how anyone could believe that he had any knowledge of the allegations. Lawson was to note later, however, that Fauntleroy equivocated considerably in the way he dismissed Ellsberg's contentions. He would glance sideways at Abernathy, only to look quickly away. He never once looked directly at Jim Lawson. Throughout the rest of the meeting, the staff and chairman insisted that nothing was worth considering in the Ellsberg allegations. They tried to put our group on the defensive by asserting that our promise of new information was a ruse to call the press. However, there was no effort to discredit Ellsberg's version of Tyson's remarks, nor was there any attempt to refute Jim Lawson's corroboration. Instead, we simply met a stone wall. After the meeting, an argument erupted between Blakey and Lane. I stepped between them as Blakey was telling Lane that if he kept it up, there was no question that he'd be taken care of once and for all. I was shocked. We left Fauntleroy's office and were met by a barrage of photographers and television journalists. Lane and Abernathy made brief statements. Abernathy, in his offhand manner, informed them that, yes, we had had a very productive meeting with the staff and leadership of the committee. We hoped that they would go on and complete their work, and we had given them certain information implicating the FBI in the killing of Dr. King. I was amazed that none of the press picked this up. There was virtually no response. The next morning, I left a copy of the Ellsberg affidavit at former Attorney General Ramsey Clark's law office. Ramsey agreed to have a word with Brady Tyson. After he spoke to Tyson, it was evident that something had changed. He told me that Tyson hadn't repudiated Ellsberg's comments, but indicated that he didn't recall saying the specific things alleged. I would learn more about this Fauntleroy-Tyson story later. In October of 1978, I went from New York to Memphis to study the scene of the crime and talk with some of the people who were close to the tragic events. There was no doubt that Dr. King was standing on the second-story balcony in front of room 306 when he was shot. Mark Lane was skeptical about the MPD and the FBI official conclusion that the shot had been fired from the bathroom window on the second floor of the rooming house. Author-investigator Harold Weisberg also disputed this finding, saying that the shot most likely came from the area of the parking lot that bordered the fire station on one side and the rear yard of the rooming house on the other. At the time of the shooting, a row of brush trees, a large tree, and apparently other bushes provided a type of screen between the rooming house, the parking lot, and the motel on the other side of the street. This backyard area sloped upward about 5 or 6 feet from an 8-foot retaining wall on Mulberry Street, and was actually higher than the balcony on which Dr. King was standing at the time he was shot, though this fact appeared to have been largely overlooked. I thought that an analysis of the trajectory of the shot might help, but at that time I couldn't carry this out. There was also the problem of Dr. King's posture at the time he was hit. Just prior to the shot, he was observed to be leaning slightly on the rail, but there was disagreement as to whether he had actually straightened up before being hit. The state's chief witness in 1968 was Charlie Stevens. He and his common-law wife, Grace Walden, were both in their room, 6B, which adjoined the bathroom, at the time of the shooting. Stevens had provided the affidavit used for extradition, which had tentatively identified Ray's profile as being that of a man saw going down the front stairs after the shooting. When I talked with Walden, she said Charlie didn't see anyone or anything. However, she said that when she was lying in bed around the time of the shot, she saw a small man with salt and pepper hair, wearing an open army jacket and a plaid sports shirt, hurrying down the rear stairway leading to the back door. The description didn't fit Ray in any way. Her story would vary significantly from time to time over the years. On one occasion, she described the man as being black, except regarding the fact that Charlie Stevens didn't see anything. Wayne Chastain agreed. As a reporter for the Memphis Press Scimitar, Chastain had been one of the first people on the scene on April 4. He told me that minutes after the shooting, he saw an excited Solomon Jones who said that the shot came from the bushes over there, pointing across Mulberry Street to the thick brush behind the rooming house. "Catch me later at the hospital," Solomon said. Chastain then went around the front of the building and had a brief word with Judson Bud Gormley, the deputy sheriff who was in charge of TAC 10, the emergency unit on break at the fire station when the shooting happened, and who apparently found the bundle in front of Canopies. He then entered the rooming house from the front and climbed to the second floor and went to the rear to try to get a view of the brush area below. When he stuck his head in the door of room 6B, he saw Walden lying on a sofa off to the right and asked her if he could look out of her rear window. She asked what the commotion was all about, and he told her that Dr. King had been shot. She said, "Oh, that was what I heard. I thought it was a firecracker." She took him into the kitchen area of the run-down suite where the rear windows overlooked the Lorraine and the brush below. As he entered this part of the room, he saw Charlie Stevens sitting at the kitchen table fiddling with a radio. He said Charlie may have mumbled a word or two, but basically he and Charlie, who appeared to be in a stupor, didn't speak. When he looked out the window, Chastain could see the Lorraine balcony, but the combination of brush and trees below was so thick that he didn't have a clear view of the motel parking area or driveway. As he turned to leave, he noticed that Charlie had passed out with his head on the table. After leaving the rooming house that evening, Chastain went to St. Joseph's Hospital, where they had taken Dr. King. There, along with a battery of media people, he listened to Solomon Jones describe what he had seen. Jones maintained that he was standing by the car, having just told Dr. King that he would need a coat that evening when the shot came. Jones ducked down and turned to look in the direction of the sound, and he saw a man in the bushes with a white sheet or hood over or around his face. Jones said at that time that this man rose up from the bushes, appeared to throw something to the side, walked to the wall, jumped down, and began to mingle with the crowd. He was wearing a jacket and a plaid shirt and came within about 20 feet of Jones, who was shocked and frightened. As the man began to walk away, Jones got into his car and tried to follow him, but was frustrated by the growing crowd of people and cars. In a short time, the ambulance arrived. Chastain returned to the rooming house the next morning between 7:30 and 8 to see Bessie Brewer, the manager. She said that the FBI had told her not to talk to anyone. Chastain was approached by an old codger he knew only as Major, who was drunk even at that hour, but he asked Chastain to come back to his room. He told Chastain that he saw who had done it. He said it was a nigger, but that he would never testify against him. His room was in the southern section of the rooming house where the Brewers also lived and where the office was located. Stevens and Walden lived on the other side. A 4-foot alleyway separated the two sections. Chastain didn't take Major very seriously because his window looked out into the alley, although it also allowed one to look directly into room 5B on the other side, the room rented by Ray. Around 11 a.m., Chastain's editor sent him back to the rooming house to interview Charlie Stevens. Charlie had sobered up, and as they were talking, the Major came up to them and told Charlie that he had told Chastain it was a nigger who did it. Yeah, it was a nigger, Charlie agreed. Chastain gave no credence to either man. Bessie Brewer said that they were both drunk and didn't see anything. Sometime later, Lloyd Jowers, the owner of Jim's Grill, told Chastain that he had refused to serve Stevens in the grill after 4 p.m. on the day of the killing because he was too drunk. He did, however, sell him 2 quarts of beer to take upstairs to his room. The day after the shooting, Grace Walden told Chastain the same story she told me 10 years later, about the small man with the salt and pepper hair whom she saw from her bed going down the back stairs. It was not clear to Chastain, however, that she could have seen anything from where her bed was located. Chastain was astounded when, in the following months, Stevens emerged as the state's main witness against James Earl Ray. In light of Stevens's condition, which must have been apparent to any police investigator, he couldn't have testified to anything. Assistant District Attorney James Beasley's representation at the guilty plea hearing of what Charlie Stevens would have testified, had there been a trial, made no sense to Chastain. Beasley had told this to the court. In the meantime, back upstairs at 422.5 South Main, Charles Quitman Stevens, who occupied these 2 rooms adjacent to a bathroom here, indicating, Mr. Stevens, who earlier in the afternoon had observed Mrs. Brewer as she talked to the defendant, heard movements over in the apartment 5B rented to the defendant. At approximately 6 p.m., Mr. Stevens heard the shot coming apparently through this wall from the bathroom, indication. He then got up, went through this room out into the corridor in time to see the left profile of the defendant as he turned down this passageway. I would learn that Charlie Stevens was placed under close control by the MPD right after the murder. Apparently, he hoped to receive the reward being offered by the Memphis Commercial Appeal and the city of Memphis. After Ray was brought back to the United States, Stevens was held in protective custody by the MPD, and Grace Walden was placed in a mental hospital. Bessie Brewer was removed as manager of the rooming house and left the scene. The rooming house itself was put under lock and key. Chastain also referred me to an interview of Stevens conducted by CBS correspondent Bill Stout shortly after the killing, which, curiously enough, didn't air until 1976. Stout showed Stevens a picture of James Earl Ray that the authorities were circulating. Bill Stout: Mr. Stevens, what do you think of that picture? Does it look like the man? Charles Stevens: Well, excuse me, from the glimpse that I got of his profile, it doesn't. It doesn't? Certainly. No, sir, it certainly doesn't. For one thing, he's too heavy. His face is too full. He has too much hair and his nose is too wide, from the glimpse that I got of his profile. But that definitely, I would say, is not the guy. Chastain raised the question of Dr. King's last-minute room change at the Lorraine. He recounted a Saturday night conversation with the owner of the Lorraine, Walter Bailey. Bailey said that on April 2, the day before Dr. King was to arrive, his wife had been visited by an SCLC advance man who insisted that the ground-level courtyard room wouldn't do and that Dr. King had to have a second-floor balcony room overlooking the swimming pool, even though it was empty. Bailey said that his wife described the visitor as being about 6 feet tall, built like a football player, and Indian in appearance with high cheekbones. As discussed, we would eventually learn with certainty who it was who organized the room change. Another Press Scimitar reporter, Kay Black, told me in 2 interviews that early on the morning of April 5, she received a call from former Mayor William Ingram, who told her that some trees or brush behind the rooming house from which Dr. King was supposed to have been shot were being cut down. He suggested that she go over and take a look. When she got to the rooming house later in the day, she found that the brush had indeed been cut. An official at the Public Works Department told her it was a routine cleanup. A routine cleanup that totally compromised the crime scene made no sense. Reverend James Orange, who had been in the parking lot of the Lorraine at the time of the shooting, told me that the memory of the brush area stuck in his mind because immediately after Dr. King was shot, he saw smoke rise from a row of bushes right by the fire station. I thought he must have been mistaken about the exact location of the smoke, since the angle of the shot appeared to be wrong and the bushes extended all the way to the northern end of the rooming house rear yard. It could not have been more than 5 or 10 seconds after the shot, he said. Just prior to the shot, he and Jim Bevel arrived back at the Lorraine, driven by Invaders member Merrill McCullough. Exiting McCullough's car, they began to tussle just below the balcony where Dr. King was standing when he was shot. The next morning, Reverend Orange noticed that the bushes were gone. Increasingly, I viewed this early morning alteration of this area as sinister. It was inexplicable to me that the MPD, the FBI, and the HSCA investigations didn't follow up on this lead begging for attention. James Orange told me that no one connected with any enforcement or investigative body had asked him about what he saw. When he tried to alert the police officers on the scene, they told him to stay out of the way. In early November 1978, shortly after our HSCA meeting in Walter Fauntleroy's office, Daniel Ellsberg told me that he had recently met Fauntleroy at an ACLU affair. He said Fauntleroy still denied mentioning the FBI to Tyson, Cooks, and Young, but when pressed, he expressed his opinion that the FBI not only set the tone for Dr. King's assassination through their harassment, but, in fact, played a role in carrying out the conspiracy, and that it would not have been beyond J. Edgar Hoover to have personally approved, if not ultimately directed, the operation. On Friday, November 17, 1978, Walter Fauntleroy, Brady Tyson, Andy Young, and Stoney Cooks, all testifying before the HSCA, denied any knowledge of FBI involvement and refuted Daniel Ellsberg's statement. Their testimony was in response to a front-page article in the Knoxville News-Sentinel on November 11, in which Mark Lane and Anna Ray released the contents of the Ellsberg affidavit, alleging that the Ellsberg-Lowry statements proved, without a doubt, that FBI Director Hoover ordered the assassination. I felt that Lane had gone too far in his interpretation of the information. Fauntleroy categorically denied having received any evidence of FBI involvement, and Young denied receiving such information from Fauntleroy. However, Young did at one point admit that there were strange connections that we were all concerned about, and it was one of the things we wanted this committee to look into. He also acknowledged having a concern about official involvement in the conspiracy. Since no member followed up on those remarks, they were simply left hanging, and Young's testimony was summarized as being a denial of Ellsberg's allegations. Brady Tyson testified that he and Ellsberg had at first spoken generally about assassinations, and then, when the conversation turned to the King killing, he told Dan Ellsberg about his pet theory that a clandestine group within the FBI, though not an official or authorized operation, might have carried out the plot. Following suit, Stoney Cooks also denied knowledge of any FBI involvement. In response to a question from Congressman Harold Ford about Tyson's reputation at the UN, Cook stated that his colleague was kind of a missionary, and in seeking to provide Dan Ellsberg with the warmest possible welcome, he probably was a bit overzealous in his conversations. I believe that Brady Tyson had probably been loose-tongued but truthful in his remarks to Dan Ellsberg. Fauntleroy had probably shared his information in-house with Young and his aides without any expectation that an outsider would hear the story and repeat it. When it came out after Ellsberg became convinced that the HSCA wasn't going to act, the wheels were set in motion to deny it ever happened. Under pressure, Young and his aides denied hearing the story of Hoover's possible involvement, and Fauntleroy himself, since he was a senior member of the committee and had to maintain the appearance of loyalty, had no choice unless he was willing to resign. Dan Ellsberg's revelation constituted not only the first real indication of FBI involvement in Dr. King's murder, but, even more ominous, it was an initial indication that the HSCA was not prepared to allow such evidence to become public or even to acknowledge what appeared to be its own information. More determined than ever to examine the official story, I went back to Memphis and turned my attention to Jim's Grill. In 1968, Lloyd Jowers told Chastain about a mysterious stranger who was in the grill on the afternoon of April 4 and again the following morning, ordering eggs and sausage both times. Jowers described him as well-dressed and definitely out of place. Following police orders, when the man appeared on the 5th, Jowers called the police, who arrived and took the man in only to release him soon afterward. Wayne Chastain maintained that many of the black people who had been in the grill at the time of the shooting had never been identified. He has tried unsuccessfully to locate and interview each of the black waitresses on duty that afternoon, one of whom, Betty, he had heard had particular significance. Jowers seemed unable to assist him in finding Betty and one other waitress, but arranged for him to interview a third waitress, Rosie Lee Dabney, who had waited on the stranger on the afternoon of April 4. Chastain had become aware, as a result of the activities of writer William Sarter, a stringer for Time magazine, and investigator Renfro Hayes, that both Jowers and Rosie Lee Dabney had identified the eggs and sausage man from photographs that Sarter had shown them. The photographs depicted a government intelligence asset with ties to Army intelligence and the CIA. His name was Walter Alfred Jack Youngblood. Chastain told me, however, that 5 years later, when he and reporter Jeff Cohen showed the same photographs to Jowers in a diner one night, Jowers changed his mind. He said that he didn't think that was the man after all. When reminded about his earlier identification, he simply said he thought it wasn't the man. Chastain said that MPD Assistant Chief Henry Lux denied taking Youngblood in, but Frank Holloman acknowledged that a man was detained, as did FBI Special Agent in Charge, SAC, Robert Jensen. Jensen insisted that the man was a gun collector and that his presence had nothing to do with the killing. Chastain believed that this egg and sausage man was Jack Youngblood and was the same mysterious person who he heard had visited attorney Russell X. Thompson and local ministers James L. Latimer and John Baltonsprager a week or so after the killing. Reverend Latimer identified Youngblood as his mysterious visitor from a photograph Chastain showed him. And attorney Walter Buford, a college classmate and friend of Youngblood, said that Youngblood had called him while in town during that time. I resolved to pursue the story myself. I located and interviewed Lloyd Jowers, a thin, almost anemic man in his late 60s. Puffing on a cigarette, Jowers confirmed Chastain's account of the arrest. I showed him photographs of Jack Youngblood, and he said, "Yep, that's him all right." Attorney Russell Thompson told me that around 10 p.m. on April 10, 1968, he received a call from a man with a Western accent. The caller said that he had just flown into Memphis from his home in Chicago, had heard of Thompson from some friends, and needed to talk to him immediately, but that it was important to speak with him alone. They agreed to meet early the next morning. He described his visitor as being about 6 feet tall, about 35 years old, with light hair, and wearing a sombrero. He also had a tattoo of the letters T over S on his arm, which Thompson recalled he could make disappear. He didn't give his name, although he later used the alias Tony Benavides, and maintained that a Denver roommate of his, a professional gun, as was he, whom he called Pete, shot Dr. King. He said that only a fool would attempt to carry out the killing from a second-floor bathroom window at the end of a corridor because the trees could so easily have deflected a bullet. He said that Pete fired from the bushes, broke the rifle down, putting the barrel down his back, jumped from the wall, and disappeared in the confusion. Thompson was struck by the precise description of the brush and the trees behind the rooming house. This led him to believe that the man knew the area well and could even have been there when it happened. In an offhand way, he asked Thompson to represent his friend should he be charged. Benavides said that he himself had been picked up last Friday, the day the stranger in Jim's grill was arrested, and was turned loose after being taken up to the rooming house. Thompson heard from this man only once more in a brief phone call in which he said it didn't appear that legal assistance would be required after all. Thompson gave a full report to MPD Inspector N.E. Zachary and William Lawrence of the FBI. Less than 4 hours after the mysterious stranger left Thompson's office on April 11, Reverend James Latimer, pastor of the Cumberland Presbyterian Church at the time, received a telephone call just as he was heading off to lunch with his friend, Reverend John Baltensprager. The caller said he needed some spiritual guidance, or else he was going to commit suicide. The two ministers went to a steakhouse called Jim's Place and met a rather smartly dressed man wearing tinted sunglasses, a blue sport coat, dark trousers, and boots. He was described as having dark wavy hair, long sideburns, and a dark complexion. He was about 6 feet tall, and he had an athletic build. At Latimer's suggestion, they went to Robilio's Cafe in South Memphis, where there was more privacy. The man identified himself as J. Christ Bonavecchi and said that on the afternoon that Dr. King was killed, he was employed as a runner for the Mafia. Latimer asked Bonavecchi whether he had killed Dr. King. The man said, "No, but I know who did." He seemed to be implying that there was an organized crime connection with the killing, but it didn't really make much sense to the ministers. He said that he was a drug addict and rolled up his sleeves to show the ministers a scar on the inside of his elbow. As he did so, they noticed an intertwined tattoo, T over J, similar to the T over S that Attorney Thompson had noticed. Bonavecchi reportedly also said that his friend Nick killed Dr. King. He said that Nick was very much like himself in personality and interests. He told them that Nick had entered and left town on a motorcycle and that when he exited, he had the murder weapon strapped onto his back, having previously discarded the rifle stock. Reverend Latimer indicated, however, that a good deal of the discussion focused on the Kennedy assassination, which he said Bonavecchi maintained was a Mafia hit. His mysterious visitor also said that Robert Kennedy was next, and that he would definitely be assassinated if he won the California primary. This, of course, is exactly what happened. Reverend Latimer reported this conversation to Inspector Zachary, who promised, as he had with Thompson, to check it out. I wouldn't be able to speak with Reverend Latimer for a number of years, but Russell Thompson talked with him about the incident. Thompson said that he had no doubt that the man who visited him was the same person who spoke with the ministers. Thompson said he never received a satisfactory explanation or a report back from Inspector Zachary or the FBI, and when I showed him Jack Youngblood's picture, he seemed uncertain, but thought he could have been the man. Though his visitor was about the right age, Thompson had described him as being light-haired. All photographs I had of Youngblood were of a dark-haired man. If Youngblood had been his visitor, he must have been in disguise. Youngblood did appear to match the description of a man who appeared at the St. Francis Hotel in Los Angeles shortly after the assassination. This man was with a James Earl Ray look-alike who appeared to have a great deal of money to throw around and who openly spoke of a second killing that was soon to take place. Remember that during his stay in Los Angeles in late 1967 to early 1968, Ray had lived for some time at the St. Francis Hotel and was known there. Months later, I would meet Jack Youngblood on 2 occasions. He said that he knew some people who had direct information about the killing. They were living outside of the country, and for a sum of money, he might be able to get them to tell their story. When pressed as to why these overseas contacts would be willing to sit down and reveal what they knew about the case, considering that there is no statute of limitations for murder, he said the main reason was because they were disenchanted after having provided long and effective service to their government. They now felt that they were being sold down the river, forgotten. He claimed that he had an oil company plane at his disposal. Because of his intelligence connections and activity, it was possible that he knew people who were involved. At the end of the day, I came to believe it was unlikely that he had any direct involvement in the case. It seemed that either he was acting on behalf of the government, spreading false information, disinformation, in order to confuse and divert the investigation away from the truth, or he was holding out the promise of information in an effort to hustle money. Though I arranged some funds for him, he never produced the mysterious expatriate government operatives. I eventually came to believe that the people to whom he was referring were the same two military operatives known to have met with Steve Tompkins in Mexico over a period of time at a much later date. Of all the indications of government involvement I encountered during my first investigatory period, none was more bizarre than the actions of William Bradford Huey. In 1978, Jerry Ray had told me that in 1976, as the HSCA was being formed, James Earl Ray's Nashville attorney, Jack Kershaw, was invited to attend a meeting in Nashville with author William Bradford Huey and two other persons. Huey asked him to take an offer to his client, a payment of $220,000, a pardon from the governor of Tennessee, a waiver of the outstanding detainer, escape warrant, from the Missouri Department of Corrections, and a new identity in exchange for unequivocal admission of guilt in the murder of Dr. King. Kershaw delivered the offer to his client, who rejected it out of hand. A short time later, when Mark Lane had replaced Kershaw, Huey repeated the offer to Jerry Ray in the course of 2 telephone conversations which Jerry tape-recorded. Ray's response was the same. Not long afterward, I obtained copies of the transcript of the tape. In the October 29, 1977, 12:15 a.m. conversation, the following exchange took place. Jerry Ray: "So, when this deal came up with James and Kershaw said you'd pay so much money if he'd, plead guilty and confess." William Bradford Huey: "Yeah, that's right. But let me tell you one thing clearly. I'm not talking about just a statement. I'm talking about something that James has never done in his life before. I'm talking about a story that says how and why, and he explains." 9.5 hours later, a second conversation took place. Huey: "You're talking about $200,000 here, Jerry. The only thing that will be of any value for both a book and film, and put this right in your mind: Why and How I Killed Dr. King by James Earl Ray, with the help of William Bradford Huey." From the account of his contacts, it is clear that Huey was acting as an intermediary in an effort to get James to confess in detail and thus, once and for all, close the case. Mark Lane had Jerry Ray tape-record the offer and draw out Huey so the attempt was clear. Part 3. Chapter 7. Showtime. Investigative Hearings. Public money, official lies, serve the pawns who rule, who serve to conceal unholy ties, and use the media as their tool. Truth is blasphemed by their deceit, with the masses regarded as fools, as foot soldiers are given unbridled conceit, not constrained by time-honored rules. Jerry Ray testified before the HSCA in open session on Thursday, November 30, 1978. Mark Lane was not permitted to represent Jerry because he already represented James, and there might be a conflict of interest. Jerry had asked me to consider appearing with him. There were 2 problems. First of all, I was obviously concerned that my appearance on his behalf, special appearance though it was not to be construed as a commitment at that stage to the unequivocal innocence of his brother. Second, my family feared that this overt action would be unwise. Nevertheless, I decided to represent Jerry for the specific purpose of protecting his rights. I overrode family opposition by inviting New York lawyer, feminist, and civil rights activist Florence Kennedy, Flo, to be co-counsel. As one of the nation's most prominent black women lawyers with considerable experience in opposing abuse of process, Flo added considerable strength to the witness table. I believe that the question of James's and his brother's alleged involvement in a 1967 bank robbery in Alton, Illinois, James's birthplace, was likely to be a key element of the committee's interrogation. In attempting to disprove the existence of Raoul and thus the existence of a conspiracy, the committee would most likely claim that the money James received during his time on the run had been obtained from the $27,000 robbery of the Alton Bank. It was evident that after his July 13, 1967 escape and during his stay in Canada, James Earl Ray had acquired money. The Alton Bank robbery occurred on the day before some of his purchases began and had thus been seized upon as the explanation for the source of his funds. James, however, said he initially obtained funds in Canada by robbing a Montreal brothel, and that Raoul subsequently gave him money. The HSCA speculated that rather than James escaping from prison, spending 2.5 months in the States, traveling to a strange city in Canada in a destitute condition, and committing an armed robbery, it would be more reasonable to assume that he escaped from prison, made contact with his brother John in St. Louis, got a job while they planned a crime, then, after committing the robbery in a familiar area, fled to Canada. On November 17, 1978, the New York Times published a front-page article by Wendell Rawls, Jr., stating that the results of a Times investigation agreed with the conclusions of a separate investigation by HSCA that the Ray brothers, including Jerry, were guilty of robbing the Alton Bank. On Wednesday, the 29th, the day before Jerry's appearance before the HSCA, I placed a call to East Alton Police Lieutenant Walter Conrad. I advised him that in an effort to put to rest the continuing allegations that my client had been a participant in that robbery, I had counseled him to return once again to East Alton and offer to be charged and stand trial. Jerry had previously surrendered himself on August 18, 1978, offered to waive the statute of limitations, take a lie detector test, and, if charged, stand trial for the robbery. I then told Lieutenant Conrad about the New York Times article. Lieutenant Conrad said that he had told Jerry Ray during his August visit that neither he nor his brothers were suspects, nor had they ever been suspects in that crime. He told me explicitly that neither he nor any member of the Alton Police Department, nor, to the best of his knowledge, any employee or official of the Bank of Alton, had ever been questioned by the New York Times or any investigator of the HSCA. He said that he couldn't imagine what the basis was for the Times's claims or the committee's allegations. He advised me that there would be no need for Jerry Ray or any of his brothers to return to Alton. I later acquired an FBI airtel of July 19, 1968, to the director of the Springfield SAC, reciting details of an interview conducted in Madison County Jail in Edwardsville, Illinois, with a suspect in the Alton robbery. The report of this interview states that the individual being questioned meets physical description in above bank robbery, has history of using automatic pistols similar to that used by Op Sub No. 1, and was employed part-time for the cab company which had a stand directly across street from bank and invested heavily in cab shortly after bank robbery. In my view, there was no question that on August 1, 1968, the FBI was on the trail of the suspects for the Alton robbery, and that those suspects didn't include the Ray brothers. Yet in August 1978, the HSCA, through Counsel Blakey, contacted Philip Heyman, Assistant Attorney General of the Criminal Division of the Justice Department, seeking the prosecution of John Ray for allegedly giving false testimony to the HSCA regarding the Alton Bank robbery. Before formally referring this matter to the Department of Justice, Mr. Blakey met with U.S. Attorney Earl Silberg and a representative of the Criminal Division on May 24, 1978. Blakey admitted that the primary reason he wanted John Ray charged with perjury was to convince James Earl Ray to testify before the committee concerning his knowledge of the assassination of Martin Luther King, Jr. Blakey tried to persuade the Justice Department that John Ray had, in fact, committed perjury in denying his participation with his brothers in the robbery. He also stated that returning an indictment against John Ray in order to pressure his brother James Earl Ray into cooperating could and should be viewed as an abusive process. It is one thing to use the criminal laws to pressure an individual into cooperating with the government. It is another thing to use the criminal laws against someone to pressure another individual into cooperating with the government. This is particularly true when the individuals involved are close family relatives, such as brothers. During Jerry Ray's appearance on November 30, HSCA counsel Mark Spicer did indeed focus one aspect of his questioning on the Alton Bank robbery. I informed Spicer that Jerry was not and had never been a suspect in that case, and that this had been confirmed to me by the Alton authorities as late as the previous day. I also put on the record Jerry's willingness to waive the statute of limitations and stand trial for that crime if any authority was willing to try him. Jerry explicitly denied any participation in the robbery, pointing out that at the time of the Alton robbery, he was working at the Sportsman's Club in Northbrook, Illinois. His employment records would confirm that in the 3 years he worked there, he never missed a day, and that he frequently worked 7 nights a week, making it impossible for him to have been in Alton at the time of the crime. Jerry's factual responses fell on deaf ears. Throughout the hearing, Flo and I frequently locked horns with the committee counsel. They continually attempted to tie Jerry and John to James during the time when James was a fugitive. Any facts to the contrary were ignored. Though Flo and I believed as counsel that we had taken some of the bite out of the HSCA's persistent attack on the facts, we expected the HSCA report to confirm the committee's predetermined conclusions. We were right. In January 1979, the House Select Committee published its final report on the assassinations of John F. Kennedy and Martin Luther King, Jr. It found no evidence or complicity on the part of the CIA, the FBI, or any other government agency in the assassination of Dr. King. Ray, it concluded, was a lone gunman. Raoul did not exist, so Ray couldn't have been a fall guy manipulated by others, even though racism was not the motive. The report itself was widely publicized, but the accompanying 13 volumes had a very limited distribution. Only the interested few would learn that information buried in these documents frequently conflicts with conclusions in the report itself. The volumes provide a detailed account of the FBI's wide-ranging legal and illegal communist infiltration organization, COMINFIL, and counterintelligence programs and activities, COINTELPRO, conducted both before and after the assassination. They were designed to tie Dr. King and the SCLC to the influence of the Communist Party and to discredit Dr. King. Back in 1957, when the SCLC was founded, FBI Supervisor J.K. Kelly stated in a memo that the group was a likely target for infiltration. As the SCLC mounted an increasingly high-profile challenge to segregation and the denial of voting rights to blacks across the South, the Bureau began actively infiltrating meetings and conferences. On October 23, 1962, Hoover sent a memo authorizing the Atlanta and New York field offices to conduct a general COMINFIL investigation of the SCLC and asked the New Orleans office to explore COMINFIL possibilities. COINTELPRO activities specifically targeting Dr. King began in late October 1962. The Bureau's campaign embodied a number of felonies, according to a Justice Department report in 1977. This was noted in the HSCA report. In December 1963, less than a month after the assassination of President John F. Kennedy, Bureau officials met in Washington to explore ways of neutralizing King as an effective Negro leader. The conference focused on how to produce the best results without embarrassment to the Bureau. Officials agreed that hidden microphones be placed in Dr. King's hotel rooms as he traveled in an effort to pick up evidence of extramarital sexual activity that could be used to tarnish his reputation or even to blackmail him. Numerous hotels nationwide were bugged from late 1963 to the end of 1965. Documents revealed that wiretaps of the SCLC Atlanta office ran from October 1963 to June 21, 1966. Dr. King's home was tapped from November 8, 1963 to April 1965 when he moved. In 1966, FBI Director Hoover, fearful of a congressional inquiry into electronic surveillance, ordered that the monitoring of Dr. King be discontinued. When Dr. King and the SCLC turned their attention to Vietnam and the Poor People's Campaign, a request to Attorney General Ramsey Clark to approve renewed telephone surveillance was refused. We would learn that surveillance never ceased. The Bureau also engaged in surreptitious activities and burglaries against Dr. King and the SCLC. The HSCA estimated 20 such events took place between 1959 and 1964. The Bureau would maintain that Dr. King was not officially a COINTELPRO target until late 1967 or early 1968. In fact, a massive campaign was underway from 1964 aimed at destroying him through dirty tricks and media manipulation. The HSCA revealed FBI infiltration of the SCLC through a black probe operation. Former agent Arthur Murtaugh, assigned to the Atlanta field office between 1967 and 1968, testified that the office's primary informant was a member of the SCLC right up to the assassination, providing details of Dr. King's itinerary and travel plans. The HSCA firmly rejected the FBI's contention that Ray was a racist, and that was why he shot Dr. King. But it advanced a convoluted scenario that he carried out the killing to collect a bounty from 2 St. Louis racists, both dead by the time the committee reported. The report accepted the fingerprint evidence of the dropped bundle, but also noted that many unidentified prints were in the rooming house and on Ray's white Mustang. The Memphis City engineer's analysis of the fatal bullet's trajectory could not conclude whether it came from the bathroom window of the rooming house attached to Jim's grill or the brush area behind the building. But the HSCA dismissed the possibility that the shot had been fired from the brush area. It concluded that the bullet had been fired from the bathroom, ignoring the statement from witnesses including Solomon Jones, Dr. King's Memphis driver, that it came from the brush area where he saw someone right after the shooting. Any person seen in the brush, the HSCA concluded, must have been a quick-responding Memphis Police Department MPD policeman already on the scene. It also concluded that no cutting back of the brush had taken place after the killing, and did not interview Reverend James Orange, who said he saw smoke rise from the bushes right by the fire station seconds after the shot. MPD undercover agent Merrill McCullough said that he was the mysterious figure kneeling over Dr. King after he was shot on the balcony. He had infiltrated the Invaders, a black group trying to address local needs in the city, supplying Lieutenant Eli Arkin, his MPD Intelligence Division control officer, with regular reports. He subsequently acted as an agent provocateur in activities, as a result of which members of the Invaders were convicted and sentenced. He has never admitted that he was recalled to military service on June 11, 1967, and assigned to the MPD from the 111th Military Intelligence Group, as I learned years later. Several conspiracy theories, some implicating the Mafia, were covered and dismissed in the HSCA report. It strengthened my growing conviction that Dr. King's murder had not been solved. It also provided me with leads. In early 1979, I traveled to Memphis to follow up on some issues touched on by the HSCA. John McFerrin, a civil rights leader in 1968, eventually told me how he had heard Frank Liberto, president of the Liberto and Latch Produce Company in Memphis, shouting down the phone on the afternoon that Dr. King was killed. McFerrin, who was at the back of the store, heard Liberto say, "I told you not to call me here. Shoot the son of a bitch when he comes on the balcony." Liberto told the caller he should collect his money, $5,000 was mentioned, from Liberto's brother in New Orleans. McFerrin heard Liberto had underworld connections and was astonished when, an hour later, he learned of Martin Luther King's assassination. McFerrin told Baxton Bryant, executive director of the Tennessee Council on Human Rights, who insisted that he tell the FBI. McFerrin was reluctant until Bryant promised his name would be kept secret or he and his family would receive protection. In the early hours of April 8, he told his story to Frank Holloman, director of the Memphis Police and Fire Departments, MPD Homicide Chief N.E. Zachary, and FBI Agent O.B. Johnson at the Peabody Hotel. They taped McFerrin's account and had him sketch the scene and promised to check it out thoroughly. 3 days later, Bryant was told that the FBI believed that if McFerrin had heard the call at all, it was not related to the killing. McFerrin was left feeling like a criminal. The HSCA had similarly dismissed allegations from Louisville police officer Clifton Baird that there was an attempt to assassinate Dr. King in 1965, emanating from named Louisville police officers collaborating with FBI agents. The claim, backed up with the tape recording he took, mentioned a $5,000 contract to kill Dr. King. It was another glaring instance of the HSCA's failure to follow leads and solve the crime. Since Dr. King's brother A.D. lived in Louisville, Dr. King visited that city from time to time. In a lengthy meeting in a darkened bar, Baird shared his evidence with me. He impressed me as an honest, courageous policeman. Chapter 8. The Unscripted Television Trial. How to reject a jury verdict is the task of a thoughtful people, but without knowledge it has no credit. The masses have a silent steeple. I had to find another way to get the case heard, and began fleshing out the bones of an unscripted TV trial featuring real evidence, witnesses, a judge, and a counsel before an independent jury. It would be conducted strictly according to Tennessee law and criminal procedure. James liked the proposal from the outset, believing that if he could tell his story to an independent jury, he had a good chance of winning, though material evidence in the files of the federal government was sealed and unavailable to the defense. In 1992, I signed a contract with Thames Television in London. Former U.S. Attorney Hickman Ewing agreed to be the prosecutor. Marvin E. Frankel, a former federal district court judge, now practicing law in New York, the judge. I would lead the case for the defense. The jury was selected from a pool of U.S. citizens initially secured by a consultant research group. Hickman and I agreed on 12 jurors and 2 alternatives. As the trial approached, however, we were forced to move the jury from one hotel to another after our security people learned that the FBI had wired all of the rooms on the floor where the jury was staying. In putting forward our case, we intended to go well beyond the actual murder and demonstrate the existence and extent of a cover-up. The evidence we unearthed strengthened and tied together earlier findings. There could no longer be any doubt the prosecution's chief witness was drunk and that Dr. King's room at the Lorraine Motel was switched from one on a secluded ground floor courtyard to a highly exposed one with a balcony. Eyewitnesses Solomon Jones, Dr. King's driver in Memphis, James Orange, SCLA field organizer, and journalist Earl Caldwell said the fatal shot was fired from the brush area, not the bathroom. Reporter Kay Black and James Orange both alleged the brush area had been cut and cleared back the morning after the shooting, possibly along with an inconveniently placed tree branch. I learned from Maynard Stiles, deputy director of the Memphis City Public Works Department in 1968, that the pre-dawn cleanup request came from the Memphis Police Department early on the morning of April 5. A number of suspicious events were confirmed. The only 2 black firemen were ordered, the night before the killing, not to report the next day to their posts at Fire Station No. 2 overlooking the Lorraine. Black Detective Ed Reddit was removed from his surveillance post about an hour before the event. The MPD failed to form the usual security squad of black detectives for Dr. King. The emergency TAC support units were pulled back, and TAC 10 was removed from the Lorraine to the fire station. Evidence emerged that the CB hoax broadcast, which drew police attention to the northeastern side of the city, had been transmitted from downtown, near the scene of the killing. A former FBI agent confirmed harassment and surveillance of Dr. King by the Bureau, and MPD Special Services Intelligence Bureau officer Jim Smith confirmed that Dr. King's suite at the Rivermont, where he usually stayed, was under electronic surveillance by federal agents. There were increasing indications that members of the Liberto family in Memphis and New Orleans were implicated in the killing. Jim's Grill owner, Lloyd Jowers, seemed increasingly likely to have played a role. Taxi driver James McGraw's earlier claim that Jowers showed him a rifle under the counter in his grill was corroborated by Betty Spates, a waitress at Jim's Grill who implicated Jowers, her former boss and lover, in the murder, admitting that after hearing what sounded like a shot, she saw him run into the kitchen from the brush carrying a rifle. Her sister Bobby told of having been driven to work by Jowers the next morning. He admitted finding a rifle out back. She also pointed to some sinister activity going on upstairs on the day of the killing and having been told by Jowers not to take food up to the recuperating Grace Walden, Charlie Stevens' common-law wife. The death of Times Magazine stringer and investigative reporter Bill Sarter in 1971 was confirmed to be murder. He was on the trail of the Marcelo Liberto organized crime connection to Dr. King's murder. During the trial, the prosecution made great play of James's racism and that he had supposedly stalked Dr. King. Great pieces of our evidence were excluded. Betty Spates and her sister were too terrified to testify, and John McFerrin fled in fear. In my closing speech, I said the prosecution hadn't introduced a shred of evidence of any motive. I went over the many holes in the prosecution's flimsy case. These included the failure to match the evidence slug to the rifle at the scene, the fact that none of James's prints were found in the rooming house, that the state's chief witness was falling down drunk, the bathroom was empty just before the shot was fired, and there were 3 eyewitnesses to activity in the bushes and 2 eyewitnesses who saw James's white Mustang being driven away from the rooming house minutes before the shooting. I then cataloged strange events surrounding the case, including apparent tampering with the evidence slug, the cutting down of the tree and the bushes, the change of motel and room, the removal of security, and the standing down of black officers. Could James alone really have arranged these events? The program aired on April 4, 1993, the 25th anniversary of Dr. King's death. The jury found the defendant not guilty after deliberating for over 7 hours. The silence from the media organizations was deafening. No major media had ever provided such a springboard to reopen a case, though, as never before, James's innocence had been made clear. Chapter 9. Doors begin to open. Slowly, ever so slowly, light and truth are one. I began to feel the resulting pain. It seemed to me that they had won. In this system, justice cannot gain. Irrefutable, without a doubt. Denied, nevertheless, an ageless story. Lies, false images they daily flout to control, assert false glory, erected upon a sand-based mount. In the TV trial's aftermath, I began to focus on Lloyd Jowers. I wanted to find a way to put on the record the evidence that we had uncovered about his involvement. I thought it would be sufficient to prove James's innocence. To secure his freedom, we also needed to learn as much as possible about what Jowers knew to get to the bottom of the conspiracy in Memphis. Wayne Chastain, a reporter with the Memphis Press Scimitar in 1968 and later an attorney in Memphis, knew Jowers' lawyer, Lewis Garrison. The two frequently discussed the case. Garrison, a man of formidable conscience, told Chastain that his client had dropped hints that he knew much more about the events of April 4 than anyone else and seemed to be looking for a way to open up. Memphis private investigators Ken Herman and John Billings had worked for me on the television trial. Now they were acting on their own. Herman went to see Garrison about Jowers' involvement in the killing. Garrison somehow learned we had unearthed evidence of Jowers' involvement and told him not to say anything until a grant of immunity was obtained. He undertook an approach to the District Attorney General to this end also on behalf of Jowers' heavy Willie Aikens, Betty Spates, Bobby Smith, and James McGraw. I didn't see how, apart from Jowers, any of the other clients could be charged with any crime. The statute of limitations had expired on any criminal acts committed after the crime. Billings asked his next-door neighbor, black judge and founder of the National Civil Rights Museum, Darmy Bailey, to quietly ask the Attorney General to review the request for immunity, which would shortly be submitted. I was annoyed that Herman and Billings had acted without instructions. They had a continuing legal and ethical responsibility to James, which derived from their association with his defense and myself as his lawyer. They had indirectly tipped off Jowers and Aikens to what we knew, and it was quite possible they had put at risk already fearful essential witnesses. If Betty and Bobby knew that Jowers and Aikens had become aware of their cooperation with us, we had little chance of convincing them to cooperate further. I didn't expect Attorney General Perotti to approve the request for immunity, since he and his office had long been closely associated with the official solution of the case. I had no involvement in Garrison's request, but was anxious for the truth to come out. It was obvious, however, that Jowers would not reveal what he knew unless some sort of satisfactory immunity or plea arrangement could be obtained. Any number of plea bargaining possibilities were open to the prosecutor and Garrison. I discovered an alternative route for obtaining immunity. A little-known Tennessee statute provision would allow us to sidestep the Attorney General's office and approach the grand jury directly and ask that body to hear evidence on the case. Garrison insisted on going the conventional route, believing the story was too big for Perotti to suppress. Garrison met with Perotti on June 3 and laid out the request, stating that his unnamed clients wished to provide specific evidence pertaining to the killing of Dr. King in exchange for a grant of immunity from the state and federal governments. Perotti asked Garrison for a brief statement outlining the evidence. Garrison submitted the formal written request on June 22, 1993. Meanwhile, bits and pieces of Jowers' and Aikens' story began to be passed on to me, usually through Wayne Chastain, to whom Herman and eventually Lewis Garrison would talk. Supposedly, Frank Holt, a black produce truck unloader, was hired to do the shooting. We wanted him as a witness in our pretrial investigation, but Herman couldn't locate him. Jowers also told Garrison that Frank Liberto had given him the contract to murder Dr. King, thus apparently independently confirming John McFerrin's story. Jowers apparently acknowledged having seen James in the grill on April 4, seated at a table with a dark-haired Latino. This jibed with James's account of meeting with Raul on the afternoon of the killing. Jowers also indicated that the money for the contract came from New Orleans and was delivered to Memphis in an M.E. Carter Produce Company truck. Herman reported that Jowers had confirmed Betty's story about the events of April 4 to the last detail. There was no indication where and with whom the contract originated. Jowers may have only known local details of the killing, and he wouldn't reveal all he knew until he was granted immunity. Akins, it emerged, only became involved with Jowers about a year after Dr. King was shot. While Jowers might have revealed information to him, he did not know him at the time of the killing. 2.5 months after Garrison met with Perotti, there was no sign that the Attorney General was going to act or even that he was seriously considering Garrison's request. I had, therefore, begun to think about ways of applying pressure in an attempt to force his hand. On August 16, I wrote to him, informing him that I was aware of Garrison's petition, calling on him to either grant or make a plea bargain arrangement with Jowers. I pointed out its potential impact, both in setting the record straight and in bringing about the release of a man who had been unjustly imprisoned for almost a quarter century. The Attorney General tried to fob off the request. On September 8, he wrote that he couldn't consider granting immunity until he had evidence which can be proven beyond reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty. On September 15, he even denied having anything to consider, saying he had not been presented with any document requesting formal immunity in the case, nor any summary of evidence that might cause him to consider immunity should such an application be made. It became clear he had no intention of considering the request. On October 4, at the request of Lewis Garrison and Ken Herman, Wayne Chastain met both men in Garrison's office. Garrison gave him a copy of the actual request for immunity submitted to the Attorney General on June 22. Despite Perotti's letter to me of September 15, the request was indeed a document asking for immunity containing a summary of the evidence on which it was based. It stated that Jowers, designated as Witness Green, was approached before the assassination and offered money to locate a person to assassinate Dr. King. The funds would come from another city through a local person or persons. Jowers, who had close contact with some persons in the MPD, was advised that he was in a strategic location to assist and that Dr. King would be a guest at the Lorraine Motel from a certain date. Jowers was to be provided with a weapon. Jowers located a person to do the job, and funds were delivered to Jowers before the assassination in volumes of large bills. At the time of the shooting, Jowers was stationed close to the assassin, and once the shot was fired, the weapon was passed to Jowers, who disassembled it and wrapped it in a covering. Jowers had been advised by other conspirators that there would be a decoy following the assassination. Betty Spates, designated as Witness Brown, a close acquaintance of Jowers, would state that she was within a few feet of the location where the shot was fired. Betty would also testify that she saw Jowers with a rifle immediately after hearing the shot. She would state that previously she saw a large amount of money that had been delivered to Jowers. The money was in stacks of large denomination bills. McGraw, Witness Black, stated that on the day after the killing, Jowers showed him the gun and told him it was the one used to assassinate Dr. King. Willie Akins, Witness White, would testify that he was asked after the fact by Jowers to take care of certain people who knew too much. Jowers told him he'd received the gun after the killing from the actual assassin. Bobby Smith, Witness Gray, would testify she was aware of the large amount of money paid to Jowers just before the assassination and that she had knowledge of other details about the actual killing. The submission ended with a formal request for immunity for all 5 people. Jowers' story, as summed up for Chastain by Garrison, was that he had agreed at the request of produce man Frank Liberto to hire a man to kill Dr. King on his last visit to Memphis, and that he was paid $1 million, which he passed on. Since I had no doubt that the Attorney General would continue to stonewall any action based upon this evidence, I had to take steps on behalf of James. I instructed Chastain as local counsel to approach the grand jury on James's behalf. I planned to ask the grand jury to subpoena Attorney Garrison, at which time, if he so chose, he could request immunity for his clients in exchange for their testimony. I also formally asked the Governor's Council to ask the Governor to hold off on issuing any ruling on our motion for exoneration since new evidence was forthcoming. I suggested that the governor could look foolish if he went ahead and ruled against us in light of information that would shortly be revealed. We delayed our actual submission, hoping to maximize the possibility of the members taking our submission seriously. Acting independently, we began briefing certain representatives of the American mass media. By the beginning of December, I was increasingly frustrated. There was no progress on the request for immunity, and the media were unwilling to take up the issue, and consequently, there was no public pressure. On Tuesday evening, December 7, I gave Wayne the go-ahead for the grand jury submission. He was to deliver a letter and an affidavit to testify the next day. He rushed it in and, on his own initiative, attached the names and addresses of the people to be subpoenaed. I was concerned that we had provided Parati with the names of the witnesses and warned him any contact with these witnesses outside of the grand jury room would be closely scrutinized. Earlier, when Betty Spates had tried to come forward to get the truth out to clear James, she was visited unofficially in her home and, the record indicated, then called in officially and interrogated. Frightened off, it took 20 years for her to come around again. I called Andrew Billen at the London Observer, one of England's oldest and most reputable broadsheets. Initially skeptical, Billen had covered the TV trial and had a good working knowledge of the case. He was excited, so was his editor. Convinced that no American media entity would break the story, I gave the Observer the go-ahead. I learned from a source that Jack Saltman, the Thames television producer of the trial of James Earl Ray, was talking to various people, trying to break the story and name the witnesses, whose names I had stipulated from the outset had to be confidential. I was appalled. It was clear that Ken Herman had been working with Saltman for some time, and that they had made an arrangement. In confidence, I had disclosed the existence of the security witnesses and the nature of their testimony. I believed that my trust was being flouted. Such a disclosure was likely to drive all of the witnesses away, and James would be the loser. I confronted Herman. Our relationship, which had been strained since the trial, was now severely damaged. I instructed Wayne to add the names of Ken Herman and Jack Saltman to the list of those persons to be subpoenaed. The next day, Thursday, December 9, Wayne delivered the names directly to an attendant at the entrance to the grand jury room and waited. He was not called. On Friday, the Attorney General and his number 2 were closeted together, and the local FBI special agent in charge had also been in for meetings. Wayne's request to appear before the grand jury was making them anxious. The pressure was building. Next, I became specifically aware of and increasingly concerned about the rogue efforts of Herman and John Billings to locate the man Frank Holt, whose name had surfaced as the possible shooter. We all believed that Holt was now in the Orlando area. I told him that I would go to Orlando to approach and personally interview Holt if he could be found. I also sent them formal notices asserting my attorney's privilege on behalf of James over everything they knew or had connected with the case. The Observer article was released around 10 p.m. on Saturday evening, and I fielded calls for a few hours. Around 2 a.m., Wayne called, saying that the London Sunday Times and the Commercial Appeal had called him. The Memphis Commercial Appeal quoted Parati as having denounced Garrison and me, calling the entire story a fraud or scam. On the morning the Observer hit the newsstands, I caught the flight to Orlando. We had an address for Holt, supplied by Buck Buchanan, an Orlando private investigator hired for the purpose. Memphis investigator Cliff Dates met me in Orlando, and we went to 32 North Terry Street, a small transient boarding house. Herman and Billings were also chasing the story and had got there first. Later, as we drove around, we saw a gray Cadillac approaching. We both recognized Ken Herman in the back, sitting between a black man in a baseball cap and John Billings, seated on the other side. I was hindered in my search for Frank Holt by having to spend part of the next 2 days, December 14 and 15, negotiating with the ABC Primetime Live producers. I had learned that Jack Saltman had sold the story and his counseling service to them. I saw the program as potentially being useful to the effort to free James, but I was afraid that they might name the witnesses. If Betty and Bobby were named without their consent and before their statements could be heard in a courtroom, they would probably repudiate earlier statements or not discuss the matter at all. This, of course, is exactly what happened before. I contacted the ABC producer. Eventually, he promised that only the witnesses they actually interviewed would be named. On the program, which aired nationwide on Thursday, December 16, 1993, Lloyd Jowers cleared James Earl Ray, saying that he did not shoot Dr. King, but that he, Jowers, had hired a shooter after he was approached by Memphis produce man Frank Liberto and paid $1 million to facilitate the assassination. He also said that he had been visited by a man named Raoul, who delivered a rifle and asked him to hold it until arrangements were finalized. Jowers' cleanup man, Willie Akins, confirmed he was ordered to kill the unnamed shooter, who ran off to Florida before he could pop him. The producer's promise was worthless. Betty had been surreptitiously filmed leaving her place of work. Though partially obscured, she was recognizable, and she was named. The next morning, I asked Cliff Dates to contact Betty. She was hurt, hostile, and blamed me. She didn't realize that Herman and Saltman hadn't worked with me for 8 months. Since she wouldn't talk to me, I sent her a letter explaining the facts. The morning after the primetime live broadcast, there was no news coverage of the previous night's program, not even on ABC. A small mention was made in USA Today and the Washington Post, which featured Parati's new willingness to investigate the case further, though not to reopen it. Here was a confession on primetime television to involvement in one of the most heinous crimes in the history of the Republic, and virtually no American mass media coverage. I had concluded that the governor would not seriously consider the basis for the motion for exoneration. I filed a petition on James's behalf, seeking a trial on the basis of the new evidence discovered during the course of our investigation, as well as the sensational public admissions of Lloyd Jowers. On the night the program aired, John Billings, who was trying to keep lines of communication open, called to tell me that they had still not found Holt. When they found him, I would be the first to know. I just listened. Earlier that morning, I had learned it was all over Memphis that Holt was the person implicated in the killing. I was scheduled to fly back to London on Friday, December 17. About an hour before the flight, I learned that Dwight Lewis of the Nashville Tennessean newspaper had left a message on the office answering machine. They had found Frank Holt, and he wanted to get my reaction to Holt's statement. My heart stopped. I called Lewis, who told me that 2 of the Tennessean's reporters and a photographer had located Holt that day at the Men's Homeless Center on Central Boulevard in Orlando, one of the shelters where I had hung out earlier in the week. He would move from shelter to shelter. Long stays were not allowed. He apparently said that he had been inside Jim's Grill on the afternoon of April 4, but knew nothing about the assassination. The Tennessean had flown him to Nashville, where he took and passed a lie detector test. The paper published a feature article on their interview of Frank Holt on Sunday, December 19. That morning, I learned that Lewis had gone to the airport to put Holt on a plane bound for Orlando. I asked Buck Buchanan to meet the flight and offer Holt a temporary safe house. Though the Tennessean had not printed Holt's address, his name and general location were public, and he had publicly refuted all allegations that he was the shooter. I thought his life might very well be in danger. Buchanan met the plane, and Frank Holt accepted the offer of protection and temporary safe house accommodations until I could arrive to interview him on Wednesday. On Tuesday, Buchanan was contacted by the Tennessean and by investigators from Attorney General Parati's office. He had left his name at the homeless center the previous week when searching for Holt, and both the newspaper and the Shelby County officials had become aware of his interest. The prosecutor had had 5 witnesses under his nose for over 6 months and had made no move to interview them, yet the Tennessean story was not even 2 days old, and Parati had already sent a team to another state to search Buchanan out to, as he put it, shoot full of holes the story told by Lloyd Jowers. Buchanan met me on my arrival in Orlando on Wednesday, December 23, and we took Holt out to dinner. He was a generally placid, almost expressionless man, concerned about his safety and wanting to leave the Orlando area. The next day, I interviewed Holt for 4 hours at my motel. Though I questioned him repeatedly, his story never varied. He said that he had left his home in Darling, Mississippi in the mid-1950s and ended up in the Jacksonville area. which he had come to regard as a second home. In the early 1960s, he went to Memphis and eventually took a job at the M.E. Carter Produce Company as a driver's helper, going on deliveries to towns in Arkansas and Mississippi. Occasionally, he would travel to New Orleans to bring back produce to Memphis. This was the job he was doing in 1968 at the time of the assassination. He had the impression that Frank Liberto, who had his own produce business, LL&L, also had some interest in M.E. Carter. Occasionally, he overheard conversations between Liberto and the big wheels of M.E. Carter, and on one occasion, during the sanitation workers' strike, he heard Liberto say, "King is a troublemaker, and he should be killed. If he is killed, then he will cause no more trouble." Holt said that he drank beer at Jim's Grill 2 or 3 times a week. He recalled going upstairs in the rooming house to visit and drink beer with 2 friends, Apple Booty and Commodore. Apple Booty had worked the warehouse at M.E. Carter. The last time Holt remembered being upstairs in the rooming house was before Commodore moved, some time before the shooting. From his description of the layout, it appeared clear that Commodore had occupied room 5B, the room rented by James on the afternoon of April 4 under the name John Willard. Holt said that on the day before the shooting, he had gone on a delivery run deep into Mississippi and did not return until late morning or early afternoon of the following day. When he reached Memphis, he made the rounds of a few bars and eventually ended up in Jim's Grill late in the afternoon. To the best of his recollection, he was inside the grill at the time of the shooting and could not explain the reference in the FBI report that he was passing the grill on his way to work. He did not recall ever being interviewed by the police or FBI. This could have been explained by Holt's own faulty memory, the passage of time, and/or alcohol abuse. When asked why Lloyd Jowers named him, he was puzzled. "He probably thought I was dead," he said. Holt had left Memphis in late 1969. He had no interest in notoriety and abhorred being linked to the assassination. He seemed credible and a most unlikely assassin. That afternoon, he took another lie detector test and underwent hypnosis. Both the hypnotist and the polygraph concluded that Frank Holt was not involved in the crime. Late in the afternoon of December 23, I shook hands with Frank Holt and said goodbye. He had, I had told him, further assisted in clearing his name. I returned to England believing that Jowers was lying about Holt's involvement and was either covering up his own role as the shooter or was protecting someone else by implicating Holt. Even his claim that he had asked Akins to find Holt and kill him in 1974 was incredible. By that time, Holt had been gone from Memphis for 5 years. In 1994, Jowers may have been constructing one of his self-protective stories, for around this time James was about to obtain a habeas corpus hearing. When threatened by events over the almost 26-year history of this case, Jowers had always developed such stories. It would take time to discover why. Breakthroughs, January to April 15, 1994. In an interview with the Tennessean on January 7, 1994, Attorney General Perotti said that he was going to tell the grand jury to go ahead and listen to what Chastain had to say. The foreman, Herbert Robinson, said that even though Chastain was a pain, they would hear him sometime after January 18, when the new grand jury was formed. He was still waiting to be called in 1995. I found this appalling. When James pleaded guilty on March 10, 1969, the original prosecutor, Attorney General Connolly, pledged on the record of that hearing that, if any evidence was ever presented that showed there was a conspiracy, he would take prompt and vigorous action in searching out and asking that an indictment be returned. Fortunately, we had already decided to proceed with filing a petition for trial. I flew to Nashville to meet James, who was in good spirits and interested in the possibility of using the imminent petition to obtain declassification of relevant documents, files, and reports. On Monday, January 10, Wayne filed the petition for the trial along with 5 volumes of exhibits and 2 video exhibits. We then drove out to Jim Lawson's old church, Centenary Methodist, where a press conference had been scheduled to call for an independent grand jury investigation. When we got there, a number of participants, including Reverend Lawson, who had flown in from Los Angeles, had already arrived. I briefed the group, which included several prominent church leaders, among them my dear friend and marital pastor, the Reverend William Sloane Coffin, whom I had long regarded as one of the most articulate preachers in America, and we answered questions before the 2-hour press conference. This focused on the group's commitment that a grand jury should independently investigate the murder of Dr. King under the leadership of its own foreman and an independent prosecutor not associated in any way with the Shelby County District Attorney General. All agreed that he couldn't be regarded as an objective, impartial investigator. We left the meeting feeling uplifted. Later that day, we learned that the petition had gone to the court of Judge Joe Brown, with the hearing scheduled for the following morning. When we arrived at the Criminal Justice Center, television cameras were already there. During the brief hearing, the judge raised the question of whether or not our petition could prevail because of prior decisions that had been reached on some of the issues, primarily related to overturning a plea of guilty. We argued that those prior decisions were made without the benefit of the new evidence we now sought to produce, which proved James's actual innocence of the crime. The judge asked both sides to prepare memoranda of law on the issues, scheduling a hearing for April 4, the 26th anniversary of the assassination. Early that afternoon, we met John McFerrin, who on April 4, 1968, had overheard Frank Liberto calling for Dr. King to be shot on the balcony and who promised that this time he would not chicken out. He recalled hearing from a local man, Tommy Wright, that on Saturday mornings, Liberto would meet regularly with a high-level Tennessee state official at his law office in Fayette County. Alarm bells went off. James had found a government business card with the name Randy Rosenson scribbled on the back in the white Mustang before crossing the border from Mexico to California. Raul, who had paid for the car, kept a spare set of keys. Randy Rosenson had insisted that in 1978, around the time of his interviews by HSCA staff, he had been visited by the same high-level Tennessee state official who tried to get him to say that he had been acquainted with James Earl Ray. If Rosenson had known James, then he could have dropped the cigarette pack containing the card himself. If he didn't know James, then someone else had to have left the pack and card behind. James had always stated that he believed the card was linked to Raul. The state and the HSCA had taken the position that Raul did not exist, so any evidence to the contrary had to be a problem for them. The connection being alleged between Liberto and the official could explain why pressure was put on Rosenson to say that he knew James. McFerrin said that another source of information was his lawyer from Jackson, Tennessee, Mr. H. Reagan. He had told McFerrin quietly, years ago, that the same state official handled matters and looked out for the interests of organized crime in Tennessee. Retired MPD Captain Tommy Smith confided that various senior officers of the department were regularly on the take back in 1968, but he didn't know any details. He was out of the loop. He also said that the police officers who went to the FBI Academy, N.E. Zachary, Robert Cochran, Glenn King, and others, formed a special clique. In late January, I was finally able to speak again with Betty Spates. She said that Jowers, Akins, and others were interested in doing a book or movie about the case. They wanted her to change her story to say she saw a black man handing the rifle to Lloyd in the doorway of the kitchen seconds after the shooting. Willie Akins came around with a tape recorder, and she was supposed to listen to help get her story straight. When she refused to go along with this farce, Akins told her that she had blown it for all of them. They could have split $300,000 if she had cooperated. Betty totally refuted the story involving Frank Holt and strongly insisted, as before, that when she saw Jowers running toward the back door of Jim Grill's kitchen, no one was with him. In mid-January, Betty told me that the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation had called and wanted to interview her. I advised her to meet with them and answer their questions truthfully. Over the last weekend of January, John Billings told me that he had learned that Perotti had asked the FBI to conduct an investigation into the new Jowers evidence. He said that they had already spoken to McGraw, who was sticking to his story. Billings offered to be interviewed by the FBI, and Ken Herman was also willing to throw new light on the case. Billings was told that the Attorney General would have to agree. The impression Billings received was that they wouldn't be interviewed and that by using the FBI, Perotti was distancing himself from direct responsibility for the investigation while still controlling the inquiry. They were never interviewed. I wrote to Parati offering any reasonable assistance to the FBI investigation of the new evidence. I told him James was interested in being released and not in solving the murder. If released, James intended to leave the country. But while he stayed inside, the investigation aimed at establishing his innocence would, of course, continue. On March 7, 8, and 9, I spent a total of 13 hours with Betty Spates. She agreed to tell me her story from the beginning, adding that she had been racking her brains, trying to remember each detail about what she observed on April 4, 1968. I met her in her darkened home on Roland Street. She told the story of her involvement with Jowers and the grill, as she had always told it, adding details. There were a few surprises, however, when she related the events of April 4, 1968. Now Betty remembered going over to the grill just before noon on that day and noticing that Lloyd was nowhere around. Somewhat nervous and always insecure in her interracial extramarital relationship with Jowers, she went back to the kitchen at the rear to look for him. The door was slightly ajar. She was only in the kitchen for a short time when Lloyd came through the back door carrying a rifle. The gun had a fairly light brown stock and handle and a barrel that appeared to be of normal length. She did not remember seeing a scope. She said that Lloyd did not appear to be in a hurry or under stress. He was almost nonchalant. She was startled and asked, "Lloyd, what are you doing with that gun?" He replied half-jokingly, "I'm going to use it on you if I catch you with a nigger." She said, "Lloyd, you know I wouldn't do that." He said he was only kidding, that she knew he'd never hurt her. He put the gun down alongside a keg of beer and then, as though he had second thoughts, picked it up again and proceeded to break it down in front of her. He carried the pieces through the grill, went out the front door, and turned left, walking several feet to where his old brown station wagon was parked. As she watched through the window, he put the broken-down rifle into the back of the wagon, looking around afterward to see if anyone was watching. Then he came back inside. She confirmed that during the course of the afternoon, she was in and out of the grill. Although Jowers always discouraged her from being around on Thursdays when his wife would drop by, that Thursday he seemed especially ill at ease and kept chasing her out. That only made Betty more suspicious that he was cheating on her, and she was in the grill when Jowers' wife came in around 4 p.m. Mrs. Jowers walked straight up to her and called her a whore and told her to get out. Lloyd intervened, telling his wife to get out herself and directing Betty to get behind the counter. Sullen and speechless, Lloyd's wife stalked out. After a while, Betty went back across the street, returning to the grill to check on Lloyd sometime before 6 p.m. She believed that Bobby was still there. Lloyd, however, was again nowhere in sight. Eventually, she went back toward the kitchen, noticing that this time the door between the restaurant section and the kitchen was tightly closed. Thinking that this was unusual, she made her way into the kitchen where she noticed that the door leading to the backyard was ajar. Soon after, she recalled hearing what sounded like a loud firecracker, and then, within seconds, she looked out and saw Jowers rushing from the brush area through the door, carrying another rifle. When she first saw him, he was about 10 to 15 feet from the door. He was out of breath, she said, and white as a ghost. His hair was in disarray, and the knees of his trousers were wet and muddy, as though he had been kneeling in the soggy grass or brush area. When he caught his breath, he didn't appear angry, but plaintively said to her, "You would never do anything to hurt me, would you?" Betty said, "Of course I wouldn't, Lloyd." Without another word, he moved quickly to the door leading into the grill, which opened right next to the counter on the left. In one quick step, with the rifle at his side, he was behind the counter. She saw him break the rifle down, wrap it in a cloth, and put it on a shelf under the counter and push it farther back. She remembered that the rifle was distinctive. It had a dark mahogany brown stock, a scope, and a short barrel that made the gun look like a toy. Something was screwed or fixed onto the barrel somehow, fitting over it and increasing its diameter. In this statement, for the first time, Betty had spoken of two separate instances of seeing Lloyd Jowers bringing a gun in from the brush area behind the kitchen. It was worrying that this was the first time she had mentioned a second gun. On the other hand, this account corroborated what McCraw had said all along about Jowers showing him the gun under the counter. Betty went on to say that a few months after the killing in 1968, she was visited by 3 people who she believed were government officials. One was black, another white, and the third appeared to be Spanish or Latino. They offered her and her sisters new identities, relocation, and money for their own protection. They refused, supported by their mother, and the men left. Two of the same men returned about 5 years later. This would have been around the time that James was being given an evidentiary hearing in federal court. The offer was repeated and again refused. Jowers' friend Willie Akins had acted aggressively toward Betty, firing at her and her 2 sons on one occasion and firing 3 shots into her sofa on another. She believed he was trying to frighten, not kill her. Betty signed detailed affidavits in support of all these events. When we filed Betty's primary affidavit with the court, the Tennessean published its contents. Shortly afterwards, Attorney General Perotti leaked a statement taken by the FBI on January 25 that we found distressing. In it, also purportedly under oath, Betty denied seeing Jowers with the rifle at 6 p.m. and further denied having any information supporting James's innocence. When I asked Betty about it, she did not recall giving the specific answers recorded. She said they only asked her to respond to specific points in Ken Herman's statement. It did appear, however, that she had signed the FBI statement. I obtained a copy. The handwritten statement, dated January 25, 1994, appeared to contradict the affidavit she had given me on March 8, 1994. However, she said she didn't read it because her glasses were broken. It was read to her, and the investigator wrote as he asked her questions, telling her not to volunteer information but to simply answer questions. She said the men from the Attorney General's office and the FBI made her afraid. Betty went out of her way to assure me that she now wanted to testify and to clear her name of any hint of being a liar. The April 4 hearing had been put off until April 15. Though the hearing was to focus on the law, I argued the law by substantially elaborating upon and applying the facts. This enabled me to put a long list of suppressed factual evidence and factual discrepancies on the record and, of course, to be heard by the judge and the media seated in the chairs normally occupied by the jury. Perotti spoke for about 15 minutes as part of the state's rebuttal argument and appeared to be agitated. At the end of the argument, the judge complimented both sides and then, referring to lengthy notes, stated that although the state might be technically correct, requiring him to deny the petition, nevertheless, he was going to allow us to put forward evidence. This evidentiary record would be available to an appellate court, he said, as well as to history. In an impassioned reference to the importance of Dr. King, he said history compelled him to allow as much information as possible to be placed before the public under the auspices of his court. The state was stunned. Judge Brown said he would not finalize or file any judgment until after the submission of evidence was over. We were elated. Chapter 10. Roots of the Civil Trial. A window open, slightly ajar, affords an image, a change in what has long been the bar, an opening door of the timeless cage. It was an extraordinary outcome. Judge Brown's ruling could hardly have been more creative. If he had explicitly ruled in our favor and granted a trial or a full evidentiary hearing, the state would have appealed, and considering the inclination of the Court of Appeals and the Supreme Court, he likely would have been overturned. In any event, we would have been off on the appellate trial. By not finalizing any ruling, he kept the matter before him and could thus allow us to call witnesses and submit evidence. We intended, for example, to file a motion asking to test the rifle and the bullets in evidence. Whether or not the judge would go so far as to order a trial at the conclusion of our evidence remained to be seen. I eventually decided to open up another legal front and sue Lloyd Jowers on behalf of James. Jowers had, after all, actually admitted on primetime television that he played a key role in the case for which James had spent 25 years in prison. Jowers had also publicly admitted that James was a scapegoat and did not know what was going on. Thus, Jowers' acts and his continued silence had resulted in the unjust imprisonment of James. We filed the complaint for the civil suit against Lloyd James, Raoul, unknown last name, and other unknown parties on Thursday, August 25, 1994. We alleged that Jowers had participated in the tort of conspiracy, as a result of which James had been deprived of his liberty and been wrongly imprisoned. We added the newly developed ancillary tort of outrage, which was justified by the very nature and continuation of the wrongful acts. Damages sought were $6,500,000 actual and compensatory, and $39,500 punitive. Early on, we decided to depose Jowers, and the deposition took place over a 9.5-hour period. He had with him a typed clause asserting his Fifth Amendment rights ready for use. 9 hours would pass before he would use it. We began at a gentle pace, as I took him from his childhood and early life in a large rural family to his days on the police force, which lasted roughly from 1946 to 1948. After that, he formed his own veterans cab company staffed at first by Second World War veterans. It was during his brief career as a police officer that he met Memphis produce dealer Frank C. Liberto in 1946 or 1947. He said that back in 1946, he knew both patrolmen N.E. Zachary and Sam Evans. Jowers supplied details of his own 6 marriages, 3 to the same woman. He recalled Frank Liberto in the late 1940s as a prominent produce man whose business was located downtown in the market near Central Police Headquarters. Later, the market moved to Scott Street, and Liberto moved his business there. He denied knowing Frank Liberto well, although he believed that Frank, as he called him, did help him get some taxi business from the market. He said that he didn't see Frank Liberto again until 1965. He refused to acknowledge any business dealings with him. In 1966, he left Veterans Cab and went to work for the Yellow Cab Company as a dispatcher. The next year, 1967, he opened a restaurant called the Check-Off Inn and opened Jim's Grill in the summer of 1967. He denied the Check-Off Inn was a gambler's haunt. When he opened Jim's Grill, he hired Betty Spates and her sisters Alda Mae Washington and Bobby Smith. He bought fresh vegetables from M.E. Carter, which were delivered daily. He said that the back door from the rooming house was boarded up, but he couldn't explain why it appeared to be open in police evidence photographs that I showed him taken shortly after the killing. Jowers said that on April 4, he drove a white Cadillac to work. Bobby Smith worked on the morning of April 4 but left around 4 p.m. He said Betty Spates did not work at all that day because one of her children was sick. Also, he said that Big Lena and Rosie Lee had been gone from his employ months earlier and that he himself had fixed breakfast for the egg and sausage man. Sometime prior to Jowers' deposition, I had located Rosie Lee Dabney, and she confirmed that she was waiting on tables in Jim's Grill on the afternoon of April 4. She said she served eggs and sausage to a stranger on the afternoon of the shooting and again the next morning. An MPD report corroborated her story. Jowers said he was drawing a pitcher of beer at the time of the gunshot. He confirmed with certainty that the bushes in the backyard had been cut down, and he actually drew a line surprisingly close to the building up to where he said the thick bushes came. He acknowledged that the waitresses probably did bring food up to Grace Walden, but denied telling Bobby not to bring food up to her on the morning of April 4. He denied driving Bobby to work on the morning of April 5 or going out to the back or even looking out there on the morning after the shooting. Incredibly, he categorically denied having any relationship with Betty Spates. He did, however, admit to speaking with Betty on December 13, 1993, the night the Primetime Live program was filmed, to warn her, he said, that reporters were on the way to her house. I showed Jowers a copy of the transcript of the ABC Primetime Live program, and he agreed it was an accurate statement. I then entered it into the record. When I began to question him on the statements he made on the program, he invoked the Fifth Amendment. I noted for the record that the transcript had already been agreed to and entered into evidence, and that, in my opinion, the protection of the Fifth Amendment was not available to him. Garrison then agreed to stipulate that the questions were asked and Mr. Jowers gave these answers, the answers being those responses given during the television program. Jowers' testimony was extraordinary for the number of untruths he told, many of which were clearly contradicted by other evidence and testimony, and some of which were the result of him contradicting his earlier statements. For reasons best known to him and his counsel, Jowers insisted on deposing Betty Spates. Lewis Garrison served a subpoena on her, and she came along in a hostile frame of mind. Before beginning, I took her aside and explained that Jowers, who had denied having any relationship with her, had insisted that she be called. Gradually, she decided to cooperate, confirming the factual truthfulness of the affidavit she had given to me earlier. Willie Aikens was also deposed and stated that a few years after the event, Jowers admitted that he was involved in the killing. Jowers described his meeting with Raoul, who brought the gun to him at the grill, and Frank Liberto arranging for delivery of a large sum of money in a produce box included in a regular delivery. The scene was striking. Jowers greeted Aikens cordially, and then Aikens, under oath, proceeded to incriminate his old friend. Aikens continued to maintain that years later he had been asked by Jowers to kill Frank Holt. At the end of the deposition, Jowers and Aikens went off talking about old times. Betty's sister Bobby Smith was also subpoenaed and appeared on December 22. Under oath, she confirmed that she had told me in an informal interview on December 18, 1992, 2 years earlier, Jowers had told her not to bring breakfast upstairs to Grace Walton on the morning of April 4. She usually did this about twice a week around 10 to 10:30 a.m. after the morning rush was over. I had always thought that this was significant because it meant that something was going on up there well before noon that day, some 4 or more hours before James arrived to rent the room. Bobby also said that Jowers picked her up on the morning of April 4 and 5, as usual, in his brown station wagon, which he parked just north of the grill in front of the store fixtures building. On the way in on the morning of April 5, Jowers told Bobby about the rifle being found in the backyard after the killing. She also confirmed that Jowers often spent the night at the Oakview house, where she lived with her mother and Betty in 1969, and that he had a long-standing affair with Betty during all of this time. Finally, she said that she had told the same story to the FBI and Attorney General's investigators sent by Perotti, and she did not understand why they would say that she knew nothing or had retracted her story. They told her not to discuss the matter with anyone. On Saturday, March 11, 1995, Attorney Lewis Garrison, with Lloyd Jowers present, began to depose James in a small conference room at the Riverbend Penitentiary. Throughout the session, Jowers listened intently as James gave the usual answers to the questions he had heard 1,000 times before. As he left the prison that afternoon, Lloyd Jowers seemed to be more amenable than ever before to revealing details that I believed would ultimately establish James's innocence. Jowers agreed to answer some further critical questions about the killing through his lawyer. There would be no recordings of his statement, and Lewis Garrison would take the follow-up questions to him for his response. On March 14, 1995, the process began in Garrison's 400 North Main Street office while he provided some new details of the conspiracy. Much of what he said confirmed information obtained previously from Betty Spates, Betty's sister Bobby Smith, and taxi driver James McCraw. At the outset, Garrison stressed the Holt story was not concocted by his client, but had to acknowledge Jowers went along with it for a while. He was uncertain whose brainstorm it was, but believed it originated with Willie Aikens and Ken Herman. Jowers contended that in March 1968, he was first approached not by Liberto, but by a local businessman who dealt in securities and bonds, and whom he had come to know from his gambling activity with Frank Liberto. This man told him that because of the location of Jim's Grill, he was going to be asked to provide certain assistance to the carrying out of a contract to assassinate Martin Luther King, Jr. He would be paid handsomely. Sometime between March 18 and March 28, soon after this conversation, Jowers was approached directly by produce man Frank C. Liberto, to whom he admitted that he owned a very large debt. For some time, I believed that the debt was a gambling loss. More recently, I have come to believe, following further conversations with Garrison, that it was more sinister. I believe that Liberto got rid of the body of a Mexican that Jowers killed after finding him in bed with Betty. Betty confirmed to me that Jowers came in and took the Mexican, whom she had brought home, at the point of a gun. She never saw him again. This debt would be forgiven, and Jowers would receive a large amount of money if he would help. Specifically, Liberto said that $100,000 would be delivered to him in cash in the bottom of an M.E. Carter vegetable produce box. The money came from New Orleans, as apparently did the contract on Dr. King's life. He would be visited by a man who would bring him a rifle and leave it with him for pickup at the right time. Upon consideration, it appears that this was not the murder weapon but a throwdown gun bought by James. At a subsequent point, with his client's consent, Attorney Garrison confirmed that there would be a scapegoat or decoy to distract attention. The police, some of whom were involved, would be nowhere in sight. Jowers agreed. As Liberto said, a man did come to see him. Jowers thought that he introduced himself as Raoul or Royal and appeared to have a Latin or Indian appearance. He was about 5 feet 9 inches in height and weighed approximately 145 to 155 pounds. He had dark hair and appeared to be between 35 and 40 years old. They discussed the plans for the killing. Raoul told Jowers that his role would be to receive and hold the weapon on the day of the killing until it would be picked up. After the shooting, Jowers would have to take charge of the actual murder weapon and keep it concealed. Jowers was also expected to keep his staff out of the way at all times. He confirmed Bobby's story that he instructed her not to follow her usual practice of taking food up to Grace Walden. On the morning of April 4, sometime around 11 a.m., after the rush was over, Raoul, according to plan, came into Jim's grill, bringing with him a rifle concealed in a box that he turned over to Jowers to hold. Jowers said that Raoul told him that he would be back later that afternoon to pick it up. Jowers put the gun under the counter and carried on with his work. He next admitted that he went away to take a rest sometime around or after 1 p.m. when the lunch crowd had gone. When he returned to work, it was around 3:30 p.m. Sometime later, Raoul returned briefly and took the gun from him and went back into the kitchen area with it. Jowers claimed to be uncertain as to whether he remained in the rear of the grill or went upstairs by the back stairway. According to James's recollections, Raoul was upstairs off and on during the afternoon. It therefore seems more likely that Raoul took the gun upstairs to room 5B and concealed it there. Jowers said that sometime before 6 p.m., he went out into the brush where he joined another person. He did not provide any more details except to admit that immediately after the shot, he picked up the rifle that had been placed on the ground and carried it through the back door of Jim's grill. As he ran into the back of the grill, he was confronted by Betty, who, as she had said, stood near him as he broke the gun down, wrapped it in a cloth, and quickly put it under the counter in the grill. Jowers finally confirmed her recollection of the events was basically correct. He also admitted that the next morning between 10 and 11, he showed the rifle in a box under the counter to taxi driver James McCraw, thus confirming McCraw's recollection. Sometime later that morning, Raoul reappeared in the grill, picked up the gun, and took it away. Jowers said he never saw the rifle again and has no idea where it was taken or where it is today. The version of events just laid out was completely at odds with the answers Jowers gave in his deposition. Jowers had altered some of these details, probably to cast his role in a slightly better light. Some years later, he would bring us closer to the more complete truth about the events leading up to and taking place on April 4, 1968. New Strands and Connections, H.L. Hunt. Billionaire oilman H.L. Hunt, who had been dead since 1974, had close ties with people and institutions emerging as pivotal players in the conspiracy now unfolding. I approached his former chief aide, John Currington, who offered many new revelations on Hunt's close ties to the FBI and the Mafia. Currington had worked for Hunt Oil for 15 years, and for nearly 13 of them had worked for H.L. Hunt personally, occupying the office right next to him. He frequently worked 18-hour days, 7 days a week, and often traveled with Hunt. As he explained it, he was basically Mr. Hunt's follow-through guy. He did whatever was necessary to get a job done. While not directly engaging in the dirty work, he made the arrangements at the old man's request. According to one of my investigators, at one point he had even referred to himself as Hunt's Batman, saying that he carried and delivered cash, sometimes in very large amounts, to any number of places, organizations, and individuals in support of right-wing activities. Some went to pay for specific operations. Currington had participated in many of the illegal activities he detailed and was remarkably frank. While continually referring to documents in an old brown leather suitcase, the then 67-year-old Texan confirmed that a closer relationship than had ever been publicly known existed between his ex-boss and FBI Director J. Edgar Hoover, which even included a direct line red telephone in Hunt's desk drawer. Their association went back to the early 1950s. Apparently, they had been poker-playing friends for many years, and their compatible right-wing political views, though differing sexual orientations, made them allies. Hoover had even seconded one of his trusted FBI agents, Paul Rothermel, to Hunt to be his head of security. Rothermel left the Bureau in late 1954 and joined Hunt in 1955. Curington was present at various meetings between Hoover and Hunt when Dr. King was discussed. Usually, Hoover came to the old man's hotel room. While the two men shared a dislike for Dr. King, Hoover's animosity was more passionate and obsessive, more personal. Hoover regularly provided Hunt with a considerable amount of documentation and material to be used as ammunition against Dr. King in his extreme right-wing, daily nationally syndicated Lifeline radio broadcasts. Dr. King was a favorite and a regular target of Lifeline venom. Curington recalled one meeting in June 1967 in Chicago between Hunt and Hoover in Hunt's hotel room. Hunt told Hoover he could finish Dr. King by constantly attacking him on his daily radio broadcasts. Hoover replied that it would not work. He said the only way to stop Dr. King would be to completely silence him. After Dr. King's murder, Hunt acknowledged to Curington that Hoover had won that argument. In April 1968, Lifeline, Hunt's program, produced a 15-minute daily program 6 days a week on 429 stations in 398 cities across America. Between 1967 and 1968, Hunt spent nearly $2 million on this program alone. Curington revealed that the entire effort, as well as other shadowy, often deeply covert political activities, was funded by monies diverted by Hunt from HLH Products, Inc. Curington ran this company, which the old man had established as a front for funding such political activity. He also acknowledged that his boss and Hoover shared many of the same friends, including several kingpins of organized crime. Not only was Hunt close to gamblers Frank Erickson, to whom he once owed $400,000, and Ray Ryan, who at the same time owed him a large amount, but he associated with Frank Costello, the mob's liaison to Hoover. Hunt's top-level mob ties also included Carlos Marcello and Dallas boss Joe Civello. In politics, Curington noted that Sam Rayburn, the former Speaker of the House of Representatives, and his protege Lyndon Johnson were both lifelong close political assets of Mr. Hunt. Curington also said that H.L. Hunt's daily liaison with President Lyndon Johnson on political matters was former FBI agent Booth Mooney, who was personally close to the president. Mooney not only delivered communications between Johnson and Hunt, but also wrote over half of the Lifeline broadcast tracts, including many of those attacking Dr. King. On April 5, the day after Dr. King's assassination, Hunt told Curington to make arrangements for him, Hunt, and his wife to travel to a Holiday Inn resort hotel in El Paso, Texas. For whatever reasons, the old man wanted to be away and inaccessible in the aftermath of the killing of Dr. King. Curington said that on the evening of the assassination, shortly after the shooting, Hoover called Hunt and advised him to cancel his anti-King Lifeline programs, which were to be aired that evening and the morning of April 5. After that call, Curington said he was called to Hunt's home and told to put together a team of secretaries to call the radio stations. By the end of our session, I concluded that John Curington, 25 years later, still appeared to be in awe of the man who, he said, moved on an entirely different level from the rest of us. James's last parole hearing. A parole hearing for James was set for May 25, 1994. This would be the first time that he appeared before the board. Such hearings are largely confined to a review of conduct during the time served. They are not concerned with any determination of guilt or innocence. I had no doubt that the decision would be made on purely political grounds and had already been made. Consequently, we decided to use this hearing as a forum to focus on James's innocence. I challenged the board to act independently of the governor who appointed them and who had publicly expressed his wish that they deny parole, and also to disavow the previous statements of the board's former executive director, who said James was told he could apply again in 5 years after he had served a full 30 years. At a post-hearing press conference in response to a question about the testing of the rifle, Perotti made the extraordinary statement that he didn't know if James was guilty, and he didn't have to prove it. So much for the requirement that prosecutors shall be primarily concerned with justice. I was more convinced than ever that our best hope lay in Judge Brown's courtroom. Judge Brown had been pressing us for some time to submit our draft order for the testing of the rifle and the bullets and evidence. I believed it likely that once the judge granted our request, The state would appeal his order and seek a delay pending review. This, of course, is what ultimately happened, with our efforts resulting in a May 8, 1955 Criminal Court of Appeals ruling endorsing the judge's action. The Whitlock-Liberto Story. Around 10:30 p.m. on the evening of June 4, 1994, I received a call from Memphis cab driver Nathan Whitlock, who had known Frank Liberto in the 1970s and who, I heard, had been told by Liberto himself that he had paid to have Dr. King killed. Whitlock usually drove a cab at night, and on that evening, he was driving a limousine. I rode with him so we could talk. He told me about his conversation with Mr. Frank, some 16 years before. He said that his mother, Lavada, had owned a restaurant that lay on the route between Liberto's home and his L&L Produce Company business. Nearly every day, the produce man would stop in for breakfast in the morning on his way to L&L and for drinks in the afternoon on his way home. Nathan said that when he had had a few drinks, Liberto took to bearing his soul to Lavada. She would often leave her post at the bar, sit down at the table, and talk to him. One day, as the Congressional Committee's work was being reported on the television in the restaurant, he told her he had arranged for the killing of Martin Luther King, Jr. Nathan said that when his mother told him about this, he became upset that Mr. Frank would involve his mother in this gangster talk. Nathan played guitar and used to travel, but in between trips he would help out in the restaurant, where he would often serve beer to Mr. Frank. Nathan said Liberto wanted to appear like a big shot around him. He showed off a thick roll of bills and a jade, diamond, and gold ring purportedly given to him by Elvis Presley. They became reasonably friendly. Another customer of the restaurant once quietly advised Nathan to be careful since Liberto was in the mafia. Nathan, who was about 18 at the time, once asked Liberto if, indeed, he was in the mafia and what the mafia was anyhow. Liberto told him that the mafia was a group of businessmen who took care of business. He added that, as a youngster, he used to push a vegetable cart with Carlos Marcello in New Orleans. At the time, this meant nothing to Nathan because he didn't know who Marcello was. Upset about Mr. Frank's conversation with his mother, he decided to confront him. One afternoon in 1978, just before Nathan was scheduled to go away on a trip, Liberto came in and ordered a beer. Nathan engaged the 300-pound produce dealer in conversation and then asked him directly if he had killed Dr. King. He said Mr. Frank looked as though he was going to be sick to his stomach. He immediately asked Nathan if he was wired. The boy thought Liberto wanted to know if he was on drugs, which he denied. Then Liberto said, "You've been talking to your mother, haven't you?" Nathan admitted that he had, and Liberto told him, "I didn't kill the nigger, but I had it done." Nathan said, "Well, that SOB is taking credit for it," referring to James. Liberto then responded, "Oh, he wasn't nothing but a troublemaker from Missouri." He added that James was a front man, a setup man. Then Nathan said Mr. Frank turned on him, saying, "You don't need to know about this." And after jumping to his feet and drawing his right hand back as though to hit him, he said, "Don't you say nothing, boy," and glared at him. He stomped around, thinking for a minute or so, and then said, "You're going to Canada, aren't you?" Nathan said he was. Liberto became quiet, and Nathan went to the back of the restaurant to take care of something. When he returned, Liberto's beer was still on the table, but Mr. Frank was gone. He never saw Liberto again, but during his trip in early 1979, his mother sent him a letter stating that Frank Liberto had died. Sometime later, Nathan would tell this story directly to the Attorney General, after which he was interrogated by members of his staff. He said they tried to break down his account, but he stuck to his guns. Later, both Nathan and his mother told their stories under oath. John McFerrin had been vindicated. On June 5, 1994, Wayne Chastain and I met for the first time with Willie Akins, Jowers' old friend and enforcer. In a 3-hour session, he discussed how he had come to know Lloyd Jowers and how he gradually learned about Jowers' involvement in the killing. He confirmed acts of violence against Betty, but said he never took a contract on her life and never meant to kill her. Jowers had only recently begun to open up to him about the Dr. King case. When the BBC documentary aired in the United States, in which Earl Caldwell spoke about seeing a figure in the bushes, Jowers called Akins. He said, "Big N." Jowers always called him that. He said it stood for Big Nigger. You know that figure in the bushes he talked about? That was me. He said that on one occasion, Jowers told him that the person who could do him the most damage was the chauffeur. He was referring to the long-missing Solomon Jones. Akins continued to pay lip service to the story about him being asked to get rid of Frank Holt. My sense was that Akins had pieced part of the story together, but that Jowers certainly had not told him everything. He was clearly lying about some things, but Akins's information only added more corroboration to Jowers's involvement. The question still remaining, however, was whether or not he had been out there alone and whether he himself had pulled the trigger. I increasingly believe that the answer to both questions was no. The Hedge. Back in London in September, we came across a photograph in the Commercial Appeal's pictorial history, I Am a Man. It was a shot of MPD Officer Louis McKay guarding the bundle allegedly belonging to Ray in Canopy's doorway. It was taken pointing south toward the fire station, and in the background in the upper right was a hedge running down to the sidewalk between the parking lot and the fire station. Although there had been rumors of a hedge in that spot, we had never seen any photographs of it. On checking the evidence photographs from the Attorney General's office, this hedge did not appear standing in any of the evidence photographs. Then, I came across a photograph of the hedge cut down to its very roots. From looking at all the other photographs, one would have never known that a hedge had ever been there. This was highly significant. The official investigators had contended that on leaving the rooming house, James had seen a police car parked up near the sidewalk that caused him to panic and drop the bundle. No police car was in this position. Even if there had been, the hedge would have obstructed the view and made the official story untenable. Here was evidence that at the time of the killing, the hedge was there. Sometime shortly afterwards, probably the next morning when the bushes at the rear of the rooming house were cut, it was cut to the ground, and all traces of its existence were obliterated. At the trial, Hickman used a photograph that showed a police car in clear view pulled up to the sidewalk. That photograph and others like it must have been staged, taken after the scene had been physically altered. In fact, the staged photographs were clearly taken later since the billboard advertisements were different from the ones in place on the day of the killing and the day after. Art Baldwin's account. On October 15, 1994, I drove out to the Shelby County Correctional Center and finally met with Arthur Wayne Baldwin, the government informant who worked closely with the Marcello organization in Memphis. He said that he now sympathized with James. He volunteered, having heard that James was assisted in escaping from the prison in June 1977, and that he was not supposed to be brought back alive. It seemed to me that some things never change. He told me about 2 contracts on James's life with which he was involved. The first came from the Memphis Godfather, who in 1977 told him that the people in New Orleans wanted this matter cleared up once and for all. Ray was supposed to have been killed in Memphis, but it had been botched. Baldwin was not keen to get involved, but did not want to offend the man. He had been present on other occasions when the Godfather talked to Frank Liberto on other matters. He said that Liberto was treated like a puppy dog and ordered about in brutal fashion. Baldwin said he offered the contract to Tim Kirk. It went nowhere. The approach from the Bureau comes some months later. Under the proposed scheme, he and a state official would go to Brushy Mountain Prison with transfer papers for James under the pretext of moving him to Nashville. They would arrive around 3 a.m. and take him. Baldwin was expected to kill James en route. They would then bury the body. James would go out from the Brushy Mountain population count, and since Nashville was not expecting him, he would not be missed for some time. The transfer papers at Brushy Mountain would then be pulled. Baldwin said he became uneasy when he could not get answers to questions concerning how long they expected the story to be kept quiet and what the ultimate explanation was to be. He began to believe that he and even the official were to be killed as well as Ray. He pulled back. He said they offered him lifetime immunity from all prosecution. His Nashville Control FBI agent also knew about the scheme and had heard the 2 agents discussing other efforts to get rid of James. Both the mob and the government wanted him dead. They believed that it was only his continued presence that kept questions about Dr. King's assassination alive. Baldwin was willing to take a lie detector test. His candor surprised me. It was obvious that he was fed up with being used by the government. His disclosure was the first time that I had heard the details about the Memphis godfather, Lucchese's, involvement in the case, although Mafia protocol would have required that Marcello process the contract through his Memphis boss and not deal directly with a local lieutenant like Liberto. As noted earlier, James's former attorney, Jack Kershaw, revealed that at an earlier time, an offer of money and parole had been made through author William Bradford Huey, who had collaborated with and funded James's first attorney, Arthur Haynes. But James would have to admit his guilt. James rejected it out of hand. Shortly afterward, Jerry Ray, James's brother, received a telephone offer for James from Huey with a substantially greater sum on the table. That attempt was recorded and transcribed. After James had rejected these approaches, a more lethal scenario involving Art Baldwin was introduced. Another Marcello scenario. Sometime after telling me his story about Frank Liberto, Nathan Whitlock told me about a rumor of an earlier Dr. King murder contract put out to a member of a family named Nix, who lived in Tipton County, Tennessee. Nathan said he understood that Red Nix had been given a new car and a rifle and paid $500 a week to track and kill King. If he succeeded, he was to get $50,000. He thought the offer came from Frank C. Liberto. Red had been killed not too long after Dr. King was shot. At Nathan's suggestion, I met with Red's brother, Norris. He and Bobby Kaiser jointly owned and ran the New Moon nightclub in East Memphis. They confirmed that Red was given a new car and was put on a payroll for a job. He was after someone all right, said Norris Nix, but I don't know who. They believed that Tim Kirk, who was a friend of Red Nix, would know who hired Red and offered to ask him to tell me what he knew. Tim, they said, could free my client. I was surprised. I thought I knew everything Kirk had to say. Eventually, I visited Tim Kirk again to ask him about the Red Nix murder contract. He said with certainty that the contract was put out by Carlos Marcello, not Frank C. Liberto. It was sometime in mid-1967. He said Red knew Marcello and undertook various jobs for him. A car had indeed been provided to him. Here was another indication directly linking Marcello to a contract on Dr. King. Based on his experience, Nathan Whitlock had formed the impression that Liberto had also been behind the Nix contract. Kirk said there was no way. It came directly from New Orleans and Carlos Marcello. More than ever, the trail of the Memphis contract that resulted in Dr. King's death led to New Orleans and pointed toward the involvement of the mafia organization of Carlos Marcello. Marcello had not just given his approval, but had taken on the job and had attempted to subcontract it on more than one occasion, the last time successfully through his Memphis associates, the details of whom I would later learn, that included the Memphis Godfather and Frank C. Liberto. Louis Ward's account. For a number of years, there had been rumors about a yellow cab taxi driver who saw someone jumping from the wall just after the shooting. In autumn 1994, a driver came forward. At first, he tried to tell his story to the Attorney General, but he encountered a total lack of interest. He contacted Garrison after reading an article about the case. Garrison passed his number on to me. On November 5, 1994, Louis Ward told me a story he had been holding back out of fear for 26 years. On the night of April 4, at around 6 o'clock, he was parked near the corner of Perkins Avenue and Quint Street. Suddenly, he heard the dispatcher over the radio, obviously responding to a driver's call about an emergency. Any driver could only hear the dispatcher say that he would send an ambulance. In response to something else, the dispatcher said he would send one anyway and call the police. From what he had heard, Ward learned that the emergency was the shooting of Martin Luther King, Jr. He also realized that the driver was taking a fare to the airport. Ward went straight to the airport and met up with the driver, who told him his story. Ward said that the driver, whom he knew as Buddy, and whose full name he could not recall, was in his early 60s and driving car 58. The driver said that he had gone to the Lorraine shortly before 6 p.m. to pick up a passenger with an enormous amount of luggage. As they finished loading up his taxi in the Lorraine parking lot, the driver turned to look at the area of dense brush and trees opposite the motel. His passenger quickly punched him on the arm in order to get his attention and, so the driver later thought, distract him from looking at the brush, and said, "Look up there, Dr. King standing alone on the balcony." everybody always saying how difficult it would be to shoot him since he is always in a crowd. Now look at him." At that precise moment, the shot rang out, and the driver saw Dr. King get struck in the jaw and fall. The driver said he grabbed his microphone and told his dispatcher that Dr. King had been shot. The dispatcher said he would call an ambulance, and the driver said that, considering the wound, he didn't think it would do much good. Then Ward said the driver told him that immediately after the shot, he saw a man jump from the wall empty-handed and run north on Mulberry Street and get into a black and white MPD traffic police car that had stopped in the middle of the intersection of Mulberry Street and Hewling Avenue. At that point, the driver told the dispatcher to tell the police that one of their units had the man. Meanwhile, the passenger was becoming irritable, saying that they had to leave immediately because the ambulance and other cars would box them in, and he had to make the plane. They left. Ward heard the driver repeat the story to 3 MPD officers at the airport and observed a second interview being conducted later that evening in the yellow cab office by other policemen. After that evening, Ward said he never saw Buddy, the driver of car 58, again. Days later, he returned to the yellow cab office for the first time after the killing and asked after Buddy. 3 or 4 of the drivers in the office told him that they understood he had fallen or had been pushed from a speeding car from Route 55 on the other side of the Memphis-Arkansas Bridge late on the evening of April 4. Chapter 11. Discovery. Such a victim, unknowingly used, a leaf in the wind was she. Used and hurt, terribly abused. By a racist she could not foresee. On October 31, 1994, as part of our discovery in the civil suit against Lloyd Jowers, Raul Coelho, and others, I prepared to take the deposition of Glenda Grabo. She had known a person named Raul in Houston, Texas in the 1960s and came to learn of his involvement in Dr. King's killing. She had contacted Lewis Garrison in autumn 1993 after reading about Lloyd Jowers' request for immunity. Garrison had brought Ken Herman into his first meeting with her in 1993. Glenda Grabo and Lewis Garrison both believed he was still working as my investigator. I had been denied access to Glenda. However, Lewis Garrison finally gave Chastain and me her name and telephone number, adding that Herman had told him categorically that she would not talk to us. We drove out to where Glenda Grabo and her husband Roy lived, a few hours from Memphis, and they appeared pleased to meet us. After that first meeting in Garrison's office, they only met with Herman and former Thames television producer Jack Saltman. They had wondered where the lawyers were, since they had come forward to help free an innocent man. Glenda told me her story. In 1962, when she was 14 years old, she met a man who went by the nickname of Dago. Years later, she learned his real name was Raul Coelho. As she walked to school each day, she passed a small gas station on the corner of East Haven and College Boulevard. Dago didn't seem to work at that station, but just sat around in front. Since he was friendly to her and she was having a difficult time living with her aunt and uncle, where a pattern of abuse had been established over a number of years, she was happy to know him. She recalled that he was about 5 feet 9 inches tall, a bit wiry, and weighed 155 to 160 pounds. His hair was dark with a reddish tint, and she thought that he would have been around 30 years old. When she was 15, she met and married Roy, who, by his own admission, drank continually and stayed out a good deal. Soon after they were married, Glenda and Roy came to know a man called Armando. With Roy gone much of the time, Glenda was very lonely. She began to spend more and more time with Armando and his friends, and she appears to have been exploited by them and some of their associates. Armando did not drive, and she frequently drove him places. One of the places they visited was the rented house of Felix Torino's on the corner of 74th Street and Avenue L. At Torino's house, sometime in 1970, she recalled seeing Dago again. At that time, Armando told her Dago was his cousin and that his real name was Raul Coelho. He said that they immigrated to the United States from Brazil or Portugal. Over time, Armando and Torino independently told Glenda that Raul had killed Martin Luther King Jr. They even told her some details, mentioning some bushes and trees at the rear of the rooming house. Raul, they said, had leaned on and broken a tree branch while carrying out the killing. When she heard this, she was shocked. Raul did not know Glenda knew his link with the assassination, and his cousin thought it should stay that way. Glenda became increasingly close to this group between 1970 and 1978, knowing that they were involved in different illegal activities, including gun running, forging passports, and making pornographic films. She assisted in passport forging and gun running. When a shipment of guns was arriving from New Orleans, she would drive down to the Houston ship's channel, go onto the docks, and allow the boxes to be loaded into the trunk of her car. Though she never asked questions, she heard the men comment it was safer to ship the weapons around the coast than to deliver them by road. This story chimed with British merchant seaman Sid Carthew's account of being approached in the Neptune Tavern in Montreal. Sid Carthew now lives in West Yorkshire, England, but in 1967 and 1968 he was a merchant seaman. He frequently traveled to North America. In Montreal, he would frequent the Neptune Tavern, a hangout for merchant seamen near the docks. It was in that bar on 2 occasions that he met a man named Raoul. Carthew tried to contact me after seeing the television trial in England, getting nowhere until he contacted the general counsel of the bar in London, which gave him my address. He said that Raoul approached him at the Neptune sometime in early 1967 and struck up a conversation about guns for sale. Carthew had a passing interest, and Raoul said he would sell him some Browning 9mm handguns. He quickly turned off, however, when it became clear that Carthew wanted 4 weapons, not 4 boxes. Sid Carthew described Raoul as being about 5 feet 8 inches tall and weighing approximately 145 pounds. He had a dark Mediterranean-like complexion and dark brown hair. Carthew remembered him saying that the guns were stolen from a military base and that the price included the fee for the master sergeant who organized the supply and who, according to Raoul, would deliver them himself to his ship in exchange for cash. I couldn't believe my good fortune. Glenda said that during this period Raoul lived, or at least spent a good deal of time, in a second-floor apartment in a house on Navigation near 75th Street, close to the docks. Though Raoul did drive, she frequently drove him and Armando wherever they wanted to go. She recalled dropping Raoul off at the Alabama Movie House, where he would often go to meet with Houston associates of Carlos Marcello. Roy and Marcello owned a number of movie theaters in Houston, and Glenda thought some pornographic filmmaking was going on at the Alabama. Glenda actually saw Marcello in Houston on a couple of occasions with Armando, Raoul, and their friends at a fruit stand on Navigation and in a bar next door. She said that on another occasion, it was arranged for her to spend time with Marcello at a house in the area. One day, in the early 1970s, around 1 p.m., she drove Armando over to Torino's house, where the usual group had gathered. Her car keys were on a ring, which had a plastic viewfinder containing miniature photographs of John and Robert Kennedy and Martin Luther King Jr. She put the keys on the table, and someone picked them up, looked into the viewfinder, and then tossed them to Raoul. Glenda said when Raoul saw it, he became angrier than she had ever seen him. She remembered him shouting, "I killed that black son of a bitch once, and it looks like I'll have to do it again." He dropped the keys on the floor and stamped on the plastic viewfinder. Then he grabbed her, put a gun to her head, forced her into a bedroom, and raped her. She left Torino's house that afternoon shattered by the experience. Her husband pressed her to tell him what was wrong, but fearful he might do something they would regret, she didn't. From then on, although she still associated with the group, she tried to keep her distance from Raoul, who behaved as though nothing had happened. She recalled that in 1978 and 1979, 2 of Roy's brothers got into trouble and were prosecuted. Glenda and Roy asked Houston attorney Percy Foreman to defend them. Foreman became attracted to Glenda and offered her a job in his office. He was trying to impress her and even gave her an original sketch of himself, which he personally signed on June 22, 1979. After a while, she learned that Foreman had been James Earl Ray's lawyer. He told her that one day, white Americans would learn that Ray was a sacrifice, or had to be sacrificed for their welfare. He even told her that he knew Ray was innocent, but that it didn't matter. Glenda, who had been harboring the terrible secret about who she believed killed Dr. King for some time, decided finally to unburden herself. Shortly afterwards, Foreman told her he had spoken with Raoul. To her horror, he appeared to have known him for some time. Thereafter, Foreman called her at home several times a week to talk to her about Raoul and tell her to be careful. She had the impression that he spoke regularly with Raoul and was trying to take advantage of her plight to get her into bed. She was afraid of alienating him, but wasn't interested and tried to keep her distance. Finally, at one point in 1979, Foreman told her that if she and Roy did not leave Houston, they would be dead within a year. They prepared to leave and put their house up for sale. In a matter of weeks, she was driving on the expressway, and a wheel simply fell off her car, nearly causing her to be annihilated by an 18-wheel tractor-trailer. Every lug nut came off. They must have been deliberately loosened. The Grabos left town, returning only to sell their house. They had no further contact with Armando or Raul. Glenda executed an affidavit that set out her story in detail and also said that she knew James Earl Ray was innocent, and she was prepared to testify in court on his behalf. When I returned to England, a Houston area lawyer confirmed in a lengthy telephone conversation that in the 1960s and 1970s, Percy Foreman had become the foremost lawyer for organized crime figures. Former mob lawyer Frank Regano, who had represented Carlos Marcello and Santo Traficante, had previously told me about Foreman's role as a lawyer for prominent mob figures. I heard a rumor that Raul lived in the Northeast. I began a computerized state-by-state name and residence check and cross-reference search. It was a long shot that the man might be using his real name, but there was always a chance. A number of people with that name surfaced. I arranged for credit and other checks on them. By a process of elimination, the list gradually reduced. The search was completed in early June, and one person remained who satisfied the basic criteria. He appeared to be a relatively successful businessman, nearly 61 years old. He jointly owned his home, which was in a middle to upper-middle-class neighborhood in a city in the Northeast, with his wife. He had a 25-year-old daughter and a son of 33. Raul, I learned, owned another property on the same street where his import-export business was located in one of the city's poorest areas. He was reportedly a member of the local Portuguese-American Society and had no criminal record. From immigration records, I learned that he had entered the United States from Portugal through New York City. His Social Security number had been issued in New York between 1961 and 1963, and he first appeared in his city telephone directory in 1965. If this was James's Raul, then for at least 20 years, he had clearly led a double life. James wrote to say he had received a letter from Saltman advising him that he and Herman had confronted Raul. It was obvious that Herman and Saltman wanted to develop a commercial production based on Glenda's story. Raul had been hostile, taken photographs of the pair, and gotten his Portuguese-speaking wife to ask them to leave. I arranged for a surveillance team to photograph this Raul. I needed to show the photograph to Glenda in order to determine whether the Raul she had known was the same man Herman and Saltman were chasing, and whose photograph I had seen at Jauer's deposition. On seeing the photographs, I was virtually certain it was. I decided to call Herman. He put Saltman on, and they confirmed the visit and the hostile reception. Raul would not come to the door. His daughter spoke to them, lying in response to even the most simple and apparently non-threatening questions. Giving no indication of where the man was or the man's identity, they both assured me that the man that they had found was Glenda's Raul. When I expressed skepticism designed to draw out information, they jointly confirmed to me that the birth date and Social Security number of the man in the older photograph were identical to those of the man they had recently visited, who was in the more recent photographs. I spoke immediately with Glenda. She told me that prior to Herman and Saltman's visit to Raul, they arranged a telephone conversation, and she spoke to Raul at his home with family members participating on extensions. When Raul spoke, she knew it was the Raul she had known in Houston because he pronounced her name distinctively. Despite what became hysterical denials of knowing her and ever being in Houston, she said she had no doubt this was the man. She did not, at that time, tell me that she had herself spoken to Raul in a private conversation on April 20, 1995, and that the conversation had been revealing. It was obvious that Raul Coelho had by then been well and truly alerted, and I was concerned that he might flee. This, of course, would allow the state to continue to contend that he was not the right man and that James's Raul never existed. In addition, since Herman and Saltman said they did not have enough to satisfy their television producers, I was apprehensive about what further action they might take that could induce him to flee. We had little choice but to promptly join Raul as a party in the civil action against Jowers. We prepared a summons to go along with the original complaint in which he had been named a notice of deposition. It said Raul entered into a conspiracy with others to kill Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr. I learned from private investigator Bob Cruz that a source of his inside the Immigration and Naturalization Service, INS, told him Raul Coelho had come into the United States on December 11, 1961, and that his INS file had been transferred in October 1994 to Memphis, Tennessee. The source commented that there was no apparent reason for sending the file to Memphis, and it would only be transferred at the request of another federal agency. With time of the essence, I arranged a meeting with Glenda N. Roy in Memphis on the weekend of June 24, 1995. Glenda executed an affidavit in which she stated she recognized Raul by telephone and that she was positive this was the Raul she had known in Houston because of his inability to pronounce her name correctly. He always called her Olinda. And that based on her identification, she understood we were preparing to bring him into the lawsuit against Lloyd Jowers and others. On Monday at 7:45 a.m., we met with Bob Cruz, who had organized surveillance of Raul's home. He reported the wife and daughter had already gone out, apparently leaving Raul at home alone. Before approving the final arrangements for service, I needed to be absolutely certain that his was the same man being looked at by Saltman and Herman. I decided to call Raul myself. I adopted a sympathetic tone, saying that I believed that he may have been harassed unjustly, and I wanted him to know that, though these people had once been associated with me as a lawyer in the case, they were no longer working with me. He ponderously took down Chastain's and my details. He spoke with a fairly heavy accent and did not appear to be flustered. It was difficult to tell how much, if any, of Raul's language problem was feigned, since we were able to communicate. He seemed puzzled that I knew about his problem, and confirmed that he had been bothered by some people and that this was upsetting him and his family. He expressed surprise that things 30 years old were being raised now, and he denied ever being in Houston. I asked him to meet with Chastain and me privately in order to try to clear up any question of his involvement, and he asked me to call him back that evening after 7, when he would have a chance to talk to his wife and kids. I agreed, and we held off any attempt at service that day. At 7:15 p.m., his daughter answered the phone and said, in effect, that her father did not have to prove anything, and his word denying any knowledge of the events would be good enough. She confirmed that a man named Saltman had appeared at their front door wanting to question her father, and she said that she told him that if he published or released any information about her father, they would sue him. My impression was that she was well-trained and intelligent. Mr. Coelho knew what he was doing by putting her forward. Toward the end of the conversation, she said that they might ask their lawyer about talking to me, though she would not give me the lawyer's name. At that point, I concluded that we would have to serve Raul. Raul Coelho was served on July 5, 1995, and made a party defendant in the Ray v. Jowers lawsuit. Then I arranged to acquire all the information Ken Herman and Jack Saltman had obtained about him. This included the passport photograph and a spread of 6 photographs made by Ken Herman to show to witnesses. Sid Carthew traveled to London from Yorkshire. I placed the spread of 6 photographs on my desk. He instantly put his finger on the photograph of Raul's face and exclaimed, "That's him. That's the one, all right." Affidavits were obtained from Glenda Grabo, Sid Carthew, and James, identifying Raul from the spread of photographs. Glenda then gave me her phone bill, evidence of her first call with Raul, which she made on April 20, 1995. It confirmed that they had spoken for 6 minutes. She also provided me with a summary of that conversation where it was clear he knew who she was. Raul was represented by 2 large, prestigious law firms, unusual for a person of his purportedly modest means. He denied our allegations. Ultimately, on January 16, 1997, Circuit Judge Holder, who was presiding over the civil action against Lloyd Jowers and Raul, ruled that the case could not go forward until and unless the criminal court set aside Ray's guilty plea. On January 12, the Grabos called. They told me that the previous day their house had been shot at 4 times by people driving by. Glenda was shaken, and they planned to leave for a couple of days. Glenda also decided to reach out to Jesse Lehman Wilburn, an uncle who had worked at the gas station where Raul hung out in the early 1960s. Her relationship with her uncle, known as Bobby, had become strained and unpleasant. Now, when they met, it was clear Bobby's wife did not want him going to court. However, when alone with Glenda, Bobby identified Raoul, picking out the same photograph that had been selected by Glenda, her brother, Sid Carthew, and James. Bobby told them that once a week, a man who appeared to be a law enforcement officer would come by and visit Dago. He was always dressed in a dark suit, white shirt, cowboy boots, and black Stetson hat. He carried a .38 snub-nosed Smith & Wesson pistol in a shoulder holster. The two would talk each time for around half an hour. Dago would also be visited by others who did not work at gasoline stations or come from Houston. Bobby confirmed that Dago often sold guns in and around the station. Part 4. Chapter 12. The darker, deeper scene emerges. Who gave the orders for this kill? These forces surely share the blame. For oh so long they had their fill of he who gave human rights fame. Together they strove to end his work, the culmination of his enemy's goal, their evil cast on which to embark, to reunite his body and soul. Not required, they fled the scene, so fearful they disappeared, not to be heard, rarely to be seen. Finally, through us, truthful heard. In late July 1993, I had widened the focus of my investigation. I met with Steve Tompkins, the former Commercial Appeal investigative reporter who had spent 18 months researching a front-page piece on the role of Army intelligence in surveying and infiltrating black organizations and civil rights groups. It had been published on March 21, 1993. Army intelligence had spied on Dr. King's family for 3 generations. The article noted that there was an extraordinary fear in official circles about what would happen if Dr. King was allowed to lead masses of American poor into Washington that spring. It stated that Army intelligence was desperately searching for a way to stop him. The article also noted in passing, and without comment, that a Special Forces Alpha 184 sniper team was in Memphis on the day of the killing. I wanted to learn whether Tompkins knew anything about the King killing, and if so, whether he could open up some doors for me. Since Dr. King had been under Army surveillance, I wondered if the killing had been seen and even photographed. Tompkins had gone to work for the governor's Economic Development Department. He had confirmed the presence in Memphis that day of a number of Army intelligence operatives. I needed to know their roles and, if possible, who they were. He would not give me their names, but he did offer an observation that surprised and chilled me. He had stumbled on certain information which he was unable to print because of the lack of corroboration. He had come to believe that after talking with a former Special Forces soldier, now living in Latin America, in addition to surveilling Dr. King on April 4, the Army in Memphis was implicated in the assassination. The nervous ex-soldier had showed up with an AK-47 rifle, which he kept near throughout the interview. This man was the only member of the Army unit whom Tompkins was able to interview. He believed that another member had been shot in the back of the head in New Orleans. The ex-soldier told Tompkins that he decided to leave the country after his New Orleans comrade was killed. He said it appeared that a cleanup operation was underway and that he had better get out. This important information greatly complicated the picture. It was imperative that I investigate it as far as I could. Tompkins warned me that, if publicly questioned, he would deny telling me the information. As we parted, he said he was relieved to be away from the Special Forces, stating, "Most of these people are the dregs of humanity, real slime. They'd kill you, your mother, or your kids as soon as look at you. You have to be very careful." Tompkins said these people would want to be paid for their time and want the money in cash before the meeting. They would not volunteer information, but always answered his questions truthfully. A couple of the Special Forces grunts, non-commissioned officers, would likely cooperate. In addition to covert operations relating to domestic turbulence in 1967, they had been involved in gun-running activities into New Orleans. The operations were coordinated by a master sergeant, and the sales were made to Carlos Marcello's operation and delivered to barges in a cove bordering property owned by Marcello. A man named Zippy or Zip Cimento handled these transactions for Marcello. The soldiers were given the name and phone number of Joe Coppola, who was connected with the Louisiana Highway Patrol in case they had any trouble transporting the guns by truck. When I checked, I learned that Zip Cimento was, in fact, a confidant and associate of Marcello, and Joe Coppola was the commissioner of the Highway Patrol. During this time, much to Steve Tompkins's surprise, he had received a telegram from the Special Forces soldier he had previously interviewed, who I will call Warren, and who now lived in Latin America. The message was simply that he now knew who Dr. William Pepper was, and that he was prepared to answer any questions I would put to him through Tompkins. Under no circumstances would he meet directly with me. The date he set for the meeting, outside of the United States, was the last weekend in March. Tompkins was willing to go as a consultant and put my questions to Warren, who he said had never lied to him, although on occasion he would refuse to discuss a matter or claim that he did not know. Based on what Tompkins had told me about Warren, I knew that he and his partner, whom I will call Murphy, had vital information. Tompkins said that though I would have the names and personal details about Warren, Murphy, and perhaps others, one of the conditions would be that I agree not to name them. Without that understanding, there could be no cooperation. If I broke my word on this issue, he thought it likely that both of us would be killed. I agreed to the condition, which did not apply to participants who had since died. Tompkins would give a statement, and his reports would be written and detailed. On the morning of November 9, 1993, I met with Steve in his office in the Tennessee State Capitol building. He had prepared a chronology of events for me, which I was eager to analyze and discuss. He had printed it out before he left the office the previous night. He looked everywhere, but couldn't find it. Since he had left it on top of a letter he had written on behalf of his secretary, he was convinced that his office had been entered and the file taken. I had recently had a similar experience in Birmingham when my address appointment book had disappeared on the one occasion I registered in my own name. It has never turned up. It was an ominous indication that a closer look was being taken at my activities. The role of the Army and the other cooperating government agencies in the assassination of Dr. King has been one of our nation's deepest, darkest secrets. I have only been able to uncover it by piecing together the accounts of Warren and Murphy with those of other participants, people who were in strategic positions with access to information, and analyzing relevant Army intelligence documents, files, and other official records that have never been made public. In 1963, the 101st Airborne was deployed at the racial riots in Oxford, Mississippi. Major General Creighton V. Abrams, the on-scene commander, wrote a highly critical assessment of how Army intelligence had performed. We in the Army should launch a major intelligence project without delay to identify personalities, both black and white, and develop analyses of various civil rights situations in which they become involved. His report received serious attention from the Army intelligence machine in place in 1967 and 1968. In 1967, military intelligence formed part of the U.S. Army Intelligence Command, USAINTC, at a military compound based at Fort Holabird, Maryland. By 1968, the Investigative Records Repository, IRR, was housed in a huge two-story steel room containing more than 7 million brown-jacketed dossiers on American citizens and organizations. They included files on allegedly subversive individuals who, according to Army intelligence, were persons considered to constitute a threat to the security and defense of the United States. There were files on the entire King family. USAINTC took control of 7 of the 8 existing counterintelligence or U.S. Army military intelligence groups, MiGs, in the continental United States, CONUS, and Germany. The 8th MiG, the 902nd, was under the command of the Army's Assistant Chief of Staff of Intelligence, who from December 1906 until July 1968 was Major General William P. Yarborough, the founder of the units known as the Green Berets. By 1967, the MiGs employed 798 Army officers and 1,532 civilians, including 67 black undercover agents. Of this total force, 1,576 were directly involved in domestic intelligence gathering, and of these spies, some 260 were civilians. The MiG officers were responsible for eye-to-eye surveillance operations, which included audio and visual recordings of people and events designated as targets. Dr. King was a target, and throughout the last year of his life was under surveillance by one or another MiG team. Closely related to the USAINTC structure at the time was the Separate Intelligence Office under ACSI Yarborough. In addition to controlling the 902nd MiG, he supervised the Counterintelligence Analysis Board, CIAB. This analyzed a wide range of MiG-produced intelligence and forwarded reports directly to the ACSI. The 902nd MiG was a highly secretive organization, carrying out some of the most sensitive assignments. Warren had always refused to discuss the 902nd, saying anyone interested in the 90 Deuce should dig a deep hole. Intelligence gathering was also done in 1966 by the 20th Special Forces Group, SFG, headquartered in Birmingham, Alabama, as part of the Alabama National Guard. The 20th SFG provided small specialized teams for behind-the-fence covert operations, made up of reservists from Alabama, Mississippi, Florida, and Louisiana, which also came to provide an organizational cover for some of the most sinister and talented retired Special Forces operatives. The Ku Klux Klan had a special firearm and other military skills at a secret camp near Cullman, Alabama, in return for intelligence on local black leaders. The U.S. Strike Command, Sink Strike, was the overall coordination command for responding to urban riots in 1967 and 1968. It included liaison officers from the CIS, FBI, and other non-military state and federal agencies. Its headquarters were at MacDill Air Force Base in Tampa, Florida. ACSI and USAINTC commanders were primary leaders in developing Sink Strike strategy for mobilizing forces required for defensive action inside CONUS. The United States Army Security Agency, ASA, carried out all non-eye-to-eye or electronic intelligence surveillance, ELINT, employing expert wiretappers, eavesdroppers, and safecrackers. Telephone monitoring wiretapping was used against Dr. King when he stayed at the Rivermont Hotel on March 18 and 28 and the Lorraine Motel on April 3 and 4, 1968. The Psychological Operations Section, PSYOPS, was used for highly sensitive and technical photographic surveillance and reports. The CIA, whose director at the time was Richard Helms, and the FBI, led by J. Edgar Hoover, worked alongside this multifaceted Army structure, which had vastly superior manpower resources, particularly black operatives that the CIA and certainly the FBI were lacking. The National Security Agency, NSA, and the Office of Naval Intelligence, ONI, contributed the task force under the umbrella of a coordination intelligence body, the United States Intelligence Board, USIB, chaired by Richard Helms. Warren and Murphy had been active in covert Special Operation Group, SOG missions, in Vietnam. They were hardened, highly skilled veterans. Warren was a sniper. Both were from the 5th SFG in Vietnam and part of a mobile strike force team involved in cross-border covert operations in 1965 and 1966. They were reassigned in 1967 as reservists to the 20th SGFG, with Camp Shelby, Mississippi as their training base. Throughout 1967, they were deployed in 902nd Covert Operations as members of small specialized Alpha Team units in a number of cities where violence was breaking out. They were issued with photographs, mug books of black militants in each city. In some instances, particular individuals were designated as targets to be taken out, killed, if an opportunity arose in the course of a disruption or riot. During this time, Army intelligence published the Green and White Mug books on black radicals, which contained photographs, family history, political philosophy, personal finances, and updated surveillance information in order to facilitate their identification by Army commanders and intelligence personnel. The units were deployed when riots flared up in Tampa, Detroit, Washington, D.C., and on reconnaissance in Chicago. The Memphis Mission. In successive sessions, Warren and Murphy set out the details they knew about the Memphis deployment. They were part of an 8-man Operation Detachment Alpha 184 team, a Special Forces field training team in specialized civilian disguise. The unit consisted of the following: Captain, as CO, a second lieutenant, 2 staff sergeants, 2 buck sergeants, and 2 corporals. I learned that the colonel in charge of the 902nd, John Downey, had previously selected a team from the roster of the 20th SFG, provided at the request of the ACSI's office and sent to him on October 23, 1967. A 2-man reconnaissance unit of the Alpha 184 reconnaissance team, which included Warren, entered Memphis on February 22 through the railway bus terminal, completed reconnaissance on the downtown hotel area, and mapped egress routes to the north of the city. The hoax automobile chase at the time of the assassination took place in the northern section of Memphis and concentrated attention on this area of the city. The team leader was apparently given the final orders for the deployment at 7:30 a.m. on March 29. Warren and Murphy stated that the team was specifically briefed before departing from Camp Shelby for Memphis at 4:30 a.m. on the morning of April 4, 1968. During the half-hour session, the team was left with no doubt as to its mission. On the order, they were to shoot to kill body mass, center chest cavity, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and Reverend Andrew Young. They were shown target acquisition photos of the two men and the Lorraine Motel. The team's pep talk stressed how they were enemies of the United States who were determined to bring down the government. Warren said that no one on the team had any hesitancy about killing the two sacks of shit. Immediately after the briefing, the team left in cars from Camp Shelby for Memphis, carrying the following weapons in suitcases: standard .45 caliber firearms, M16 sniper rifles with 8-power scopes. The closest civilian equivalent would be the Remington 30-06 700 series. James was instructed to buy a Remington 760. K-bars, military knives, frags, fragmentation grenades, and 1 or 2 LAWs, light anti-tank weapon rockets. It appeared they were prepared for all contingencies. They were dressed as working stiffs, similar to those day laborers working down by the river near President's Island. The team leader arranged for Warren and Murphy to meet with a senior MPD officer who they believed was attached to the MPD's intelligence division and who told them that their presence was essential to save the city from burning down in the riot for which Dr. King's forces were preparing. Warren later identified Lieutenant Eli Arkin from a photograph as being the officer they met. He was also the MPD's chief liaison with Special Agent William Lawrence, the local FBI field officer's intelligence specialist. Sometime after noon, Warren and Murphy met their contact down near the railroad tracks. Warren named the man, whom he called a spook, Army slang for CIA. The contact took them to the roof of a tall building that dominated the downtown area and loomed over the map, pictures of cars used by the King Group and the Memphis Police TAC radio frequencies. The roof was on top of the Illinois Central Railroad building, which lay diagonally southwest of the Lorraine. They were in position by 1 p.m. and remained on their rooftop perch for over 5 hours, as did, though they did not know it, the PSYOPs photographers who had been on the roof of Fire Station No. 2 photographing the activity at the Lorraine and the surrounding area. In their 2-man sniper unit, Warren was the shooter and Murphy the spotter and radio man. Murphy's job was to relay orders to Warren from the Coordination Central radio man, as well as to pick out or spot the target through binoculars. During the course of that afternoon, Warren reported that he had spoken over the radio with an MPD officer whose first name he believed was Sam, who was the head of the city TAC. This had to be Inspector Sam Evans, head of the MPD tactical units. Warren said that Sam provided details about the physical structure and layout of the Lorraine. He also told Warren that friendlies were not wearing ties. Warren took this to mean that there was an informant or informants inside the King Group. For the remainder of the afternoon, he and Murphy waited. Finally, near what Warren termed the TTH, top of the hour, 6 o'clock p.m., King came onto the balcony, having spent nearly 2 hours in his brother AD's room 201 and then returning to 306 around 5:30 p.m. Warren recognized his target, Andrew Young, putting on his coat, and took aim, holding him in his sights. Radioman Murphy waited to relay the order to fire, which they believed would take place if a sudden disturbance erupted. The order didn't come, and as usual in such circumstances, the seconds seemed like hours. Just after TTH, a shot rang out. It sounded like a military weapon, and Warren assumed that the other sniper unit had jumped the gun and fired too soon because the plan was always for a simultaneous shooting. He said he never knew where the other sniper unit had been placed, but they would also have been above the target and at least 300 yards from it. A less well-trained soldier hearing that shot might have fired, but Warren said he had to have the direct order before he would pull the trigger. Murphy asked for instructions, and there was a long silence. Then the team leader came on and ordered the team to disengage in an orderly fashion and follow the egress routes assigned to them out of South Memphis where they were located. Warren and Murphy packed up and went down the same stairs they had climbed more than 5 hours earlier. They went across Riverside Drive and down to the river where a boat was waiting. The team leader joined them, and they quickly went some distance downstream to a prearranged point where cars were waiting. He ordered complete silence for the return trip. Only some of the team went out this way. Warren said his immediate impression that the other team had screwed up continued until later that evening, when he heard that some wacko civilian had apparently done the shooting. He said he believed that it was entirely possible that the Alpha 184 team mission could have been a backup operation to an officially deniable, though jointly coordinated, civilian scenario. Warren said that he had seen the team leader on only 2 other occasions after April 4, and he refused to talk to him about what had happened. As non-commissioned officers, Warren and Murphy would only have been told what they needed to know in order to carry out their particular task on the day. Warren stressed that April 4 was the first time he had been in Memphis and that he had not participated in any reconnaissance activity. Though their operation was a military one, so far as he knew there was some inter-service cooperation since they were coordinating with Tennessee National Guard units and NAS, the Millington Naval Air Station. Warren had heard about one other time when a 20th SFG unit had almost taken out Dr. King. This was during the Selma March in 1965. Warren said the sniper, who was also a member of the Memphis Alpha 184 team, claimed that on that occasion he actually had the SCLC leader center mass in his sights, awaiting the order to fire, which never came, because Dr. King turned sharply away at the opportune moment and was then closely surrounded on the march. Steve Tompkins told me that there was one soldier on both the Selma 20th SFG team and the April 4 Alpha 184 team in Memphis. His name was John D. Hill, J.D., a buck sergeant who was murdered in 1979. On October 16, 1994, I made contact with Jack Terrell, who knew J.D. well. He was a former covert operative connected most prominently with the Iran-Contra affair. At various times, he reported directly to the National Security Council. His testimony before the Senate hearings incriminated Oliver North, who he believed was involved in drug and money laundering operations in order to finance the illegal intelligence operations against the Sandinistas in Nicaragua. Jack Terrell had been used by ABC as a highly credible source. I believed he had vital information that could confirm and provide independent verification about the military presence in Memphis around the time of the sanitation workers' strike. Terrell was one of those bright, initially idealistic and patriotic warriors who almost inevitably reach a point where they can no longer swallow the corruption, deceit, and sheer criminal activity that often characterize official but deniable covert operations. His story was more than I hoped for. Because of the compatibility of the details with those emerging from other sources, it swept away any lingering doubts I had about the plot to murder Dr. King and cover it up. J.D. had shared with Terrell what he personally knew about the King assassination plan. When I initially raised the subject of J.D.'s involvement in the killing of Dr. King and asked Terrell whether J.D. had ever discussed the operation with him, he sighed and was silent for a while. He said the subject had come up, but he was reluctant to open up this can of worms since it could lead to the two of us being killed. He uttered to me the familiar phrase, "You don't know who you're dealing with." I told him that by now I was getting the idea, but I had as a client an innocent man who had served nearly 26 years in prison, and that even though his innocence was becoming ever more obvious, the state had spurned every face-saving opportunity to free him. Consequently, I had little choice but to solve the case conclusively and free him. Terrell then said that in the mid-1970s, J.D. appeared to want to shed some baggage about his past. He told Terrell about an assassination mission he had trained for over a period of many months to be carried out on a moment's notice. He was in training with a small unit selected for the mission because they were all members of a Mississippi unit, the 20th SFG. He said that J.D. was a member of the 20th SFG, which Terrell came to learn that, though officially a Special Forces Reserve unit, actually was used for a wide range of plausibly deniable covert, special, or behind-the-fence operations inside and outside of the United States. No record would be kept of their deployment for sensitive behind-the-line duty and operations. Hence, when investigative journalists inquired, they would find no offense record. J.D. told Terrell that on April 4, the main body of the Alpha 184 team arrived in cars from Camp Shelby, which was their staging base and the training home for the 20th SFG reservists. He said that all weapons, material, and immediate orders for the Memphis mission were generated from the base, although the actual preparation for a triangulation shooting had been previously practiced at a site near Pocatello, Idaho. At an early stage, the scenario called for a triangular shot at a moving vehicle in an urban setting. At the time, no official details were provided about the mission, and the men believed it was to be directed at an Arab target. J.D. said that he soon learned that the mission was to be executed in Memphis, Tennessee. He believed that some of the team had gone to the city earlier. J.D. identified those sites to Terrell: a rooftop, a water tower, and a third-story window, with the team expecting to have to fire upon and hit their targets, and there were more than one, when they were in a moving car entering or leaving the motel parking lot. The team knew that the King party was going to dinner that evening, and they didn't believe for a minute that Dr. King would appear on the balcony in such an exposed position. They believed they were going to have to work for the kill. The weapons that Terrell said J.D. told him were carried by the team were in line with the list provided by Warren. Terrell said it was obvious from the way J.D. spoke that something went wrong and that they had to leave unexpectedly and quickly. Some members of the team were flown out from West Memphis. Terrell said he had always had reservations about J.D.'s death. The official account made no sense to him. J.D. was allegedly shot to death at point-blank range by his wife sometime after midnight on January 12, 1979. She apparently fired 5 bullets from his .357 Magnum into a closely confined area of his chest. He was dead before he hit the floor. It had, said Terrell, all the signs of a professional killing. He had known J.D.'s wife and did not believe that she had the strength or the capability to handle the large firearm with the precision described. Terrell believed that J.D., a heavy drinker, might have begun to talk to others about the Memphis operation. Warren had said that he had left the country because he believed a cleanup process had begun within a year of the assassination, and that if he returned to the United States, he would be immediately killed. I obtained a copy of the court records relating to J.D.'s death and confirmed that there was no indictment for his murder. J.D.'s wife was released and lives today in another town in Mississippi. I asked Terrell to check out some details, and he reluctantly agreed. Just before we ended, he said, "This meeting never took place." I agreed. "You have to be very careful," he said. "They'll drop you where you stand." Terrell faxed a note to me a couple of weeks later. It confirmed what he told me and provided further information. J.D.'s team was positioned on a Taylor Paper Company water tower. Terrell wrote that J.D. confirmed that something had gone wrong and the mission was aborted. They disengaged, were picked up, and driven out of South Memphis to West Memphis, Arkansas Airport, where they were placed on a small aircraft and flown to Amory, Mississippi, after releasing their weapons and other gear to the logistics officer who remained behind. They apparently dispersed at that point, J.D. returning to his home in Columbus, where he learned Dr. King had been assassinated. Warren said that he had heard scuttlebutt that the 111th MiG had a black agent inside Dr. King's group. Using an intelligence source, I asked for a check to be completed on Merrill McCullough, who I had previously confirmed from 2 independent sources had gone to work for the CIA in the 1970s. The report bore fruit. McCullough was not who he appeared to be. He had been in the regular Army between February 1964 and December 1966 and was a military policeman, an MP. On June 16, 1967, he was reactivated and hired as a military intelligence informant and attached to the 111th MiG, headquartered at Camp McPherson, Georgia. McCullough, therefore, had ultimate reporting responsibility to the 111th MiG, though he was deployed to the MPD as an undercover agent and officially reported to MPD Lieutenant Arkin. Warren, whom I had come to believe was credible and reliable, also said that a photograph of the actual shooting from the brush area existed, and sometime after the event he had seen it. Warren provided the name and address of the now-retired officer who supposedly had a copy of the photo and agreed to approach him. The former PSYOPs officer, whom I call Reynolds, agreed to have contact, but initially he insisted on the same procedure that had been used with his Latin American buddies. My questions would be carried to him by Steve Tompkins. The meeting was set for early December 1994 in the coffee shop of the Hyatt Regency Hotel in Chicago. Reynolds was about 5 feet 10 inches tall, 160 to 170 pounds, with gray, short-cropped hair. He said that in Vietnam he had been assigned to the 1st SOG based in Can Tho, and that he worked for the 525th Psychological Operations Battalion. Reynolds said that he and his partner, whom I will call Norton, were deployed to Memphis on April 3 as a part of a wider mission they believed was under the overall command of Colonel Downey of the 902nd MiG, for whom he had worked on a number of assignments. They carried the necessary camera equipment and were armed with standard-issue .45 caliber automatics. Norton also carried a small revolver in a holster in the small of his back. They were ordered to be in position on April 4, and on that day, they arrived before noon and went directly to Fire Station No. 2, where the captain, Carthel Wheaton, gave them access to the flat roof. They took up their positions on the east side of the roof. From that vantage point, they overlooked the Lorraine Motel and picked out any individuals in photos who might be identified as a communist or national security threat. They had an unobstructed view of the balcony in front of Dr. King's room, 306. My colleagues and I long wondered why the Army would want to take photographs of the events unfolding on that day. I have come to believe that the main reason for the photographing was likely to enable Downey and the relevant Army counterintelligence officers not only to be able to identify everyone in the vicinity of the crime scene, but also, in particular, to have a clear picture of what they were doing immediately before, at the time of, and immediately after the assassination. This photographic intelligence would certainly give them a head start in being able to take whatever steps were necessary to suppress observations that could potentially jeopardize the operation. On New Year's Day 1996, Steve Tompkins received an unexpected phone call. It was purportedly from Colonel John Downey of the 902nd Military Intelligence Group. I had tried to locate him for 3 years, concluding that his little-known unit, based inside the office of the Assistant Chief of Staff, played the primary organizing and coordination role in the assassination. He was now living outside the United States and said he had found my earlier book, Orders to Kill, remarkably accurate, though it gave him too much responsibility for the operation. He insisted he was only an officer in a chain of command following orders. He wanted to correct my impression of his role so the history of these events would be accurately recorded. He called Steve again on January 28 and suggested they should meet in Southampton, Bermuda, on March 9. He asked for a modest good faith sum up front to offset his expenses for as many meetings as I deemed necessary. In addition, he asked for 1 Krugerrand at the beginning of each meeting. This was the same procedure Warren had used. Steve traveled alone to the meeting. The next morning, there was a knock on his door. Downey introduced himself. He stood almost 6 feet tall, weighed around 185 pounds, and appeared to be in his mid-60s. He was pleased that Steve had arrived alone and reiterated that he would not meet me. He said I was not in danger since my earlier book had been buried and no one would believe my story. Surprisingly, he said he had met me in Vietnam when I was a journalist. He stated he had been legally dead for a number of years and was living under a new identity. He said he would provide all the details possible, but explained, in true military style, that he would have been outside the loop in some aspects of planning and implementation. 5 meetings took place over the next 18 months. The information this man provided gradually served to corroborate what was provided earlier by other military and government personnel. Downey confirmed he played a role in coordinating the task force consisting of the various military units in Memphis during the week of April 1, up to and including April 4. However, he contended that while he met Yarborough on a regular basis, his orders were passed through a trusted civilian associate. The emissary, whose name I had never heard before, was a retired Army intelligence officer who had served at Fort Bragg under Yarborough. Though the operation came under the jurisdiction of the ACSI's office, it was handled indirectly through his trusted loyal colleague. Downey said the Memphis operation seemed to have been put in motion following a meeting that took place about a week after the riot in Detroit that he attended with Yarborough and others. Dr. King's popularity with urban blacks, his opposition to the Vietnam War, and his determination to bring impoverished masses to the nation's capital all helped seal his fate. Downey confirmed Warren and Murphy's account of the Memphis mission, even such details as friendlies not wearing ties. He said the 902nd began to plan the killing of black community leaders as early as 1963 and 1964, when it seemed cities might get out of hand. He said the unit was still in existence. Downey provided details that revealed for the first time the relationship between the Marcello crime organization and the 902nd. They were jointly involved in an extensive gun-running venture. Weapons stolen from army bases and armories were delivered to the Marcello organization, which arranged for their sale in Latin and South America and elsewhere. The proceeds were split equally, and the 902nd used this black money for covert operations. The operational link between the Army and the mob was, apparently, a now-deceased 20th SFG captain in New Orleans who died in a suspicious car crash. I recalled Warren's account of running guns from Camp Shelby to New Orleans, where they were delivered to Marcello's man Zip Chimento. I also recalled Glenda Grabo's description of Raoul and his associates picking up guns that were delivered by water and unloaded at Euston Docks. Downey also tied two other people to this activity. One was a senior Mossad agent working in South America who acted as a senior liaison to the U.S. military and CIA. The second was an officer of the 111th MiG based at Fort McPherson in Georgia. Downey urged us to stay away from these individuals. Eric S. Galt. As for James, Downey said that he was one of many minor crooks with an Army history who were used as patsies in various operations. Downey said he, too, had seen photographs of the shooter taken at the time of the killing. It was not James. He said that though James would not have been aware of it, he had been assisted and guided in Canada. He said that there was an identities expert used by both Yarborough and Helms at the time James was provided with the Galt identity. James had not known the source. He always tried to protect the person who gave him the Galt identity, believing it was someone who was trying to help. He began to use it in late July 1967, having just entered Canada. This was around the time of the Detroit riots and heightened Army concern over Dr. King. At one point during my investigation of the involvement of the Army, a source placed a photograph in front of me. It was a full-frontal headshot of Eric St. Vincent Galt, the man whose identity James had assumed and used for most of the time between July 18, 1967 and April 4, 1968. I was told not to ask any questions because it had come from and was part of an NSA file. I learned that Galt, the executive warehouse operator at Union Carbide's factory in Toronto, had top-secret security clearance. Galt had worked for Union Carbide, Inc. of the United States since the early 1980s. The company was engaged in high-security research projects controlled by its U.S. parent. I learned that in August 1967, shortly after James assumed the Galt identity, the real Eric Galt met with Colonel John Downey's aide. They met again in September. Somehow, James had acquired the name of a highly placed Canadian operative of U.S. Army intelligence. He began using the name on July 18, 1967, around the time the real Eric Galt was meeting with Downey's aide. Though James likely obtained the other aliases by himself, there was little likelihood that he had accidentally chosen the Galt identity. His manipulation now appeared to involve not only elements of organized crime, but also the specific senior-level, highly covert military intelligence group, the 902nd MiG, whose involvement could be traced back at least to July 18, 1967, when he began to use the Galt identity. At the time, Galt appeared to me to be a critical link, facilitating the use of James Earl Ray as a scapegoat by this covert part of Army intelligence, and using the task force structure involving the 20th SFG, the FBI, and the other associated and collaborating members of the government and intelligence community involved with the assassination of Dr. King. Providing the scapegoat with an identity with top-secret clearance was a means of securing and protecting him from problems before he was needed. Any routine police check would come up against a protected file, and the result would be that the government agency, in this instance the NSA and the Army through the ACSI's office, could control the situation and instruct any law enforcement authorities to let the scapegoat go. It was a highly classified secret that the NSA became involved in the effort to locate James after the assassination. It has never been revealed in any official investigation. Frank Raven, the NSA's officer, received the watch lists from the rest of the law enforcement and intelligence community and acted upon them. He received a direct order to place Ray's name, along with several aliases, on the watch list. Usually, the order came from the office of the Secretary of Defense, Clark M. Clifford, who has no recollection of issuing it. Raven said that he tried to object to the order on constitutional grounds, but was told that, "You couldn't argue with it. It came from the highest level." It now appears that Army intelligence was involved in the task force through the presence of the 111th MiG on the ground in Memphis and the 902nd MiG, which coordinated the operation. From at least July 1967, James acquired the identity of one of the 902nd's assets with top-secret security clearance. This may have prompted the subsequent unconstitutional involvement of the NSA using the watch list to locate him. It appears likely, or at least possible, that the order which was routed through the Defense Secretary's office found its way there from the office of the ACSI. An operation of mind-boggling complexity was emerging. By summer 1997, John Downey had disappeared, perhaps concerned that word had gotten out about his contact with me via Steve Tompkins. This relatively brief communication provided me with further confirmation that the account of a military backup presence was basically correct. It provided a tantalizing glimpse behind the Pentagon's closed doors, where the assassination of Dr. King was viewed as one event in a much larger context. Steve Tompkins continued to meet with Warren during the period that Downey's story began to unfold. On January 27, 1996, Warren confirmed that his target, Andrew Young, was in the Lorraine parking lot at the moment Dr. King was shot. On August 17, Warren turned over the remaining 20th SFG rosters he had. One name leapt from the Mississippi list. It was the man who Jack Terrell, best friend of Alpha 184 team member J.D. Hill, shot dead in 1979, had said was the briefing officer for the Memphis mission attached to the Mississippi contingent. Terrell said no one was quite certain exactly who he worked for. When I obtained the photograph of Raoul, included in the spread of 6, I asked Steve to make a trip and show it to Warren. Warren instantly picked him out. He identified him as the person he had seen with Marcello's man, Zip Chimento, when they were picking up guns delivered from Camp Selby to New Orleans. Warren said Raoul went by the name James R. Richmond and always insisted on the initial R. This clearly placed Raoul in the frame of the gun-running operations conducted by the Army and the Marcello organization. At 6:01 p.m., the fatal moment when the shot rang out, Reynolds quickly snapped 4 or 5 photos following Dr. King as he fell to the balcony floor. Reynolds said Norton almost instinctively swung his camera from the parking lot to the left and, focusing on the brush area, caught the assassin, a white man, on film as he was lowering his rifle. He then took several shots of him as he was leaving the scene. Reynolds said that though Norton had caught the assassin clearly in his camera, he personally only saw the back of the shooter as he left the scene. They hand-delivered the pictures to Downey, but Norton kept the negatives and made another set of prints, seen by both Reynolds and Warren. They both categorically stated that the sniper in the photograph was not James Earl Ray. In February 1997, ABC News' Turning Point program decided to do a documentary on the King assassination. It planned to focus on the King family, my investigation and quest for a trial, and James Earl Ray's terminal illness. From the outset, we all cooperated. I persuaded Terrell to be interviewed. In the hour interview, he told them what he had learned from his best friend J.D. Hill about the presence of the Alpha 184 team in Memphis on April 4, 1968, and their mission. I had been informed that the leader of the 8-man team was dead. With the cooperation of the Army, however, ABC News located him alive and living in Costa Rica. With no prior notice, they brought him, along with General Henry Cobb, who commanded the 20th Special Forces Group, into an interview with me. I was surprised and told them I had obviously been given wrong information about the team leader's death. Cobb and the team leader denied not only that the Alpha 184 was in Memphis, but that it even existed in 1968. They insisted that the Alabama contingent of the 20th SFG never trained at Camp Shelby and was never in the city of Memphis. Cobb insisted the unit could not have been involved in such an operation without his knowledge. I asked a Birmingham private investigator to check out certain details about the team leader's activities in the city and was provided with a copy of his criminal record. He had a conviction for negligent homicide and served 1 year in prison in Alabama before leaving for Costa Rica. Turning Point did not reveal this to the viewers. During the course of the program, the idea that the Alpha 184 team was in Memphis to control riots was advanced. This explanation had eventually been raised by Warren in his sessions with Steve Tompkins, who came to believe it. Though I gradually came to have a different view, it made no sense to me in the context of events at the time. This was before I came to see the riot as a possible excuse for opening fire, and it seemed to me to be well established that riot control planning involved the use of numbers of officers on the ground, not a couple of snipers perched above the fray. Snipers are used to kill people, not control surging masses. It was also inconceivable to me that a riot could have been anticipated late that afternoon, when the only activity was to be Dr. King and some of his group leaving the motel to go to dinner at Reverend Samuel Billy Kyles' house. This was before I realized the significance of the eviction of the invaders from the motel just before the killing. The idea that this armed militant group might react violently to this insulting, unexpected rejection was not unreasonable. I provided ABC with other documentary evidence of the presence of the team in Memphis and the identity of the team leader. Since I had given my word, it would not be made public at the time. I could not allow the material to be used in the program or even have any reference made to it. The documentary was aired on June 19, 1997. It included the interview with the team leader, myself, and General Cobb. It did not include the interview with Terrell or the corroborative information he provided to confirm the presence of the team in Memphis and its mission to kill Martin Luther King, Jr. The program did, however, consider a number of other issues which pointed to a conspiracy and the involvement of the government. Soon after the program, Terrell left the country. He told me later that he had been threatened and had no doubt the government had somehow obtained a copy of his interview. He was furious, but offered to help me in any way he could. Steve Tompkins told me that a thick defamation file was on General Cobb at the offices of the Anti-Defamation League of B'nai B'rith. Steve had seen the file and suggested that I review it. I attempted to locate the file, but was not successful, meeting denials that it existed. Chapter 13. A Patsy's Death. Death loomed, all-pervasive, the long road now at an end, with executioners ever abrasive, to the helpless soul they could not bend. In December 1996, I learned that James was terminally ill with cirrhosis of the liver, apparently from long-term undiagnosed hepatitis C. It came as a great shock. On December 21, he was rushed to Nashville Memorial Hospital, where he lapsed into a coma and was listed as being in critical condition. Media reports began circulating that he was near death. I immediately began to explore the range of treatment possibilities, speaking with traditional Chinese medicine specialists at hospitals in Changsha, China, and TCM Clinic in Katzingen, Germany. I also conferred with Dr. Roy Kaln at Cambridge, who is one of Europe's leading transplant surgeons. I concluded that only a liver transplant could save James's life. By December 28, James began to show a marked improvement, but his doctor stressed this was short-term. On New Year's Eve, James was sent back to the Lois DeBerry Special Needs Center where he'd been since his disease had become advanced earlier that year. When I received his medical file, it was clear that he had been diagnosed with hepatitis C as early as 1994. James had not been told, and neither had his family. News of the illness generated extensive media interest in the case. It was initially focused on James's imminent death, but it gave me the opportunity to discuss the case, my long-term investigation, and James's innocence. On January 6, 1997, Jerry and I visited James again at Nashville Memorial Hospital, where he had been taken after a relapse. There was some obvious short-term improvement, but he was still disoriented. In the midst of James's health crisis, on January 19, I was saddened to learn that Wayne Chastain was having an operation for cancer and would need 4 months to recuperate. He had never mentioned having the disease. Memphis attorney Jack McNeil would sit in for Wayne as local counsel, since he was taking over a number of Wayne's files. During that period, James was in and out of the hospital and lapsed into critical condition twice. Meanwhile, I began to discuss the possibility of James being accepted as a candidate for a liver transplant at the University of Pittsburgh Hospital's Thomas E. Starzl Transplantation Institute. I discussed the criteria for James's admission with Dr. John J. Fung, head of the Division for Transplantation. He was candid and compassionate. It was clear he believed inmates should not be denied equal access to medical care. His unit had carried out liver transplants on a number of prisoners. This was unheard of in Tennessee. One of the criteria for admission to his program was that an out-of-state applicant had to be rejected by his or her state center. The relevant center in Tennessee was located in Vanderbilt Hospital. Dr. Rao, James's doctor in Nashville Memorial Hospital, was convinced they would not accept James on their list. I asked him to make a formal application. He did, and on March 7, he was told that James did not meet the criteria. The road seemed clear to Pittsburgh. John Fung said he would need James to be admitted as an inpatient for 3 days for tests and assessment. On April 23, I wrote to the Commissioner of the Tennessee Department of Corrections. I asked Jerry and Dr. Fung to do likewise, requesting his permission for James to travel to Pittsburgh. Costs would be paid for privately. On May 13, the Commissioner wrote back, refusing our request, stating that he had no statutory authority to grant it. I immediately began to prepare a motion and a proposed court order and went to Pittsburgh to meet with Dr. Fung. I came away highly impressed with his sensitivity and willingness to help. It was clear that most people admitted to his program received a transplant. If we could arrange for James to be admitted, he could well survive. Finance could be a problem, but we agreed while in Pittsburgh that the funds would not bar the operation. I sent final documentation to a much-improved Wayne Chastain in Memphis. Dr. Fung, Dr. Rao, and James's brother Jerry sent affidavits in support. Wayne filed the motion papers in the Court of Chancery in Nashville, Tennessee, which had jurisdiction, and a hearing was set for June 16. The Attorney General argued against our petition on the grounds that under Tennessee law, our petitioner did not state a claim for which relief could be granted because the Commissioner for Corrections had discretion to decide requests for medical furloughs. I maintained that James's federal constitutional rights under the Eighth Amendment's prohibition of cruel and unusual punishment required that the state enable him to receive the medical care necessary for him to live. I thought that the issue had been settled 21 years earlier with the U.S. Supreme Court case Estelle v. Gamble. Not for the first time in relation to James, a Tennessee court refused to follow the law of the land. If James would not be allowed to go to the University of Pittsburgh Hospital for evaluation, the hospital would have to come to him. As a consequence of their insurance restrictions, the Tennessee authorities were able to perform all but 2 of the tests required by the Pittsburgh Hospital. I agreed to pay for the last 2 tests. They were completed in late September 1997. The Pittsburgh Hospital Admissions Committee reviewed the results the following month. In accordance with their criteria, James was declared eligible for a transplant and was placed on their list. The announcement of his admission was formally made at a press conference in November. Enter the King family. On January 15, 1997, I learned that Dr. King's daughter, Yolanda King, had called Reverend Jim Lawson's office wanting my telephone number. I left a message for her. Then, on January 27, Dr. King's nephew, Isaac Ferris, called. He worked with Martin's son, Dexter King, at the King Center, had read my earlier work, Orders to Kill, which set out the results of my investigation through 1994, and was moved to encourage the family to come forward. He had been particularly impressed by the image I had developed of his uncle that showed him to be a leader for social, economic, and political justice and change, and not just a civil rights icon. It had, he said, become clear to the family that James Earl Ray's days were numbered. The family feared that when he died, the possibility of a trial at which witnesses could provide evidence of what really happened would be lost forever. They wanted to come forward with some impact sooner rather than later, and were working on their own strategy. In early February, Dexter confirmed to a New York Times reporter that the family was going to support a trial for James. I was elated. The significance of the family's involvement cannot be overestimated. The Times story broke on February 4, 1997, and Isaac called and asked if I would meet members of the family as soon as possible. A meeting was set up for February 10 at Isaac's house. The meeting lasted from 7:30 p.m. until 4 a.m. I talked Dexter, Isaac, and family friend and advisor Philip Jones through the evidence I had amassed over nearly 20 years. They were astounded at the results, and the meeting was highly emotional. It was clear they had already decided to help. They called a press conference for February 13. All the family were present. In the glare of the national media, with impressive grace and with Dexter as primary spokesperson, they announced their support for a trial for James Earl Ray. The call was made not, as some of the media were to distort, for James to be given one last chance to tell all he knew, but in order for an opportunity for witnesses to testify under oath and be subjected to cross-examination. Over the succeeding months, the family, Dexter in particular, came under attack. Incredibly, financial gain was put forward as the motive for wanting to learn the truth about how Dr. King was killed. Naivete was also cited. It was alleged that I had manipulated or even hypnotized them into supporting James. The media continually sought to undermine the strength of the family's commitment to a trial. Distortions abounded. Take the New York Times coverage on February 21 of our motion to test the alleged murder weapon. Drummond Ayers, Jr. reported Mrs. King's testimony. Mrs. King, speaking after years of silence about Mr. Ray's legal maneuvering, took the stand this morning and, acknowledging the incongruity of her appearance on his behalf and behest, said, "We call for the trial that never happened." This was a gross distortion of what she actually said, which was, "We call for the trial that never happened. If we fail to seize this fading opportunity for justice to be served, the tragedy will be compounded by the failure of the legal system." Nowhere in her statement did she refer in any way to James being pressed to tell anything. In the article, Ayers very clearly gave the same standing to his disinformation as he did to Mrs. King's actual words. In the light of this article and the seemingly intractable position of the New York Times, we decided to meet their editorial board. The deputy editor attended with two others. They were attentive and asked a number of questions, but we came away believing there would be no change in their position. In fact, the paper subsequently published an op-ed piece by David Garrow viciously attacking Dexter and the family, alleging they had betrayed Dr. King's legacy. For nearly a generation, Garrow has surfaced wherever there is a move to open up the case. Though a historian who has written extensively on the FBI COINTELPRO activities against Dr. King, he has never himself investigated the assassination, but is one of a long list of publicists who has vigorously supported the government's position. This is covered extensively in the epilogue. On March 17, I met with Dexter and Philip Jones. They came to the conclusion they should now move to the next level. Dexter would continue to call for a trial, but also state his belief that James was innocent. I believed it was essential that Dexter become increasingly knowledgeable about the details of the case. If anything should happen to me, he would be in a position to supervise any succeeding lawyers and the integrity of the process would be assured. Dexter wanted to have a face-to-face meeting with James. It was set for March 27 and took place in the conference room of George McGee, the Health Services Administrator. I introduced James to Dexter, and they sat down with the media present for nearly half an hour. At one point, Dexter asked poignantly, "Did you kill my father?" James answered, "No, I didn't," and then went on to urge Dexter to examine the files for himself. Dexter replied that he believed him, and so did his family, and pledged that, "We will do everything in our power to see that justice prevails." The next 2 months were filled with media appearances. Dexter and I became convinced that whenever possible, we should do live interviews. Tape sessions could be distorted through editing. On the evening of April 14, Dexter, Isaac, and I met with Andrew Young, who in 1968 was Executive Vice President of the SCLC and a close friend of Dr. King, and who had always believed James was the shooter. That evening, after detailed questioning about my investigation, he changed his mind and agreed to take part in a press conference and help in any feasible way. On April 18, Dexter called to say he'd had a brief but good meeting with Walter Fauntleroy, the former chairman of the congressional subcommittee responsible for the King investigation. Walter confirmed his continued belief in James's innocence. He was prepared to say so in the most effective way. Earlier that day, we met with Congressman John Lewis, a leader of the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee at the time of the killing. He tentatively agreed to join forces with the group of leaders we were putting together to press for a trial. In just 3 short months, from early February to May, the King family's involvement had boosted the profile of the fight for justice for James and the truth about Dr. King's killing. We knew, however, that we had to prepare ourselves for further media attacks. In succeeding months, negative pieces did appear against the family and Judge Brown and, of course, me. The result was to stiffen the family's resolve to get to the truth. Their support for a trial never wavered, and neither did their commitment to support a grant of immunity for anyone involved in exchange for information about the assassination. This posture would eventually lead to one of the most historic and revealing meetings ever held in the 30-year saga. The last judicial proceedings. Meanwhile, the effort to secure a trial for James, years after he was coerced into entering a plea by his lawyer Percy Foreman, continued in the courts. The new Tennessee post-conviction relief statute made it even more difficult than before to set aside a guilty plea. Petitioners now had to submit scientific evidence of actual innocence. The restrictive requirements of the statute raised serious constitutional issues, but we did not have 2 or 3 years to test it. On June 26, 1996, I appeared in Division 9 of the Shelby County Criminal Court before Judge Brown. I argued that since we were facing the burden of having to develop scientific evidence, we should be allowed to test the rifle. We had to demonstrate that new technology was available now that had not been available to us when the rifle was originally tested by the state. Since then, there had been significant advances in forensic technology. Electron microscopes could give vastly enhanced magnification of the particular individual markings that each rifle imposed on bullets fired through its barrel. This would enable us to closely compare the markings on the test-fired slugs with each other, as well as to the markings on the death slug. With this new equipment, it might finally be possible to exclude the rifle in evidence from being the murder weapon. We were, however, in a classic catch-22 situation. The law required that we submit scientific evidence as proof of Ray's actual innocence, but we could not do so unless we were allowed to conduct firearms identification tests. I asked Judge Brown to reconsider our motion and grant us the opportunity to meet our statutory burden. After a highly contentious hearing, the judge ordered a continuance until September 6 so that we could provide a specific plan for a scientific testing of the weapon and the death slug. The motion was finally heard in Judge Brown's court on February 20, 1997. I put on 2 of the 3 firearms experts, Robert Hathaway and Marshall Robinson, Tony Owens of CamScan Inc., who supported the testing with new technology and described the scanning electron microscope, which, in the second and final stage, would allow for a vastly increased magnification of cosmetically designated individual markings on the test-fired slugs and the death slug. Next, I called Coretta Scott King and her son Dexter. They wanted to address the court as members of the victim's family. The motion before the court was, of course, directly related to the application for the guilty plea to be set aside and a trial ordered. Incredibly, Assistant Attorney General Campbell objected to their testifying. The judge, affirming the court's growing respect for victims' rights, overruled the objection. Coretta Scott King was first on the stand. Asked if she had anything to tell the court, she said she did, turning in the witness box to face the judge. Her statement was moving. At one point she said, "Most importantly, for the sake of healing and reconciliation, I appeal to you on behalf of the King family as well as millions of Americans concerned about the truth and justice in this case, to expeditiously set and conduct a trial for Mr. James Earl Ray." Dexter took the stand next and followed the tone set by his mother, supporting a new trial for James. The testimony of Dr. King's widow and son were incredibly moving and provided some highly charged emotional moments. There were no questions for either witnesses from the state. At the end of the hearing that afternoon, the judge ruled that we should be allowed to test the rifle. He stated that he would ask the Court of Appeals to lift its stay so the testing could begin. It was then up to the Court of Appeals. On April 9, the court lifted its stay and ruled that the trial judge could order the testing of the rifle by the petitioner. Celebration was premature. We had underestimated the state's determination to prevent or control the testing of the alleged murder weapon. On April 15, the state filed a motion with the administrative judge of Shelby County Criminal Court requesting that the matter be transferred out of Judge Brown's Division 9 court and referred back to the original trial court Division 3. Apparently, Judge Brown was furious. He insisted that the matter was properly before him and was going to remain in his court in accordance with the Court of Appeals ruling. The administrative judge backed down and allowed the matter to remain in Division 9. The first-round test firing and examination resulted in an inconclusive finding by the panel of experts. It also revealed the possible reason for the result. The scanning electron microscope showed that a plating or coating of the bore was taking place after each test firing. Apparently, the heat generated by the action caused some melting of the copper jacketing, and the residue plating was left behind. It also appeared likely that the gun and the evidence had been repeatedly fired, contributing greatly to the coatings. This made it impossible for a true signature of the rifle bore to be engraved upon the test-fired bullets. Instead, differing individual markings occurred. Even with this finding, however, the results also revealed that there was a common start or reference point on 12 of the test fires, which was not present on the death slug. In light of the results, we filed a motion to be allowed to continue the test in conjunction with a special cleaning process following a specific number of test fires. This motion was before the court when, in bizarre fashion, Judge Colton, Division III, the trial court division in 1969, appointed a special master with subpoena and investigating powers. On the eve of our court hearing on the motion to continue testing, the Attorney General obtained an injunction against our hearing and Judge Colton's order, and then filed a formal application against both judges seeking to prevent any further proceedings in the case. It occurred to me that Judge Colton's actions had given the state the basis for that appeal, enabling the proceedings in Judge Brown's court to be piggybacked into the injunction. The appellate court heard arguments on the issues on September 5, 1997, with the state attorney general representing the Shelby County District Attorney General and me arguing on behalf of our motion and the propriety of Judge Brown's actions. The packed courtroom included Dexter King representing the family. Later that afternoon, the three judges unanimously, permanently enjoined Judge Colton, holding that he had grossly exceeded his jurisdictional authority. Accepting my arguments, the court upheld Judge Brown's authority to control the evidence and allow the testing to continue if he found it to be necessary. To have done otherwise would have sanctioned an unprecedented incursion on the functioning of a trial court whereby the trial judge's traditional control over evidence in front of him could be removed. In a separately foreboding manner, the judges asked the Assistant Attorney General if the state was asking for the removal of Judge Brown from the case. At that time, she said no. We won, but there was a caveat. The court also ruled that the state should not pay for the firearms testing. The petitioner would have to foot the bill. By the time of the ruling, those total costs were approximately $30,000. The rifle in evidence would never again be tested. Months passed following our victory in the Court of Appeals, but no hearing was held. In light of his own previous questions from the bench, it was clear that Judge Brown believed that a specialized cleaning process, regularly implemented after minimal firing, would yield the scientific results necessary for him to grant a new trial, in that the markings on the experimental test-fired slugs would match each other and yet be distinguishable from the markings on the death slug. I sensed that he had already concluded that the rifle in evidence could not have been the murder weapon, but understandably, given the hostility of the Tennessee appellate courts to any possibility of opening up the case, he wanted to have the strongest scientific case possible for his ruling. Also, during this period, Judge Brown was being offered a substantial television contract, and he was involved in those negotiations. Eventually, the opportunity to carry out the testing would be taken from him. The District Attorney General soon filed a motion asking him to recuse himself. He denied the motion, and the state appealed, ruling on the paper submitted without oral argument in the darkness of night, as it were. The Court of Appeals overturned his ruling and removed him from the case on the grounds that he had ceased to be impartial, horrendous, but par for the course of Tennessee justice for James Earl Ray. James Earl Ray's last chance for a trial had ended.
Truth, Audiobook, the people.